Chapter 360. After returning to Minsk Street from the factory district, Klein had a simple lunch and fell asleep. He slept until the sky turned dark and evening came before he woke up naturally. But even so, he still felt exhausted from the bottom of his heart. After falling into a daze for a while, Klein went down to the first floor, lit the gas lamp, and prepared to sit on the sofa to read the day's newspaper. However, when he swept his gaze, he saw an invitation on the coffee table. He was first taken aback before he snapped to his senses. It was a dinner invitation that Mrs. Stellan Sammer had sent a maidservant to make up for a few days ago. I almost forgot about this. A matchmaking party in disguise. Klein put down the invitation and walked to the bathroom on the first floor. He washed his face with cold water to make himself look more energetic. Compared to when he first arrived in Bakeland, he had a relatively thick black mustache around his lips and chin. Although it didn't completely eliminate his scholarly aura, it made him appear much more mature and boorish. If I'm not someone I know, I won't be able to recognize me in person. Klein exhaled silently, wiped his face clean, and placed his gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. He took a short break, changed into a shirt with a straight collar, and matched it with a black tuxedo. Then, he very formally put on a half-top hat, took his cane and invitation, and turned next door. Amidst the jingling of the doorbell, he saw the maidservant, Julian, who opened the door. He saw Stellan with her blonde hair, coiled up high, and silver earrings on her earlobes. Klein took off his hat, bowed, and praised politely. "Mrs. Sammer, you look very beautiful today." Although his words were very perfunctory, Stellan was indeed much more beautiful than usual today. In the field of meticulously grooming herself, her abilities seemed to have undergone a breakthrough. From the looks of it, the matter of catching her in adultery had made her and Mary truly best friends. And she's a tycoon with a net worth of tens of thousands of pounds. She's now part of the kingdom's National Atmospheric Pollution Council and has gotten to know quite a number of dignitaries. She must be knowledgeable when it comes to makeup, clothing, accessories, and other aspects. Klein nodded inwardly in enlightenment. The corners of Stellan's mouth curled up uncontrollably. "These are my new earrings. They cost 8 soldi. Madam, your style still hasn't changed." Klein smiled as he handed his hat, cane, and coat to the maid. The fireplace and pipes in the house brought warmth as if it was early summer. Many young ladies and ladies' dresses were relatively loose. Some revealed half of their fair and tender arms, while others revealed their smooth breasts. "Luke is discussing business with some friends and asked me to apologize to you on his behalf. Have your meal first. I'll introduce you to a few ladies with good upbringing later. Actually, there's no need for that. Just let me eat in peace." Klein smiled. "I can already smell the food." Because there were more than 20 guests, the banquet was a buffet. Klein took the tray and walked around. He found that the food this time was more sumptuous than before. Cold salmon, chicken pie, lamb stew with peas, marinated brisket, curry, roast beef, cooked turkey, beef tongue pie, ham, salad, and cream cake. The wine was still champagne and red wine. This was very much in line with the appetite of a carnivore. Klein picked up a large plate and didn't chat with anyone. He shrank into a corner and slowly savored it. "It's not as good as the chefs at the Quelli Club," he commented inwardly from time to time. Just as he was about to take the second round, he was finally discovered by Stellan Sammer. At the same time, he saw an acquaintance beside the lady, the serious-looking lawyer Jürgen. That's right, Jürgen is also a bachelor. Klein smiled as he leaned over and took the initiative to greet him. "How's Mrs. Doris's recovery?" Jürgen tugged at his bow tie uncomfortably. "She'll be discharged next week." "That's great," Klein said with a sincere sigh. At that moment, Stellan had already led a few ladies over and introduced them. "This is Mr. Jürgen Cooper, a senior solicitor. He earns at least £3 a week, and he often receives a commission from his cases. His annual income must be more than £200, and he's young and promising. He's likely to become a barrister in the future. This is Mr. Sherlock Moriarty, a famous detective. His income isn't stable, but every sum is very generous, such as £10 or £50. Isn't this introduction a little too direct? Klein couldn't help but silently criticize. Jurgen, who was beside him, clearly frowned. Stellan didn't find anything wrong with her introduction. Miss Sarah Taylor, her parents are teachers at the grammar school. Angelina Watson, her father is a civilian at the Bakelin Police Department. Klein smiled numbly and greeted the ladies. After Stellan finished speaking, Jurgen said in a deep voice, "Mrs. Sammer, it's not polite to mention someone's income in front of them." Stellan wasn't angry, as she replied very seriously, "No, it's very important. If you can like each other and build a family, income is an essential foundation. Think about it. There's always meat, vegetables, fruits, milk, white bread, cream, butter, and other food every day, right? You'll have to spend at least £1 and 5 soldi a week on this, and that's not including alcohol. In addition, you'll have to rent a better house, which will cost you nearly £1 a week. Well, you'll also have to buy water, gas, charcoal, soap, and other necessities. You'll also have to consider the cost of traveling. All of that adds up to about 10 soldi. This is the most basic expenditure. Don't you take your wife to concerts and plays? Don't you buy some new clothes every year? Ladies, I believe that a family has to spend at least £30 a year on this to be considered decent. In addition, there's the salary of a maid, the cost of a child's education, medical expenses, and some necessary decorations. Only with an annual income of more than £200 can these needs be met and a happy family can be had. So, in order not to waste your time and cause any misunderstandings, I think it's necessary to introduce it in advance. As a lawyer, Jurgen was momentarily unable to find the words to retort. Thankfully, he only had a serious expression to begin with. How magnanimous. However, basic etiquette is to inform both parties of such information in private. Of course, I understand the reason why Mrs. Sammer is introducing it in person. Klein forced a smile and said, "Yes, income is very important." That's right, income is very important. Only with an annual income of more than £400 can one hold a banquet of this level. Only then can one allow one's wife to have beautiful dresses and exquisite earrings. Stellan immediately raised her chin slightly and tried hard to suppress her smile. £430. What I mean is to have some savings every year in case of accidents or to invest in stocks and bonds. This was her husband's approximate annual income. After helping the two strangers find a topic to talk about, she left and greeted the other guests. And Klein clearly sensed that Sarah, Angelina, and the other ladies were more interested in lawyer Jurgen. After all, he was quite good-looking, and his job and income were very stable. As for a private detective who could enter the police station at any time, he wasn't a priority for middle-class women. Furthermore, with Klein's beard and slightly rugged appearance, it was inevitable that the girls would be a little afraid of him. After chatting with him for a while, he found an excuse to leave and hid in a corner. As he ate, he enjoyed Jurgen's awkward and helpless expression. At times like this, it was unknown where his eloquence as a lawyer had gone. A few minutes later, the two Sammer children ran past Klein while playing. Noticing the gentleman in the corner, they came to a halt and with large, curious eyes inquired. They widened their eyes and asked curiously, "Mr. Moriarty, I heard you're a detective?" "Yes," Klein replied with a smile. The little girl said innocently, "Can you tell us about the cases you've solved?" Her twin brother nodded repeatedly. "The cases I solved? It doesn't involve wraiths, marionettes, devil dogs, or finding a cat to catch an adulterer. There's really nothing suitable for children." Klein thought for a few seconds and chuckled. "All right, this is a story about treasure. An officer who retired from East Balham was suddenly murdered. He had actually forgotten most of the detective novels he had read in his previous life. He could only make them up based on his vague memories. As for the two children, they didn't care if the plot was reasonable or not. They listened very seriously and even learned to ask, 'What happens next?' Unknowingly, Klein relaxed quite a bit. When the banquet came to an end, he was about to bid farewell when he saw the joy on Stellan's face. "Did something worth celebrating happen?" Klein asked casually. Stellan raised her head slightly and smiled reservedly. Mary was invited by the Chief Secretary of the National Atmosphere Pollution Council, Mr. Hibber Hall. She will be attending a luncheon at his house on Monday. This gentleman is the eldest son of Earl Hall, a true noble. He invited all the members of the council and allowed them to bring 2 or 3 friends. Stellan paused. Mary just invited Luke and me. Monday afternoon. Dressed to the nines, Stellan Sammer, accompanied by her husband, Luke Sammer, followed Lady Mary to Empress Borough and saw a building that occupied a large area. Marble statues, pools, fountains, gardens, lawns, and other things were reflected in her eyes, making her feel nervous before she even entered the villa. "Look, does this necklace of mine not match my dress?" She turned her head and asked her husband. Luke shook his head and smiled. "Darling, you're too nervous. You don't have to worry at all. Nobles only live a little bigger than us and eat a little better. We're not lacking in anything." Stellan nodded repeatedly as she listened, as though she had regained her former confidence. Upon entering the villa, they saw a gorgeous crystal chandelier, a hall that could accommodate many people to dance in, and plates of delicacies. Foie gras, pan-fried dragon-bone fish, baked lobster, Ormer red wine, misty champagne. It's just as described in the magazine. Stellan looked at the food curiously, feeling that if she were to scrimp a little, she could have such a meal during festivals or the New Year. Apart from Ormer red wine and misty champagne, she finally added inwardly. At that moment, her gaze suddenly froze as she saw a girl in a beige regal dress slowly walk over. The girl had blonde hair and blue eyes. She was abnormally beautiful, wearing a pair of white silk gloves and a pair of small and beautiful emerald earrings. She had a pure and elegant bearing. She really looks like an angel. Even though she had always been proud of her looks, Stellan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. She felt an inexplicable sense of inferiority. "Hello," she clumsily greeted with the etiquette she had just learned. "Hello." The girl gracefully returned the greeting. After the two of them brushed past each other, Stellan accompanied her husband and Mary to get to know the distinguished guests, including the noble Mr. Hibbert Hall. After a while, she walked to the balcony alone, intending to calm herself down. However, she was surprised to see the angelic girl from before. She was looking out at the scenery, and beside her shoes with ribbons and roses was a large golden retriever obediently squatting there. "It's really cute." Stellan searched for a topic. The girl replied with a faint smile. "I thank you for your praise on behalf of Susie." Looking at the combination of the beautiful girl and the large golden retriever, Stellan suddenly felt that she should have a similar pet. Only then could she show the Sammer's dignity. She deliberated and asked, "I heard that nobles will domesticate many hounds. Is it one of them?" "Yes." The girl, whose green eyes were more charming than the earrings, nodded lightly. "I wonder how much it costs to buy one?" Stellan asked with a smile. The pure and elegant girl looked down at the large golden retriever and replied with a smile, not minding it. £450. Chapter 361. In the luxurious carriage that left Earl of Hall's house, Luke was chatting with Mary about the distinguished guests, such as the chairman of the National Atmosphere Pollution Council, the director of the National Weather Service, Sir Desh Shaw, the member of the National Atmosphere Pollution Council, the president of the Royal Meteorological Society, the member of Parliament, Mr. Cave, and the health director of Mid-Seashire, the famous doctor, Mr. Hawksley. They were all figures with extensive influence in the government, the royal family, or the House of Commons. The final report of this committee would become the most important basis for the Anti-Pollution Act and the Smoke Reduction Act. The Coim Company, which mainly focused on anthracite and charcoal, wanted to promote and speed up this development, preventing the old but large competitors from transforming in time. They definitely won't be stingy with their gold pounds. They will definitely lobby those heavyweight members of Parliament to interfere with our investigations. We need to have a clear response plan. Just like what Mr. Hibbert Hall said, we need to control public opinion and let the newspapers and magazines repeatedly publicize the horrors of smoke pollution. Luke was a senior manager of the Coim Company, an important assistant to the major shareholder, Mary. He was also rather capable. While chatting, Luke suddenly noticed that his wife was sitting beside him without saying a word, as though she had lost her soul. "Stellan, did something happen?" Luke asked with concern. Stellan snapped to her senses and squeezed out a smile. Nothing. I'm just a little tired. That's right. After meeting so many important figures, your mind must have been highly tense. Now that you can finally relax, it's normal to be tired. Actually, I'm the same, Luke said with a smile. Stellan didn't respond to him. Instead, she stared out the window and at the park with the lake. Her ears were still echoing with that noble girl's careless words. That's right, for 150 pounds. A well-trained hunting hound costs between 450 and 700 pounds, Roland said. City of Silver at the bottom of the spire. Derek Berg had been trapped in a small room the entire time. He ate and took his medicine regularly, and his mental state rapidly improved. He no longer had auditory and visual hallucinations. I should be able to get out in a day or two. It's really suffocating to stay in such an environment all the time. The former captain of the exploration team next door has been locked up for 42 years, but he's still very clear-headed and rational. If it were me, I'd definitely have gone crazy. However, the exploration stories and strange monsters he talked about are very attractive and even a little scary. Derek sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the candle that had burned to the end. Until the next batch of food and medicine arrived, he would be in true darkness. At that moment, a gray fog suddenly filled his vision as the fool's deep voice sounded in his ears. Get ready for the party. This change was fleeting. Derek retracted his attention and subconsciously counted his heartbeats. However, he soon discovered that it was unnecessary because he was currently alone and did not need to avoid others. Derek, who was no longer counting his heartbeats, quickly thought of a question. I'm currently within the range of the mystical item seal at the bottom of the spire. Will Mr. Fool's subsequent actions of pulling people above the gray fog be discovered and detected? This is one of the two mystical items that prevented the City of Silver from being completely destroyed in the past few crises. Amidst his unease, Derek, who had yet to make a decision, saw boundless crimson light surge out of the void. He saw it engulf him with just a single rush. There was silence in the small, enclosed room. Even the sound of breathing was extremely weak. Suddenly, the metal wall that separated Derek and the former captain of the exploration team emitted a light tap sound. This was the signal for the two of them to chat with each other. Tap! The other party bent his finger and tapped again. After that, the third tap that should have quickly followed didn't appear for a long time. After a while, the do sound hesitantly rang out again. Then, the two rooms returned to silence, and there was no more movement. After the lunch meeting, Audrey practiced the piano for a while before returning to her bedroom. When she passed by her father, Earl of Hall's study, she saw that the door was ajar and there was a thick stack of documents on the table. There wasn't this before. Audrey's curiosity was piqued. She slowed down and gave the golden retriever, Susie, a signal with her eyes. As a spectator, Susie often only needed a tiny hint to understand what her owner wanted her to do. Of course, she would occasionally pretend that she didn't understand and just lay there motionlessly. After receiving the signal, Susie silently trotted into the study. Then, she stretched out her two front legs and propped them on the edge of the table before standing up. She quickly glanced at the first page of the stack of documents and returned to Audrey's side. She lowered her voice and said, "A survey of the living conditions of all classes in East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district." Audrey, what's the meaning of this? A survey of the living conditions of all classes in East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district? Why did Dad suddenly do this survey? I don't remember mentioning anything like this to him. Audrey was puzzled and didn't have time to answer Susie's question. She looked around and saw that the servants were all in their positions and didn't pay any special attention to her. So, she raised her head slightly and calmly turned around to enter Earl of Hall's study. Coming to the desk, Audrey looked down at the survey report and found that the title was indeed the same as what Susie had described. Well, it was a typewritten document. The investigator was a reporter named Mike Joseph, and there was the holy emblem of the goddess at the bottom. This was commissioned by the Church of the Goddess? But why did they give Dad a copy? Well, Dad is a believer of the goddess, and the church wants him to give some support in this matter. This is a good thing. Audrey made a preliminary judgment. She originally had the idea of hiring someone to do a similar survey, but she felt that it wasn't in line with her intention of secretly guiding people. It was easy to make her presence known and no longer be ignored by the other nobles, so she had been hesitant to try it. Audrey flipped through the documents and found that Mike Joseph wasn't the only one with reports regarding East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district. There were also many people who had conducted field investigations from different angles. A few of them even mentioned the spread of cults and the collusion between some Beyonders and gangs. Phew! Audrey looked at the clock in the study and saw that it was almost 3 o'clock. She gave up on reading carefully and restored the documents to their original state. Before leaving, she casually pulled out a book and disguised it as the reason she came in. At 3 o'clock sharp, the striking of the wall clock was still reverberating. Audrey had already appeared in the majestic palace in the dark red, illusory light, appearing to the side of the long, ancient table. She smiled, stood up, and bowed to the seat of honor. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." After receiving a slight nod in response, she greeted the hanging man, the world, magicians, and the others. She acutely noticed that Sun seemed a little uneasy. "What are you worried about?" Audrey asked. This made Klein, who could also tell that little Sun wasn't in a good state, no longer need to speak. He, who had entered this mysterious space ahead of time, tidied up the items on the table. He threw the Aztec copper whistle, the biological poison bottle, the charismatic order copper whistle, and other items into a corner and covered them with a thick gray fog. Now, there was only a dark emperor card on the table in front of him. This was an item that matched the identity of the fool. Sun didn't hide anything. He immediately recounted how he had successfully feigned illness and how he had been sent to the bottom of the spire for isolation treatment. In the end, he asked, "Honorable Mr. Fool, will that mystical item discover that I'm participating in the tarot? How would I know? I don't even know what it is. However, for the time being, there aren't any strange or powerful forces attempting to invade. Yes, even the eternal blazing sun and the true creator haven't been able to find this place." Klein tapped the edge of the long bronze table with his fingers and replied in a relaxed manner. "Normally, it wouldn't be able to discover me, but some mystical items have special effects." Seeing Mr. Fool give an affirmative answer, Derek immediately felt a lot more at ease. He tersely acknowledged and said, "I don't know what special effects it has either. This is one of the top secrets of the City of Silver." Having said that, he suddenly recalled what the former captain of the exploratory team had said. He blurted out, "Have you heard of a person named Amon?" "Amon?" Klein thought for a moment and recalled the source of the sense of familiarity. However, he wasn't in a hurry to answer. Instead, he cast his gaze at the hanging man. He knew very well that this middle-ranking member of the Church of the Storm also knew of Amon, and he might even know more than him. Similarly, Audrey also looked at the hanging man. The last time she had heard of this name was from him. Magician's Furs listened with a blank look. She had a nagging feeling that what was being discussed was beyond her knowledge. The hanging man Alger frowned and asked in puzzlement, "When your City of Silver was exploring the surrounding areas, you encountered a person who called himself Amon?" "When your City of Silver was exploring the surrounding area, you encountered a person who called himself Amon. Or did you discover similar records?" Sun nodded seriously and said, Yes. 42 years ago, an expedition team encountered a person who called himself Amon in the depths of the darkness. After returning to the City of Silver, they lost control one after another. Only one of them was left, and he was locked at the bottom of the spire. It's right next to me. Maybe he's crazy too. That's just his imagination. Magician's Furs made a guess with her rich experience in writing novels. The hanging man Alger glanced at Mr. Fool, who was seated at the very top. Seeing that he was calm and indifferent, he didn't say anything. He mustered his courage and said, "Imagination is one possibility, but he wouldn't come up with the name Amon without a reason." He turned his head to look at Sunday. In the fourth epoch, 1,500 years ago in our country, or even longer, there was a family that possessed strange powers. They belonged to the Tudor dynasty, and their surname was Amon. Even in that era with many high-sequence beyonders, this family's surname was a taboo. Chapter 362. Why? It was Audrey who asked the question on behalf of Sunday. The hanging man Alger didn't answer directly as he continued. Abraham, Antigonus, Amon, Jacob, and Tamara. Abraham, Antigonus, Amon, Jacob, and Tamara are the 5 great families that supported the establishment of the Tudor dynasty. They are second only to the Blood Emperor. Among them, the Amon family is the most mysterious. They left behind the least history, as if they have been distorted and covered up by some power. There's news from the king of the 5 seas, Nast. The Amon family is a family of blasphemers. They hold a secret to stealing the power of deities. Also, the Amon family claims to be descendants of the ancient sun god. Derek Berg was confused. In his knowledge of mythology, there was no mention of the ancient sun god. Giant King Ormer, Dragon of Imagination Anquelt, Mutant King Kvaster, Elf King Siniathrim, Annihilation Demonic Wolf Fleegria, Vampire Ancestor Lilith, Phoenix Ancestor Greggrace, and Devil Monarch Farbody. None of these 8 ancient gods wield the authority of the sun. Derek seriously considered this problem. If I really have to make a connection, the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God, has displayed the divine powers of the sun domain. Could it be that the Amon family is a descendant of him? Seeing that Sun didn't say a word, the hanging man Alger stroked his stubble and said, "The Amon family is an ancient family from 1 to 2,000 years ago. The Amon family is an ancient family from 1 to 2,000 years ago. It's almost equivalent to history. I'm very curious. Why did the gentleman you met appear around the City of Silver? What's his goal?" That's right. The Amon family has Mr. the Hanging Man, Miss Justice, in that world. Why did he appear around our City of Silver? Why did he not fulfill his promise after agreeing to be a guest and leave strangely, causing the entire team to lose control? Yes, other than the captain. What does he want to do? What is he searching for? If he's really a descendant of the Lord, perhaps his goal is the same as mine, to find a reason for the cataclysm in ancient times and figure out the truth of the curse. Sun's thoughts ran wild as he shook his head. Mr. the Hanging Man, I can't answer your question. This is also something I want to figure out. Alger replied in disappointment. That's right. Then you should communicate more with the former captain next door and see if you could dig out any new information. At this point, he thought for a while and gave a reminder. However, you must be careful and cautious. I think that person is very dangerous. Very dangerous? You think so too? Sun asked in surprise. The elders of the 6-member council also thought so. The hanging man looked up at the towering dome and silently drew a breath. Those who don't think so are the ones with the screw loose. Seeing that Sun was still a little puzzled, he shook his head. He's the only one alive in the entire expedition team. Just this matter alone is enough to indicate that there's a huge problem with him. He's been in a dungeon for rampagers for 42 years, but he's still very clear-headed and rational. This shows just how strange he is. Together with that mysterious Amon, the danger is obvious. These were all bits and pieces that Derek usually thought about but hadn't connected together. Now that he heard it, he immediately said sincerely, "I'm not sure." He immediately said sincerely, "I understand. Thank you, Mr. the Hanging Man." Audrey, who was listening and observing with relish, resisted the urge to cover her face with her hands. She felt that Sun was even more innocent than her. Seeing that everyone's curiosity had been satisfied, and that even the gloomy Mr. World had slightly adjusted his sitting posture, and that Sun didn't seem to have anything else he needed help with, she turned her head to look at the end of the long bronze table and smiled. "Mr. Fool, I would like to request a private exchange." Again, Klein was amused as he nodded slightly. Sure. He immediately blocked off the senses of the hanging man and company instead of isolating himself from Miss Justice. This was mainly because he was worried that the others would be bored and casually communicate, thus exposing the truth that the world was only a repeater. After receiving the notification, Audrey smiled and said, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I have 3 new pages of Roselle's diary. After the card of blasphemy was stolen by the fool's kin, she didn't stop going to the Royal Museum out of guilt. Instead, as though nothing had happened, she openly begged her father to give her another chance to read the notebook the week after the exhibition ended. Audrey thought that this would make her appear magnanimous and the best way to avoid suspicion. If he always looked guilty and did not do what he should have done logically, even if the Church of Steam did not suspect anything before, they would feel that something was wrong later. Based on her own experience, she believed that the first few pages of a diary often revealed more information, so she mainly memorized the first 3 pages. Without waiting for the fool to speak, she hurriedly added, "I understand that this isn't something that requires a private exchange, but I hope that I can hide it from Miss Magicians for another week or 2. This way, even if she knows that you need Roselle's diary in the future, she won't suspect that I'm Justice." She had met Furs and Zio once in the middle of the week. By leading the conversation, she naturally mentioned that her collection of Roselle's diary had been bitten by her beloved dog, Susie, and that it was difficult to restore it. Normally speaking, she didn't need to hide the fact that Mr. Fool needed Roselle's diary, but she used her telepathist powers to simulate Furz's thoughts and felt that she would have such thoughts. What? That's a diary? That's the diary in which Roselle records his secrets? Even Mr. Fool thinks highly of it. I remember that Miss Audrey has some. Wait, her diary was just bitten to pieces by a dog a few days ago. Isn't that too much of a coincidence? In order to prevent her from having such thoughts, Audrey hoped to hide it for at least another week. After becoming a telepathist, not only could she directly see the target's aura and emotional color, but she could also read their thoughts at a superficial level. She could also simulate the thoughts of others. Therefore, she understood one thing. In the process of guiding others, she had to try her best not to make any abrupt, illogical, or reasonable actions. Only when all the details were gentle and reasonable enough, preventing the target from realizing that they were being guided or arranged, would she be considered a qualified telepathist. Gentle and reasonable. These are the 2 most important words, Audrey concluded in her heart. She flipped through Roselle's diary once again to avoid any irrationality. As expected of a telepathist, he has long recognized that Miss Magicians is one of the 2 people I recommended. Klein smiled noncommittally. What do you wish to exchange those 3 diary pages for? He asked this question with considerable confidence. After obtaining the Book of Secrets, his greatest shortcoming in the field of mysticism had been made up for. As for the mysteries of the other deities and the knowledge of sequences, he had grasped quite a bit. Any one of them was enough to deal with Miss Justice. Even if I don't mention the psychiatrist formula, we're still good friends. Klein lampooned in his heart. Audrey had long thought of this question. After a second of being reserved, she said, "Mr. Fool, I would like to ask you a question. Mr. Fool, I would like to ask you a question. Why do you say that the cards of blasphemy hide the secrets of a deity?" "Good question." Klein chuckled inwardly. With a look that said, "I'm giving you a look and you'll figure it out yourself," he said in a low and calm voice. Sequence 0, Dark Emperor. Sequence 0? There's even a sequence 0. Above sequence 1 is sequence 0. This is the sequence that represents the deities? The Dark Emperor is a deity? A series of questions suddenly emerged in Audrey's mind. This surprised and delighted her, as well as satisfying and shocking her. Restraining the agitation and unconcealable excitement in her heart, she took a deep breath and conjured the 3 pages of Roselle's diary. Klein held it in his hand and quickly glanced at it, confirming that it wasn't one of the ones he had seen before. February 23rd, 1143. I've been transmigrating to this world for more than a week. I have to write something and talk about certain things. Otherwise, I feel like I'll go crazy. Hee hee. I'm sure no one will be able to decipher it if I write it in simplified Chinese. This world is filled with alphabets. I'm now Roselle Gustav, but I'll never forget my real name. Huang Tao. I'm not sure how I transmigrated either. I thought about it seriously for a long time before I remembered that a few days before I transmigrated, I bought a very mysterious silver token. It was engraved with some strange symbols and patterns. It was very interesting. However, after transmigrating here, it didn't appear again. It's not my cheat. Yes, this is a world similar to ancient Europe. After the Renaissance, cannons and guns have appeared, but they're all rather crude and primitive. And I, Huang Tao Roselle Gustav, as an online novel enthusiast, used to be very fond of transmigration technology. I've learned a lot of useful things, and specially read up on the corresponding knowledge. This is the stage for me to show off my abilities. But I realize that my memory is F***ing bad. I've almost forgotten everything. The heavens allowed me to transmigrate, but they didn't give me an excellent memory, a system, or a two-way door. How am I supposed to survive then? All right, I'll start with some details first. When I have money, I'll hire a bunch of craftsmen, inventors, and scientists to help. I'll only be responsible for providing ideas. It's been a long time since I've felt this kind of anticipation for the future. However, I still miss my old man and mom a little. Moreover, the entertainment in this world is too monotonous. The maids aren't very good-looking, and they smell like the countryside from head to toe. It makes my expectations of going to school at night go bankrupt. I haven't finished chasing after Lingeo's 500 trash, and I still have a lot of TikTok girls waiting to be refreshed. My glory and PUBG are waiting for me. Just thinking about it makes me feel a little melancholic. As Klein read, he almost frowned. He had originally deduced that Roselle had transmigrated 3 to 5 years earlier than him from the Pirate King and for Horsemen of the Apocalypse. But now he realized that the gap between their transmigrations was less than a year. But why was there a gap of nearly 200 years here? Chapter 363. Klein thought about it seriously for a while and made all sorts of conjectures in his heart. However, due to the lack of sufficient conditions, he could only temporarily attribute the matter to the difference in the flow of time between this world and Earth. My transmigration with Roselle was less than a year apart, but here it has been stretched to nearly 200 years. That is to say, even if I spend 200 years to find a way back, I won't miss my parents. At most, I'll be missing for a year. Klein made a reverse inference, and his mood improved a lot. He suddenly felt a little smug. Of course, he knew very well that this inference was not rigorous, because there was only one initial condition, and it could not be determined at the moment. What if Roselle transmigrated after me? That might involve the so-called space-time turbulence. When that time comes, there's no guarantee that I can return to the appropriate node. Klein poured a bucket of cold water on his suddenly inflated emotions. Roselle's first diary entry was the product of a long time, and it took up more than 2 pages. Klein flipped to the end and read the remaining 2 entries. February 25th, what a boring world. There aren't even newspapers, and there are pitifully few novels. I feel that I need to do something about helping the poor in the cultural aspect, but the prerequisite for this is that I have to get some money, and I have to recall the improved papermaking and printing techniques. As a transmigrator, I can only rely on the pocket money given by my cheap father and mother to make a living. I can only occasionally see 1 or 2 shiny falcon coins. What a sad story. However, hunting is quite interesting. February 28th, this world might be a little different from what I know. Today, I got lost in the forest because I was hunting, and I ended up witnessing an unimaginable battle. Among them, the man who was surrounded had extra eyes on his face, a total of 4, and they emitted a dark green light from within. This is F***ing illogical. Is this a humanoid monster? This is actually a fantasy world, right? The monster's opponent was even more powerful. He summoned a pillar of light burning with golden flames. Yes, it should be summoned. Fortunately, it didn't discover me. After killing that monster, they left with its corpse. I, Huang Tao, am indeed the main character. I've only transmigrated for a few days, and I've already discovered the truth about this world. Maybe they can recognize the mysterious symbols and patterns on the silver plate. Of course, I won't ask them. I want to become like them and decipher it myself. There's another reason why I said that. I don't have *King remember what the rune-like pattern looked like. I can only vaguely remember it. Was he really the main character? Great Emperor, did you pour your Chinibu soul into the diary? Klein couldn't help but complain. He was very interested in the silver plate that seemed to be the reason for Roselle's transmigration. He really wanted to know what the symbols and patterns on it looked like. If I can really rely on this world's mysticism knowledge to decipher it, then transmigration might not be a coincidence. Klein put down the diary and rapped the desk, removing the shielding measures that the hanging man and the magicians enjoyed. You guys could trade among yourselves. Klein leaned back in his chair and said with a smile. Furs quietly took a deep breath and said, "That's right. I would like to purchase a spirit eater's stomach pouch and 20 milliliters of deep-sea marlin's blood. I will pay in gold pounds. I have 430 pounds left. I can't afford one." She encouraged herself silently. As for where the money for the remaining item would come from, she had no idea for the time being. This is one of the main reasons that prevents many Beyonders from advancing. Humans really shouldn't attempt to spend beyond their means. If it wasn't for the sake of completely escaping the influence of the full moon's ravings and becoming a trickmaster, I wouldn't even consider advancing after obtaining a relatively rich set of Beyonder means. I wouldn't even come into contact with this circle. I'll write books, save up money, drink tea, and go shopping with Zio. After she's done with that matter, I'll travel to different places in the northern and southern continents. I won't be afraid of danger or accidents, and I'll enjoy life. Furz's thoughts suddenly wandered. Just as she thought that no one would respond, the hanging man Alger said in a deep voice, "I saw the blood of deep-sea marlin at the pirate gathering. I saw the blood of a deep-sea marlin at the gathering of the great pirates. But unfortunately, you've already missed it. You should have told me earlier." "No, I was wrong. You hadn't joined the Tarot Club back then." "Then what's the point of saying this? Are you flaunting your seniority?" Furs secretly curled her lips and asked in all seriousness, "Mr. the Hanging Man, please help me keep an eye out. Mr. Hangman, please help me keep an eye out. Prices ranging from 300 to 400 pounds are acceptable." Alger scoffed. "The sea is wider than the land. Pirates might not even meet each other once in half a year. Even in the various archipelago capitals where they dispose of their loot, there won't be any Beyonder ingredients gathering. Only large cities like Bakeland, Trier, St. Millum, and Fainapotter can attract a large number of ingredients." From her accent, you should be from Bakeland, or should I say that you've been residing in Bakeland for many years? "Do you mean that I still have to rely on myself?" Furs almost looked up at the towering dome. At this moment, son Derek said, "I know the approximate range of activity of a few spirit eaters. But I don't need the gold pound you're talking about. I know the approximate range of activity of a few spirit eaters." Magician's Furs faked a smile. "Then what do you want?" "The formula for the High Priest's Sun potion." Audrey answered inwardly. Derek thought seriously for a moment and said, "That's right. The formula for the High Priest's Sun potion. This is a sequence 7 formula, right? I've heard of it. But the formula for this sequence costs at least 750 pounds. If you meet someone in a hurry, it can even be sold for more than 1,000 pounds. As for the stomach pouch of a spirit eater and the blood of a deep-sea marlin, each of them doesn't exceed 400 pounds. Most of the time, it's only worth 300 pounds. Do you understand what I mean?" First, try to make Sun understand that this was not an equivalent transaction. Derek answered without hesitation, "That's right. I can give you 2 or 3 spirit eater stomach pouches." As for the additional deep-sea marlin, he did not even consider it. He had never even seen the sea before. "What can I do with so many spirit eater stomachs? Grill or fry? If I were to sell them, I don't know when I'll be able to sell them. Most importantly, I can't afford the High Priest's Sun formula now." First squeezed out a smile. "I'll try to gather them." She recalled the masked believer of the eternal blazing sun who was good at purification at Mr. A's gathering. She recalled the Ring of Light and believed that she could obtain clues to the High Priest's Sun potion formula there. "But I don't have enough money." Magician's Furs thought for a moment, touched her face, looked around, and asked with abnormal sincerity, "Everyone, do you have any good ways to earn money?" Just as she finished her sentence, she realized that everyone had fallen silent. The silence was the silent palace and the silent gray fog. From the looks of it, everyone is troubled by this problem, and Mr. Fool doesn't need money. Furs wisely shut her mouth. Isn't the best way to earn money to own pastures, mines, fields, factories, shares, and so on? You can also go to the kingdom's bounty posters and complete them according to the price and what you can afford. Audrey knew that she had no real experience in making money, so she could only respond jokingly in her mind. Learn more about the Bicycle Project. Klein resisted the urge to control the world to speak. This would expose his real identity. After waiting for a few seconds, he maintained his unfathomable posture and made the world say in a deep and hoarse voice, "Help me pay attention to the mutated pituitary gland and blood of the thousand-faced hunter, as well as the characteristics of the human skin shadow and the hair of the deep-sea naga." Although Klein only had 589 pounds left, he had the werewolf beyonder characteristic and the biological poison bottle. Furthermore, he was considering finding an opportunity to make the former into a mystical item and sell one of them. This way, the cost of a Sequence 6 Beyonder ingredient was more than enough. Therefore, he planned on getting the tarot members to keep an eye out in advance to avoid missing it. All right, Sun was the first to answer, but he didn't make any promises. Compared to spirit eaters, the human skin shadow and thousand-faced hunter weren't monsters that were easy to encounter. Thousand-faced hunter? I think I've seen its fossil, Audrey replied in thought. Oh, I'll confirm it when I get back. That fossil is in the Duke of Negan's vault. If it's already a fossil, perhaps the beyonder characteristic has long been taken away. Klein controlled the world and nodded in a non-committal manner. After a moment of silence, the hanging man Alger said, "Help me keep an eye out for someone. He's related to the disappearance of the colonial slaves that was previously mentioned. He calls himself Baron, and his skin is brownish red. He has obvious southern continent characteristics, but someone has occasionally heard him speak with a Bakelin accent. His third tooth on the left is missing, but it's very likely that it's been replaced. In addition, there's nothing special about his looks, and his height is rather ordinary. If you can find traces of him, the reward won't be a problem. At least 100 pounds, or an item of equivalent value. Just based on such a description, it's impossible to complete a divination, much less find someone." The fool Klein looked around and said, "Let's talk freely. Let's talk freely." After the tarot gathering ended, Sun returned to the real world and found himself in the dark and narrow room again. He sat cautiously for a few seconds, and when he didn't discover any abnormal changes, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Recalling that Mr. the Hanging Man had asked him to get more information from the former exploration team captain, Derek came to the corresponding metal wall, bent his finger, and knocked on it. Knock! Knock! He completed the secret signal, but there was no response from the other side for a long time. Has he fallen asleep? Or has he been taken to the six-member council? Derek looked at the dull metal wall and thought in puzzlement. At this moment, an old and ethereal voice suddenly sounded from the bed behind him. Chapter 364. Are you looking for me? The moment the voice entered his ears, Derek froze. His skin tightened as his hair stood on end. Why is he behind me? Why is he in my room? Where's the seal? What about the mystical item's effects? Derek's forehead broke out in a cold sweat as he subconsciously turned his head to look. However, his instincts prevented him from doing so. This was fueled by the teachings of the City of Silver's general knowledge of monsters class and the strange scenes he had experienced after joining the patrol team. When someone is talking behind you, don't be in a hurry to turn around. Derek raised his hands and clenched them into fists in front of his chest. Then, while on high alert, he slowly turned his body bit by bit. The room was dark, making it impossible to see anything. However, in Derek's eyes, a golden glow expanded, turning into two miniature suns. With the help of the light suppliant's powers, he saw a black shadow sitting quietly on the edge of his bed. The black shadow quickly became clear, revealing a head that had been split vertically. In the middle of the head, two grayish-white brains squirmed as if they were alive. They wanted to approach each other, but they were powerless to do so. On the surface of the brain, sticky liquid drooped down into thin threads, but they were shrinking upwards like maggots. The eyes on each side were very far apart, and the bridge of the nose was split in the middle. The color of blood was bright. The left half of the mouth was open, but the right half was tightly shut, This terrifying monster was naked, and there were dark red wounds all over its body. The innumerable wounds split open, revealing rows of white teeth. They said the same sentence at the same time. "Are you looking for me?" It paused, and the corners of its mouth and the edges of its wounds curled up. "Look, don't I look very normal?" Derek's pupils constricted. Without any thought, he raised his hands that were clenched into fists in front of his chest and placed them under his chin, as if he was praying. The narrow room suddenly became bright. A pure beam of light that was wrapped in flames fell from the roof and hit the monster's body. This beam of light wasn't as dazzling as when Derek used it outside the spire. Due to the seal here, the mystical item here isolated the inside from the outside. But at this moment, Derek was surprised to see the holy beam of light he had prayed for suddenly thicken. It was so bright that he couldn't help but close his eyes. Vaguely, something even purer and thicker separated from the magnificent beam of light. It was like a man of light without any facial features or clothes. The man of light suddenly flickered and pounced on the monster. All the monster's mouths immediately opened, as if it was letting out a shrill scream. However, Derek didn't hear anything. The monster trembled violently and quickly disintegrated under the burning and illumination of the figure of light, melting and disappearing. It was a man with black hair, black eyes, a wide forehead, a thin face, and a crystal monocle. The shadow had black hair, black eyes, a wide forehead, and a thin face. It wore a crystal monocle. Just as he appeared, the man of light exploded. Derek's eyes were filled with white light. By the time he regained his vision, he realized that he was outside the room at some point in time. He was in the corridor that was inlaid with metal lamps, illuminated by the dim yellow light. He turned his head in a daze and looked into the room. He saw the back of a tall and muscular figure wearing dark-colored trousers and a brown coat. In front of the figure, on Derek's bed, spots of light that resembled the first rays of dawn quickly condensed onto a white leg bone, turning it into a sharp, pure white sword. Next to the sword, there was a translucent little worm lying quietly. It was only the length of a thumb, and it was as slender as a child's pinky. The rings that were completely transparent separated it into many segments. Derek glanced at it and didn't count the rings in detail. He only vaguely felt that there were about 10. The tall figure with its back facing him reached out to pick up the strange, translucent worm. As it turned around, it sighed. Almost. At this moment, Derek finally saw the tall figure's front. His hair was white, and it looked rather messy due to lack of care. His wrinkles were rather deep, but there were no wrinkles at the corners of his eyes or on his forehead. There were old scars that were either deep or twisted on his cheeks. He wore a linen-colored shirt inside, and there was a belt around his waist that was divided into many compartments. His light blue eyes were deep and filled with the vicissitudes of life. His entire person was like a book filled with stories. Derek was first taken aback before he exclaimed in pleasant surprise, as though he had just escaped from danger. "Your Excellency," standing in front of him was the chief of the City of Silver's 6-member council, the powerful demon hunter Colin Iliad, who was more than 100 years old. Colin nodded slightly. "We always knew that there was something wrong with him, but in order to figure out the goal of that person named Amon and what was so strange about him, we deliberately didn't eliminate him directly. Instead, we locked him at the bottom of the spire and sealed him under the influence of a mystical item. We also often let Beyonders who only showed signs of losing control live next door to him and talk to him to see if they could induce some abnormal changes in him, so as to obtain what we want to know. Unfortunately, up until today, he was very normal, but too normal. Why do you think he suddenly mutated and suddenly attempted to penetrate the seal? How do you feel different from the others? So, it was deliberately arranged for me to live next to the former captain of the exploratory team." Derek fell silent for a few seconds in enlightenment. "Perhaps it's because my Beyonder pathway is different from others. Sequence 9 Bard, Sequence 8 Light Suppliant. In other words, the Sun pathway. If Mr. the Hanging Man is right, and the Amon family is a descendant of the ancient sun god, then it's very normal for me to cause him to mutate. Derek felt that he had grasped a certain truth. Colin's expression didn't change after he finished listening. He sized up Derek for a few seconds and said, "We were monitoring him. The members of the six-member council took turns to be in charge, but we never expected him to suddenly mutate without any warning. Furthermore, his actions were very decisive and resolute." "What did you do in the room just now?" Derek was thinking about the relationship between the sun pathway and the ancient sun god's descendants, so he was momentarily at a loss as to what the chief was asking. By the time he understood, his mind was still a little numb as he seriously recalled what he had just done. "I didn't do anything. All I did was knock on the partition wall in an attempt to communicate with him. Before this, I was participating in a tarot gathering." A tarot gathering. Derek was suddenly taken aback. He felt that things probably weren't as simple as he had imagined. He knew that he definitely couldn't tell the chief what he was thinking, but he didn't know what expression he should make. All he could do was maintain his usual lonely and reserved silence. After some thought, he said, "I knocked on that wall 3 times. Before that, the candles in my room were extinguished, and it was completely dark. I attempted to practice some of my Beyonder powers." Colin quietly looked into Derek's eyes and said after more than 10 seconds, "Unfortunately, what Amon left in his soul wasn't his main body. It's a pity that what Amon left in his soul wasn't his real body, and things happened too suddenly, so we didn't get the result we wanted the most. Before he mutated, did you notice anything unusual?" "No." Derek shook his head with certainty. 2 complex, dark green symbols suddenly appeared in Colin's eyes, and Derek's figure was reflected in between them. After nearly 10 seconds of silence, the City of Silver's chief closed his eyes and said, "Your condition has stabilized. There's no need for further treatment. You can return." Derek was taken aback. "All right." He watched Demon Hunter Colin Iliad turn around and enter the room. He picked up the sharp, pure white sword and turned it over and over again to examine it. He quietly took a deep breath, walked along the corridor, and walked toward the exit. On the way, he met the keepers who were rushing over. He slowly walked home and closed the door. After carefully observing his surroundings, he sat on the edge of the bed and chanted softly, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I've just experienced something terrifying." Derek recounted everything that had happened and mentioned his 2 guesses. After doing all of this, he felt a lot more at ease. As the tension receded, he felt a strong sense of exhaustion, so he lay down and quickly fell asleep. In the quiet and dim room, bolts of lightning illuminated everything from time to time, and from time to time, it would disappear into the night. The sleeping Derek's right index finger suddenly flicked on its own as it leisurely tapped the bed. Once, twice, thrice, after the tarot gathering ended, due to the large expenditure of his spirituality, Klein didn't divine the werewolf Beyonder characteristic and the biological poison bottle. He directly returned to the real world and took an afternoon nap. He woke up 20 minutes later and opened the curtains, allowing the light that penetrated the mist to bring a certain amount of light to the room. Sitting on the chair in front of the desk, Klein calmed himself down and thought about what he needed to do in the near future. The most important thing is to continue summarizing the magician's code of conduct and make adjustments according to the subtle feedback from my spirituality. Although there aren't any problems with the code of conduct, such as don't perform unprepared, need a stage to perform, and be good at using a method to divert the attention of others to complete a performance. As long as I perform again and again and adjust myself bit by bit, I'll sooner or later digest the potion to the point where I can advance. However, this kind of acting isn't sufficient. I still lack some important rules. It will slow down the digestion process and make it incomplete. It might take a year, or even 2 or 3 years to advance. As for Zangwill, he won't stay where he is and wait for me. Only by becoming a high-sequence Beyonder as soon as possible will I have the right to seek revenge. Therefore, figuring out the other magician's code of conduct is the most important thing in the future. I'll first verify if the audience's applause will stir my spirituality, allowing me to better digest the potion. Chapter 365. A Male Voice? Mr. the Hanging Man, or Little Sun. Klein looked at the gloomy sky outside the window, got up, and entered the bathroom next door. He locked the door, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and arrived above the gray fog. In that mysterious space, a majestic and ancient palace stood quietly. The illusory male voice stacked on top of each other and reverberated continuously. Klein glanced at it and confirmed that the prayer was from Little Sunday. As he sat in the fool's seat, he stretched out his right hand, emanated his spirituality, and touched the corresponding crimson star. Suddenly, the prayer became clear and distinct. Klein quickly understood what Sun was talking about. The former captain of the exploratory team next door, who had seen Amon, had suddenly lost control and had strangely passed through the seal to come to his room. Thankfully, the City of Silver had taken this matter seriously and had always been on guard. Otherwise, it would have resulted in a tragedy. Sun believed that the other party's loss of control wasn't without reason. He guessed 2 possibilities. First, his Beyonder pathway matched the needs of the ancient Sun's descendants. Second, the other party might have sensed the tarot gathering and sensed that Mr. Fool was secretly roping in people. If it was the former, he wouldn't have waited until today to lose control at the end of the tarot gathering. It's most likely the latter reason. Man, this is the first time I've met someone who can sense the gray fog. That Amon is very terrifying. It's no wonder their family was known as blasphemers in the 4th epoch. Even their surname itself is taboo. Klein subconsciously looked at the corresponding prayer scene conjured by the crimson star. He carefully observed the blurry image of Little Sun to see if there was anything abnormal about him. Klein believed that Amon wouldn't be eliminated so easily. Even if it was as the City of Silver's chief had said, that he wasn't the main body, it was impossible. Unless he didn't expect the powerhouses of the City of Silver to be monitoring him with the help of a mystical item. But is that possible? When he decided to let the former captain of the exploratory team lose control and secretly pass through the seal, he must have already had a plan. Amidst his thoughts, Klein's gaze froze as he looked at the prayer scene. There was a transparent, illusory figure wrapped around the blurry sun. He had hands and feet, but like a python, he twisted around Sun and propped his head behind Sun. In the hazy image, he was wearing a black classic robe, a pointy hat of the same color, and a crystal monocle on his face. Sun was completely unaware of all this. Klein almost sucked in a breath of cold air. He was frightened by his opponent's strange methods. He vaguely understood the other party's goal. By residing in Sun's spirit body and waiting for the next tarot gathering, he would sneak above the gray fog without anyone noticing, just like a virus or a Trojan horse. When that happens, my control over this mysterious space might be taken away. What a blasphemer. Thankfully, Little Sun is rather simple and direct. He immediately reported the matter to me, and through the corresponding crimson star, with the help of the power above the gray fog, I was able to discover his strange state. Klein took a deep breath and tried hard to calm himself down. At this moment, he had to respond. Either he quickly thought of a way to remove Amon from Sun's body, or he could temporarily exclude Sun from the tarot gathering. Examining himself, from the beyonder powers of magicians, clown, and seer to Aztec's copper whistle, the Dark Emperor card, the all-black eye, the brooch of the sun, the biological poison bottle, and other items, Klein couldn't find a way to deal with Amon. The other party's sequence is definitely above 4, and his means are sufficiently strange. To be able to hide from the mystical items and powerful demon hunters that are the foundation of the City of Silver's existence, it's definitely not something ordinary items or powers can remove. After thinking for a moment and looking around, Klein realized that only the gray fog and this mysterious space had a chance of dealing with Amon. I have to think of a way to pry open its power. The previous sacrificial and bestowment ritual is a good example. With this train of thought, Klein cast his gaze at the Book of Secrets. This mysticism book originated from the ancient shaman king, Klarman. It recorded many mysterious rituals to seek help from the primordial moon, and Klein, who had previously browsed through it, vaguely remembered that a few of them were suitable for such a scenario. Of course, after changing the direction to the Fool, it's unknown what other changes I need to make and whether it will be effective. I can only try it as a last resort. Klein flipped through the book, and his gaze stopped on a ritual. Blood Moon Sacrifice. This ritualistic magic was clearly different from the simple ones that Klein had learned in the past. It used the elements of a secret deed. The process was to first use a material rich in spirituality, preferably the blood of a beyonder, to write the honorific name of the secret deed's target on an animal's leather. The corresponding symbols and magic labels would also be drawn. If necessary, specific times, locations, and environments also needed to be considered. After completing this step, the ritual host would set up the altar, pick up the leather, and constantly chant the honorific name. He would then let his spirituality spread into the leather and gradually spread it out, allowing the corresponding great existence's secret existence to form a connection and obtain the corresponding spiritual experience or a certain amount of help. The final outcome of this ritual was unknown. It all depended on what the great existence's secret existence gave. Or rather, depending on the person's characteristics, the knowledge and power that could be obtained through the secret connection would also be different. This relatively vague and subjective ritual gave Klein the space to manipulate it. If he were to assume the stance of forcefully eliminating Amon from the beginning, the other party would definitely resist and create a dangerous accident. If the secret deed's target is something like the true creator or the hidden sage, it's normal for them to go mad after the ritual ends. Klein muttered as he conjured a pen and paper and began to modify the Blood Moon Sacrifice to turn it into a secret deed ritual that belonged to the Fool. First, he had to replace the honorific name with the 3 sentences of the King of Yellow and Black. Second, he had to change the symbol to the one behind the Fool's seat, a unique symbol formed from the pupilless eye, which symbolized secrecy, and the contorted lines, which symbolized change. Third, he had to design the corresponding magic label based on the symbol and mysticism knowledge. This was the most difficult step. If he made a mistake, the entire ritual would undergo unpredictable changes. Finally, he had to modify the altar's layout to make it closer to the Fool and the King of Yellow and Black. After busying himself for a while, Klein had a new secret deed ritual, one that he didn't know if it would produce any effects. He carefully checked it several times, and after confirming that there were no mistakes, he spread his spirituality and replied, "Little son," in a deep voice. "I got it. I have something for you to do. Test if this ritual works." Derek suddenly woke up from his dreamless slumber. In front of him was a boundless gray fog, and in front of him was the lofty Fool. His ears were reverberating with illusory and lofty words. He knew that Mr. Fool would occasionally let the members of the tarot gathering do some small experiments, as if to verify something. He didn't find it strange, so he sat up with great motivation and found a monster leather, strange herbs, and other items. As for the materials that were rich in spirituality described in the ritual, Derek didn't waste time going to the steeple or the underground market to buy them. He directly picked up the axe of Hurricane and cut a wound on his arm. He silently used his own blood as ink to write the honorific name of the Fool and the corresponding symbols and magic labels on the bumpy monster leather. After a while, he put down the blood-stained quill and saw many mysterious symbols on the leather. The color was bright red, and it had an indescribable demonic aura. After treating the wound on his arm, Derek, whose face had turned pale, quickly set up a simple altar. He picked up the leather with the blood-red words and all sorts of shocking symbols and held it tightly in his palm. He looked at the flickering candle flame in front of him, closed his eyes, lowered his head, and constantly chanted the honorific name of the ritual's target. The Fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the King of Yellow and Black who wields good luck. Derek's spirituality slowly flowed out and entered the leather. The Jotun words and magic labels on it quickly lit up, turning a frightening bright red. At this moment, he, who had already entered a state of cogitation, felt his spirit scatter bit by bit as he floated to an infinite height, making contact with the grayish-white fog and the great hidden existence. Above the gray fog, in a towering palace that looked like a giant's residence, Klein, who discovered that Sun hadn't delayed and had directly prepared for the ritual, was waiting here. Suddenly, he felt the entire mysterious space tremble gently. The still grayish-white fog began to flow clearly. The crimson star corresponding to Sun shone brightly, emitting an illusory light that resembled a tidal wave. The countless rays of light condensed into a blurry figure of Sunday. He was in a praying posture with his eyes closed and his head lowered. He was waiting for a tiny bit of agreement with the great existence to obtain a wonderful spiritual experience. On his body, the transparent figure was still tightly wrapped around him like a python, but his head had already been raised and was looking up. The crystal monocle was flashing slightly. He's searching for a subtle and hidden connection. He should be able to recognize that this is a secret deed ritual, but he didn't do anything to stop it. Is he trying to find a connection? This realization suddenly flashed through Klein's mind as he felt the grayish-white fog and the mysterious space above it ripple with power. However, Klein was temporarily unable to combine these powers with his own spirituality to form a beyonder effect that could expel evil spirits, unless there was another corresponding ritual. Obviously, this was impossible. He couldn't split his attention between two rituals, a ritual that was being held at the same time. Chapter 366. Perhaps I can use it as a bridge. Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, his right hand had already grabbed the dark gold brooch in the shape of a sunbird. At the same time, he used his spirituality as a vortex, sucking in the power that had been stirred in the mysterious space and directing it towards the sun brooch like a tidal wave. The tremors above the gray fog became obvious. Specks of pure light crisscrossed and swept towards Klein, fusing with his spirituality. The dark gold brooch of the sun bird immediately emitted a dazzling glow. It grew brighter and thicker, instantly condensing droplets of translucent golden liquid. The liquid quickly fused together, turning into a figure that was as tall as Klein. It was a golden figure, a holy figure. It's possible. A higher level of power allows the created holy sun water to be closer to a divine bestowment. Klein was delighted as he cast his gaze back at the crimson star that symbolized sun, at the figure that was waiting to fuse with the great existence. As for the golden holy sun water condensing into a holy figure, it wasn't a result of the mutation of the sun brooch, but a subconscious thought that came to Klein. At this stage, he could already make the golden figure step forward and, through the illusory crimson star, merge with the tiny sun in the secret deed ritual, expel the evil spirit hidden in his body, and give him a certain amount of knowledge and a wonderful spiritual experience. However, at this moment, Klein didn't have much confidence. The power stirred in the mysterious space above the gray fog was clearly of a higher level than his spirituality, making it impossible for him to control it smoothly. The power of the golden figure that was formed was mixed, chaotic, and uncoordinated. If he were to use it in such a manner, the effects would at most be 10% of what he expected. As for Amon, who was suspected to be a descendant of the ancient sun god, born in a family of blasphemers in the Fourth Epic's Tudor Empire, even if it wasn't his true body, he had successfully fooled the high-sequence demon hunters and the powerful mystical items that maintained the existence of the City of Silver. Klein really didn't have the confidence to rely on just 10% of the effects. His initial plan was only to give it a try. If it really didn't work, he would temporarily block Little Sun and wait until he found a better solution before reconnecting. However, at this point, Klein naturally wanted to do his best and strive for success. After pretending to be the fool who's close to a deity for so long, I'm still a little proud and want some face. He gave a self-deprecating remark and prepared to find a way to increase the golden figure's exorcism effects at the last moment. Of course, he could only waste a few seconds. Otherwise, the ceremony would be over. Klein's eyes swept over the items on the long bronze table again. He only thought of words like high level and high status. Based on the spiritual intuition of a seer, his gaze stopped on an item. Card of Blasphemy, Dark Emperor card. Of all the items in Klein's possession, it was the only one that matched the words high level and high class. As for Aztec's copper whistle, Klein clearly remembered that it had been completely suppressed back when he faced the evil god spawn at the Blackthorn Security Company. However, the Dark Emperor cards, high level and high class, are the knowledge contained within. That's not right. After the holder advances to a high-sequence Beyonder, it can also produce a subtle reaction with the Beyonder ingredients it needs. Furthermore, it also has anti-divination and anti-prophecy characteristics. In other words, its level isn't low. I don't need to use it in battle, as long as I can use its high class to suppress the power of the mysterious space above the gray fog. I can reduce the golden figure's chaotic and unnatural state to the minimum. Klein quickly had an idea as he reached out to grab the Dark Emperor card whose back was facing up. At this moment, he saw a scene from the corner of his eye that alarmed him. Inside the figure of sun outlined by the illusory light of the crimson star, a palm that was so shriveled that it was only left with skin and bones suddenly reached forward. It slowly but firmly grabbed at the border of the crimson star, giving off the feeling that it was penetrating reality and entering a spiritual domain. That Amon was attempting to use the connection to open up the boundary and reach his hand above the gray fog. Whoosh! For the first time, the boundless grayish-white fog showed signs of chaos. The flow from before seemed to converge into waves and a strong wind. Klein's pupils constricted. Without any hesitation, he picked up the Dark Emperor card. The moment this item entered his hand, he immediately felt his spirituality no longer succumb to the power of the mysterious space that was being pried open. Suddenly, the golden figure became abnormally tall, and pairs of pitch-black wings sprouted from its back. There were a total of 12 pairs, and on each pair of wings were feathers that were engraved with many mysterious symbols. The gold and black formed a sharp contrast. Under Klein's control, the gigantic figure spread its wings and covered the vast dome of the towering palace. Without a sound, the holy and depraved, bright and dark figure flashed out, overlapping with the tiny sun formed by the crimson star. Light and shadow intertwined as strong winds blew in all directions. The palm that was shriveled to the point of being devoid of flesh and blood, with only skin and bones left, couldn't help but shrink backward, but it was determined not to retreat. It was like a person who had fallen off a cliff, reaching out to grab onto a protrusion that could save him. It refused to let go even in death. Whoosh! Amidst the illusory and chaotic sound, light and darkness completely erupted. The shriveled palm finally lost its support and fell backward, constantly disintegrating and disappearing. After a few seconds, the grayish-white fog and the mysterious space above it completely regained its calm, as though no one had set foot in it for thousands of years. Klein focused his gaze again. Little Sun's blurry figure was no longer entangled by the distorted, illusory figure. Phew! He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Then, he conjured a comparison scene and threw it at Little Sun's figure that was outlined by the crimson light, allowing him to comprehend it himself. City of Silver, Bird Household. Derek felt that he was both awake and in a trance at the same time. He seemed to see figures of indescribable shapes, different colors of light that contained infinite knowledge, and a majestic and tall golden figure that looked down on everything. This figure stood beside Mr. Fool in the thick gray fog, with 12 pairs of huge, mysterious, pitch-black wings on his back. Unknowingly, Derek felt that he had come into contact with a figure that contrasted gold and black. Not only did his body and mind become warm and pure, but he also seemed to understand what sunlight was. Furthermore, he had directly figured out how to create holy water and how to expel evil spirits. There were also some scenes that he could not understand, such as the towering, hidden pyramid-shaped mausoleum. That magical spiritual experience intoxicated him. It was as if he had returned to his most carefree childhood and entered the land where the sun shone in his imagination. He only came back to his senses when everything disappeared and the simple furniture in the room came into view. Is this the secret deed ritual mentioned in the textbooks? For more than 2,000 years, no one in the City of Silver has succeeded. No one has come into contact with a great existence. At that moment, Derek's gloominess and loneliness lessened significantly. A sincere smile appeared on his face. Mr. Fool's so-called experiment is to confirm if our City of Silver's environment can complete the secret deed ritual. That much knowledge and wonderful feeling is the reward he gave me. Derek lowered his head once again and said with abnormal respect, "I'm not sure." "Thank you, Mr. Fool." At that moment, a grayish-white fog suddenly emanated in front of him. In the middle of the fog was a high chair, and it was the Fool who was sitting leisurely. Right on the heels of that, Derek saw himself, who was covered by a transparent, illusory figure. The figure was wearing a black classic robe and a pointy hat of the same color. A crystal monocle hung on his face, and it was wrapped around his body like a python. That Amon didn't die. He escaped the attention of the mystical item and the chief, and he parasitized into my spirit body. Derek's eyes suddenly widened as he saw his present self, the one who was no longer being wrapped around by Amon. Mr. Fool discovered me and finished me off? Son Derek's heart returned to its original position. His forehead was covered in cold sweat from the lingering fear, and his face instinctively revealed a look of reverence. He subconsciously said, according to the words described in his mythology class, "Praise be to you, great Mr. Fool." In the deep darkness of an unknown location, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the surroundings. It was a plain filled with ravines, and a greenish-black cyclops was wandering around aimlessly. His eyes were lifeless, and there were signs of rotting pus all over his face. His body emanated a grayish-yellow gas that interweaved into clouds in midair. And beneath his feet, in the deepest ravine of the plain, a figure was standing at the edge, looking down. With the help of the lightning, a thick and wide grayish-white building could be vaguely seen at the bottom of the ravine. The figure was wearing a black classic robe and a pointy hat of the same color. He had black curly hair, black eyes, a wide forehead, and thin cheeks. He was identical to the phantom Derek Berg had seen before. He raised his hand to pinch the crystal monocle, turned his head to the left, and looked into the distance. As expected, he suddenly whispered in ancient Fasak. After a pause, the figure's lips curled into a smile as he said a word, "The Fool." Before he finished his sentence, he had already jumped into the ravine in front of him. At that moment, the lightning subsided for a second, and darkness completely enveloped the world. After resolving the fatal danger, Klein returned to the real world, and he once again felt the urgency to advance his sequence. The Amon that I eliminated wasn't his true body. If he's really interested in the mysterious space above the gray fog, it won't take long for him to return to the City of Silver. When that happens, I wonder if the 2 legendary mystical items and the 3 demon hunters will be able to stop him. His avatar is already so strange and terrifying, so it's obvious what his true body is like. Therefore, I have to quickly summarize the other magicians' principles and better grasp the mysterious space above the gray fog through digestion and advancement. Perhaps I can make use of the Shepherd Elder in the City of Silver, if she's really corrupted by the true Creator. Chapter 367. How should I summarize the rest of the magician's code of conduct? As Klein casually flipped through the newspapers he had long read, he pondered over a problem that was of utmost importance to him. He had previously considered one point, and that was the difference between having or not having the audience's cheers. But just this alone didn't seem to be enough. With this thought in mind, Klein's thoughts quickly wandered, and for some baffling reason, he thought of something. When I was still at the seer stage, being recognized by others and being praised as a true fortune-teller made me feel like the potion was digested faster. After concluding the seer's code of conduct, I began to believe that there was no direct connection. The opinions and feedback of others were only a performance and not a substance. If I acted well enough, I would naturally be recognized and it would naturally speed up my digestion. That is to say, I had always believed that the two were different manifestations of the same gain and not a causal relationship. But now, there's the option of having the audience's cheers. If it can really help me digest the potion, does it mean that some acting really requires feedback? The opinions of others can also subtly affect the speed at which I digest the potion. Well, by extension, could it be that the 7 Orthodox deities established the churches spread their faith and nurture believers also have such a factor? What blasphemous thought! I'm indeed not a person who worships deities from the bottom of my heart. I will praise them, but I won't blindly believe them. Klein quickly adjusted his train of thought and found another entry point. He repeatedly compared the subtle differences between seer, clown, and magicians, and gradually came up with an idea. In comparison, does the magicians, who need to perform, have the meaning of taking the initiative? Taking the initiative to find an opportunity to perform, and not being passive like the seer and clown? From the perspective of fate, this is quite in line. From the seer's reverence of fate to the clown's need to maintain a smile despite being teased by fate, to the magician's taking the initiative to challenge fate, even if it's to obtain a false outcome and obtain the audience's cheers by deceiving them. Klein nodded indiscernibly. He planned on attempting to take the initiative to perform. Where should I start? It has to be something that's relatively less dangerous. I can't consider the matter of the vampire named Emlyn White being imprisoned by Father Yutravsky. However, the premise is that I have to confirm that these non-humans are always law-abiding. At most, they're a little thieving. Where do Emlyn's companions live south of the bridge? I can't really remember. I'll have to do some divination later. I can also confirm the level of danger. Thinking of this, Klein put down the newspaper, got up, and went upstairs. It had to be said that it wasn't his personality to take the initiative to get involved in something that had almost nothing to do with him without any other motive. But in order to act, he could only force himself. My situation was relatively simple. What would an iron-willed straight man do if he were to play the role of a witch or a witch of pleasure? It's no wonder the City of Silver emphasizes that you're only acting. Klein suddenly understood the warning. In a dark room at the top of the spire in the City of Silver, the chief of the 6-member council, Colin Iliad, was standing in front of the window, staring at the City of Silver that was shrouded in darkness and lightning. The beams of light shone on his disheveled white hair, on the old scars on his face, on the deep wrinkles on his face, and on his eyes, which were full of worry. After an unknown period of time, Colin turned around and looked into a dark corner. He asked in a deep voice, "Did you discover anything?" In the corner, a shadow stood up, casting a pitch-black shadow on the wall as it twisted and whirled. Its voice had the sound of metal rubbing against each other, making it rather ear-piercing. After Derek Berg returned to his home, he showed some abnormalities, but there was nothing that required immediate treatment. Colin nodded slightly. What did he do? With the help of the mystical item at the bottom of the spire, he had transformed into a figure of light and finished off the rampager and the mysterious man who wasn't his true body. He had always suspected that the matter hadn't been completely resolved. The former exploration team captain suddenly lost control, and the mysterious man, who had endured for a full 42 years, recklessly took action without considering the traps and consequences. All of this made Colin, who had hunted many monsters, instinctively feel that something was amiss. Therefore, he believed that this was a deliberate choice made by the mysterious man. Although the other party's true motives were temporarily unknown, there was bound to be a corresponding follow-up. It wouldn't be so simple to eliminate him. After using his demon hunter powers to discover nothing abnormal, he deliberately pretended to be deceived and sent the youth named Derek Berg home. However, he secretly sent people to monitor him closely. This was completely different from the previous method of detention and inspection. It was a change that Colin had no choice but to make. The black shadow, which was constantly swaying slightly, replied. After he entered the room, he sat on the edge of the bed and whispered to himself for a while. Because I was worried that the mysterious man would discover him, I didn't get too close, so I didn't hear what he said clearly. However, I can confirm that it was an abnormal behavior. After muttering to himself, Derek seemed to become very tired and quickly fell asleep. But not long after, he suddenly woke up and held a ritual. I suspect that he wasn't conscious at that time and was in a state of being controlled by the mysterious man. By the way, that ritual had the element of a secret deed. Colin pondered for a moment with a solemn expression. Indeed, perhaps he's using this method to communicate with his main body. What's his goal? Why would he spend 42 years peacefully at the bottom of the spire? The Black Shadow naturally couldn't answer this question. It continued. After the ritual, Derek didn't show any abnormal behavior. Does this matter need to be dealt with immediately? If the mysterious man's main body is lured over, we might not be able to deal with him. Chief Colin of the six-member council fell silent for a few seconds. Continue observing. That mysterious man hasn't shown any substantial malice for the time being, so we can't react too intensely. Sai, do you still remember that prophecy? It's almost time for disaster to descend. We're exploring further and further, finding more and more strange ruins, and the things we obtain are getting more and more dangerous. By your will, your excellency, the Black Shadow slowly shrank back into the ground and disappeared. At that moment, in the Berg household, Derek suddenly coughed violently, so much so that his heart felt like it was about to split open. Cough, cough, cough. He crouched down and kept coughing until his throat itched, and he coughed out something. Ha! A translucent object slid down his throat and fell to the ground. It was above the size and thickness of a finger. Some parts of its body were completely transparent, forming circular rings. Derek had seen something similar at the bottom of the spire before, so he was completely certain that he had escaped Amon's influence. He bent down to pick up the translucent bug and finally counted the 12 rings on its body. What's its use? What could it be used for? It seems to be dead. Derek fell into deep thought. In the Winter County in the north of the kingdom of Rouen, a black Gothic cathedral with a pointed roof stood in the snow-covered mountains, occupying an extremely large area. In front of it was a cliff, and it was surrounded by a vast expanse of whiteness. There was no sound at all. This was the headquarters of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, the Cathedral of Serenity, commonly known as the Holy Cathedral. The dark-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell put on a black trench coat and red gloves before walking out of his room. Having successfully advanced and stabilized himself, he still hadn't gotten the chance to participate in the operation. He still had some practice and so-called mysticism lessons. Rounding the corner, Leonard saw a staircase that led downwards. He saw Captain Dunn Smith, who was dressed in a black trench coat and had a pair of dark gray eyes, and Klein Moretti, who had a scholarly air about him, standing there, smiling as they waited. He raised his head slightly and sighed silently. My memory has also become worse. I've forgotten that all of you are no longer around. Leonard retracted his gaze and walked down the staircase to the first floor of the cathedral. He knocked on the door and entered a small room. There were chairs in the room, and a few nighthawks wearing red gloves were sitting there. Leonard casually found a seat and sat down. He smiled and chatted with his friends he knew. After a while, High Deacon Christet Sesamir, whose collar was pulled up high to cover his chin and lips, walked in. He sat at the front and said to everyone, "In today's lesson, I'll tell you some things to take note of. As Red Gloves, you will travel the world, and there is a certain chance that you will encounter dangerous high-sequence beyonders. If they have obvious ill intentions and want to kill you, the only thing you can do is to secretly leave behind traces, allowing subsequent investigators to obtain the corresponding clues. The specific methods are, but most of the time, those high-sequence beyonders might not take action directly. They will use you for various reasons. You have to be sufficiently vigilant and not be deceived. Here are a few scenarios that we have concluded." Sitting at the back, Leonard listened with a smile. He was very focused. His target of revenge was a high-sequence beyonder. The high-ranking deacon, Sesamir, paused for 2 seconds and continued. In the first scenario, some high-sequence beyonders will disguise themselves as hidden existences, using promises and hopes to deceive you into reciting their corresponding descriptions. In the second scenario, some high-sequence beyonders might be imprisoned or sealed. They will disguise themselves as mystical items that can grant wishes, luring you to help them escape. For example, a magic lamp that can grant 3 wishes, or a wishing pool. In the third scenario, a high-sequence potion is called a parasite. They often claim that they have lost their bodies and can only coexist with your spirit body. They can only rely on you and are unable to harm you. Then, they will give you knowledge, formulas, and all sorts of benefits, hoping that you will become stronger and help them reconstruct their bodies or seek revenge. And in fact, the Beyonders that are parasitized will only become their nutrients to continue their lives and state. Chapter 368. The Cathedral of Serenity was especially beautiful under the night sky. It complemented the crimson moon that hung high in the sky, coldly illuminating the land. Leonard entered his single room, took off his 2 red gloves, and threw them on the wooden table. With a sullen expression, he sat in front of the patterned glass window, his back facing the outside as he bathed in the moonlight. After more than 10 seconds of silence, he suddenly said in a very soft voice, almost as though he was gnashing his teeth, "So you're a parasite." Leonard's voice echoed weakly in his ears, suppressing the obvious anger, tension, confusion, and fear. In an instant, a slightly aged voice sounded in his mind. "You can say that. What exactly do you want to do? Parasitize my body and suck my life away? Or wait for me to become stronger and then directly devour my Beyonder characteristic, just like nurturing a humanoid potion?" Leonard's voice was suppressed, but he didn't speak slowly. The slightly aged voice in his mind laughed and said, "I'm your fortuitous encounter. I'm your adventure. Haven't you always thought so? You think that you're unique, one of the protagonists of this great era. Actually, you're not as arrogant as you usually appear. You've always been wary of me. After I taught you the acting method, you didn't put in the effort to figure it out. All you did was try it on the surface, and it took you a long time to digest it. Furthermore, you deliberately hid it and didn't pursue the nightmare potion. When you met the true Creator's Son and suffered a blow, you were willing to advance to Sequence 7. You were so regretful that you nearly hallucinated. Leonard, think about it carefully. Do you think I don't understand the Church of the Evernight Goddess? When I interacted with them, the so-called Chinese wasn't even born yet. Do you think I don't know that the Church of the Evernight Goddess has a certain understanding of parasites? Do you think I wouldn't have thought that the Red Gloves would know some secrets to prevent the infiltration of high-sequence Beyonders? But did I stop you from joining the Red Gloves?" After a brief change in expression, Leonard finally fell silent and didn't say a word. The voice in his head chuckled again. "Do you feel older than your actual age? I don't think so. I can live for at least another 100 years. I'm not in a hurry to take over the host's life. As for your Beyonder characteristic, we aren't even from a similar pathway that can be swapped. Devouring it is equivalent to drinking poison. I'll become half crazy and increase the chances of losing control. Do you think I'll do that? Evernight is in the same category as Giant and Death. As for the Beyonder pathway I'm in, my target is an apprentice, a seer." Leonard looked at his figure illuminated by the crimson moonlight and pondered for a while. "What exactly do you want to do? What is your purpose?" The slightly aged voice in his mind sighed. "Haven't I already told you? I've suffered serious injuries and need a host to slowly recover. Furthermore, I have to hide from a terrifying enemy. The Nighthawks and the Church of the Evernight Goddess are good choices." Leonard raised his head and looked at the ceiling for a few seconds before saying in a deep voice, "That's right. Will you be discovered by an archbishop, a high-ranking deacon, or some sealed artifact?" The slightly aged voice replied leisurely, "If a parasite could be discovered so easily, the high-ranking deacon named Sesamir wouldn't have just given a reminder and not brought you to be inspected. Of course, there are also traces of parasites. The Church of the Evernight Goddess has the means to confirm this, but it's rather complicated and troublesome. It will result in a certain amount of damage and quite a bit of danger. It might even affect their goddess. Therefore, before you become a high-ranking deacon and have the qualifications to participate in the meetings of the Church's top echelons, there's no need to worry about this before you come into contact with certain Grade 0 sealed artifacts. By that time, I should have recovered and embarked on my own journey. Leonard listened with a solemn expression. After a while, he said, "That's right. You have a terrifying enemy? Who is he?" The slightly aged voice chuckled and said, "I don't know his name, but I know his surname. What is it?" Leonard asked. The slightly aged voice suddenly became deep. "Amon, south of the bridge, 46 River Bay Avenue." The hosts who were enjoying their dinner heard the tinkling of the doorbell. The only maid came to the door. Through the peephole above the lock, she saw a policeman in a black and white checkered uniform outside. She opened the door and asked fearfully, "Sir, how can I help you?" This policeman was none other than the disguised Klein. In an attempt to take the initiative to perform, he was confirming if vampire Emlyn White's companions, the people who lived at 48 River Bay Avenue, the ones who had entrusted Stewart with a mission, were law-abiding monsters. Yes, a law-abiding monster. Although this sounds a little wrong and a little funny, it's a reaction of my true thoughts. Klein emphasized in his heart. The police uniform he was wearing was not a custom-made fake. It was a product of ordinary clothes with an illusion effect. A magician had to do what a magician was supposed to do. Klein didn't monitor 48 River Bay Avenue because he believed that Emlyn White's companions had long moved away. As a monster and a non-human race, moving was the most basic thing to do when a companion had been missing for several days. They had to be wary that Emlyn White had been captured by the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or other official Beyonder organizations. They had to assume that he could confess at any time. Therefore, what Klein wanted to do was a questionnaire. He maintained the arrogance of a low-ranking policeman facing ordinary citizens. Without taking off his hat, he raised his chin slightly. "I have something to ask your master." The maid entered the room in a panic and soon returned with a man in his 30s wearing a thick shirt. "Officer, what would you like to ask?" the male host asked nervously. Klein stood at the door and looked inside. "Do you know the occupants of Unit 48? "Yes." The male host was taken aback. "What happened to them?" "They're involved in a case." "You have to tell me everything you know honestly," Klein said with a straight face. His face was also disguised to a certain extent, and he had added some illusion effects to distinguish him from the great detective, Sherlock Moriarty. The male host was immediately enlightened. "It's no wonder they moved away in a hurry more than a month ago. Most of the residents on River Bay Avenue and the surrounding streets know the Whites and their son. He's a handsome young man with a somewhat eccentric personality. Mr. White is an excellent physician, and he's good at using all kinds of medicine and bloodletting." "Bloodletting therapy?" Klein asked in return. "Yes. Although this is considered by many newspapers and magazines to be an ancient medical technique that doesn't have much effect, those who have received Mr. White's treatment have basically recovered. However, Mr. White also said that apart from him, the other doctors' bloodletting treatments are all fraudulent." The male host gave his opinion. "Bloodletting treatments are to accumulate food for themselves, right? The only thing that's really useful is the medicine. This vampire family relies on bloodletting to treat people while receiving food as payment. If there aren't many patients, or if the blood is extremely unhealthy, would they consider going to a distant hospital to steal blood from a blood bottle to drink? Compared to their identities as monsters, they're really law-abiding." Klein nodded in enlightenment. The emotional changes he observed with his spirit vision told him that the other party wasn't lying. Seeing that the officer didn't refute him, the male owner continued, "Mr. White and his wife are both very good and kind people. Although they can't cure those who are really seriously ill, they're already very good doctors for us who live nearby." Jean Leashing said, "Mr. White and his wife are very kind people. Is it because their child, Emlyn, is involved in the case? This young man is too quiet and seems to look down on us. He's always hiding at home, and I have no idea what he's doing. Officer, are you feeling hot? It's so cold outside." "Perhaps it's just because he hides during the day and comes out at night." Klein wiped his sweat and said, "I've been walking around the area for a long time for this case." Following that, according to the questionnaire he had designed, he learned about the Whites and their son from all aspects. He knocked on the door one after another and asked. After summarizing all the answers, he came to the conclusion that the Whites were indeed kind, amiable, and law-abiding. This doesn't seem like a description of vampires. Klein looked up at the crimson moon that pierced through the clouds, intending to make a final confirmation. He dispelled the illusory effects on him and began his divination. After confirming that there was no danger, he circled to the side and climbed into the house at 48 River Bay Avenue. As others didn't know who had captured Emlyn White, they would always be afraid that an official Beyonder would come to visit, but Klein knew what was going on, so he wasn't worried at all that there was a trap. After entering the second floor, he used the moonlight to see that the various rooms were in a mess. Many of the things hadn't been taken away. Through this, it was enough to imagine how hurried the owners had been when they left. In the study, he even found some precious books on herbs. Among them, there was no lack of folk recipes popular in the countryside. As he walked and read, Klein entered a bedroom, and a black shadow entered his eyes. He jumped in fright, thinking that he had been ambushed. He nearly snapped his fingers and lit the matchstick he had thrown outside. Fortunately, there was no attack. The crimson moonlight passed through the window and filled the entire room. Klein finally saw what the black shadows were. They didn't have any spiritual luster, and they were dolls of various sizes. The largest one was only slightly shorter than Klein. It was a girl in a gorgeous dress with lace and ribbons on her sleeves and collar. This female doll was clearly closer to a wax figure. Her facial features were lifelike, and she had blonde hair and red eyes. The smallest one was only the size of a normal person's palm. It was a woman wearing silver full-body armor. She looked valiant and beautiful. As his gaze swept across the dolls, Klein suddenly thought of something. Under Roselle's influence, there were two trends in the development of doll art. One was cute and could change clothes, and the other was more realistic. Klein looked around and couldn't help but click his tongue. These dolls aren't cheap. Chapter 369. After a thorough inspection, Klein confirmed that there was nothing strange about the White family. Furthermore, the couple didn't leave behind a single strand of hair. It was obvious that they were guarding against someone using divination to track them down. He returned to the bedroom, filled with puppets, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. He planned on using divination to make a final confirmation. But before he got down to business, he conjured the female puppet that was almost as tall as him with great interest. Just like how he had divined the mutated sun's sacred emblem in Tinjin City in the past, he picked up a dark red fountain pen and wrote a sentence on the yellowish-brown goat's skin. Its origins. Putting down the fountain pen and holding the piece of paper, Klein leaned back in his chair and recited softly as he slowly adjusted his mind to enter a cogitation state. After a total of 7 times, his eyes darkened as he lowered his eyelids and fell into a deep sleep. In that gray and fragmented world, he saw the puppeteer being abnormally focused on his work. He saw the red-eyed girl being placed in the dollhouse, and he saw Emlyn White take out his wallet without moving his eyes away. Finally, the scene was fixed on the bedroom where Klein was. With his hair combed back diagonally, the handsome but slightly delicate and arrogant vampire, Emlyn White, was sitting by the bed, gazing lovingly at the puppet, as well as the other puppets of different sizes. He's indeed a fan of puppets. Klein opened his eyes and covered his face with his hand. Then, he waved his hand and made the puppets disappear above the gray fog. After doing all of this, he picked up the fountain pen again and wrote a new divination sentence. 48 River Bay Avenue, the scene of people dying in the past 10 years. According to the statements of the residents nearby, the White family hadn't moved here for more than 10 years. Therefore, Klein was able to lock onto a specific area. Furthermore, he believed that if the White family was just a good monster on the surface and had been creating missing persons cases all this time so that they could suck warm and delicious blood, then it was impossible for them to prevent the matter from happening at home. In the long 10 years, there were bound to be a few accidents, as long as they didn't stop. After carefully checking the divination statement, Klein repeated the recitation and cogitation before quickly falling into a dream. In the dusky world, his vision was sometimes pitch black, sometimes snowflakes turned into dots, and sometimes shattered, but nothing appeared. This was the result of the divination. There was nothing, No one had died at 48 River Bay Avenue in the past 10 years. Putting everything together, I can preliminarily determine that the White family is law-abiding vampires who are, at most, petty thieves. Klein looked at the long, mottled bronze table in front of him, enveloped himself with spirituality, and fell into the gray fog. After returning to the real world, he carefully cleaned up the traces he left behind and left 48 River Bay Avenue the way he came. He didn't make a final decision. Instead, he took a detour to the Riverbend police station. While the thieves and drunkards were led inside and handcuffed to the pipes, he easily snuck into the archives and boldly lit the gas lamp inside. Then, Klein found the missing persons records for the past 10 years and flipped through them noisily. From time to time, police officers on duty would pass by outside the door, but there was no light leaking out from the archives. There's nothing suspicious. After an unknown period of time, the Black Glove Klein placed the dossier back in its original spot. Then he turned off the gas lamp, took off his hat in the deep darkness, pressed his hand to his chest, and bowed towards the station's lobby. On the way back to Minsk Street, Klein took a shower, changed his clothes, sat in front of his desk, and spread out the map of Bakelin that he had first bought on the steam locomotive. He first found Rose Street south of the bridge, where the Harvest Church was located. Father Utravsky was the bishop of this church, and he had imprisoned Emlyn White in the basement. Following that, Klein moved his gaze and figured out the names and layout of the surrounding streets. I can't be too impatient or anxious for success in a performance. I have to slowly make the audience immerse themselves. Klein whispered, unfolded the letter, and put down his pen. Dear Detective Stewart, I wonder if you found that Emlyn White? I've been keeping an eye out for you recently. One of my informants told me today that he had seen this person on Tativa Street south of the bridge. Of course, he only said that he looked very similar to the person in the portrait. Putting down his pen, Klein folded the letter neatly and stuffed it into an envelope. He then affixed a black stamp with a penny on it. On the vast Sonia Sea with undulating waves, the Blue Avenger moved forward steadily without the slightest sway. The hanging man, Alger Wilson, sat in the captain's cabin, holding a brass sextant in his hand, but his eyes were closed. Without a sound, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. I finally digested it. Alger opened his eyes and raised his hands, causing blue spots to appear around him. The blue spots converged and turned into a huge wave that swept forward. Alger pressed down with his hands, and the huge wave immediately collapsed, turning into countless raindrops that landed on the deck. After nearly 4 months, his seafarer potion was finally digested. During this period of time, not only did he spend a lot of time at sea to complete the various missions assigned to him by the church, but he also consciously explored new sea routes and searched for islands that had yet to be discovered. After several setbacks, he finally gained something. This spurred on the digestion of the potion, allowing him to basically grasp the principles of a seafarer that belonged to him. The core was to be close to the sea, to be familiar with the information of sea routes and weather, to explore and discover. The usually reserved Alger couldn't help but leave his seat. He paced back and forth in the captain's cabin and thought of the future he desired. Once I obtain the formula for the Wind-Blessed potion and find the corresponding Beyonder ingredients, I'll advance to sequence 6 without the church's knowledge. Then, I'll repeat the same process and strive to become a sequence 5 ocean songster within 3 years. During this process, I have to remain the captain of the Blue Avenger and not enter the complicated interpersonal relationships of the mandated punishers to prevent my secret from being exposed. Once I advance to sequence 5 and gain enough strength, I'll be able to return there in secret. Alger subconsciously looked to his right. His gaze seemed to penetrate the heavy planks of the ship and the vast sea, landing on an ancient and hidden island. Alger wasn't worried about his future advancement within the church. Once he fulfilled his wish, he could go all out to seek an advancement in his position. When the time came, the Sequence 5M would continue to disguise himself as a Sequence 7 and drink another Wind-Blessed potion. This would increase his Beyonder characteristics, increase his strength, and slow down his digestion, but it wouldn't endanger his safety. By the same logic, After completely digesting Sequence 5, he could have another Ocean Songster potion and repeat the normal process. This would only push him closer to losing control, and there was a solution. That was to find a woman to marry and transfer the excess beyond her characteristics to his children. After doing this, I'll be able to reach the level of a cardinal and approach a high sequence beyonder. Such a great era is my opportunity. In Alger's mind, he had already outlined himself wearing a cardinal robe, sitting in the upper echelons of the church, and controlling many mandated punishers. After a moment of reveling in it, he retracted his gaze and regained his rationality. The later steps will be more difficult. Thankfully, I have the tarot gathering and Mr. Fool, although there are dangers lurking in this as well. Any path to improve myself has risks. I have to quickly gather some Roselle diary entries in exchange for a chance to ask questions. I have to figure out what the card in Mr. Fool's hand that only shows its back is. It wasn't there before. Card. Roselle diary. It can't be the item I'm thinking of, right? Alger's eyes narrowed as his pupils shrank. 15 Minsk Street. Klein yawned, switched off the gas lamp, and slipped into bed. He originally had another plan, which was to use divination to roughly grasp the source of the biological poison bottle and obtain the potion formulas for the first 3 sequences of the mutant pathway from the werewolf beyonder characteristic. However, after being busy with Emlyn White's matter all night, he felt a little exhausted. He planned on making another attempt above the gray fog the next day. Just as he lay down and closed his eyes, Klein suddenly felt that something was amiss. This is the instinctive, spiritual intuition of a seer. It's been a few days since I obtained the werewolf beyonder characteristic and the biological poison bottle. It's not like I haven't been in a good mental state, but I've been procrastinating and haven't divined it. This is very abnormal. Klein sat up, thought carefully, and found a similar matter. The first time he met Megos, he had wanted to use his spirit vision to observe her mental state, but he had naturally missed the opportunity because of his momentary daze. Only in the end did he realize that it was because she had an evil god spawn in her belly. His instinctive spiritual intuition as a seer had stopped him without a trace, preventing him from losing control and collapsing on the spot. It's very similar, and it's even more obvious this time. I remember Miss Sharon saying that Rose School's control over its members far exceeds my imagination. Everyone's body and soul seem to be bound by something. This is also the reason why the mutant pathway's sequence information isn't leaked. They believe in the chain god. So, when I use the werewolf beyonder characteristic to divine the corresponding potion formula, it will directly implicate this evil god, bringing about consequences that I'm not willing to bear. Klein thought about it seriously and felt that there was something suspicious about it. Back when I divined the mutated sun's sacred emblem and the ear left behind by the listener, my spiritual intuition didn't stop me. Could it be that the chain god is stronger than the eternal blazing sun and the true creator? Or could it be that his characteristic allows him to restrain the gray fog, allowing him to effectively penetrate it? Of course, the danger could also come from the source of the biological poison bottle. Chapter 370. On a Tuesday morning, the weather remained cold and gloomy, which was common for this season. Klein tightened the collar of his coat, put on his hat, and opened the door. He was going to the mailbox at the end of the street to deliver a letter to Detective Stewart. It wasn't a long journey, so there was no need to dress so neatly and heavily. However, Klein had just recovered from his cold, so to be safe, he wrapped himself up tightly. Perhaps it was because of the strong winds last night, but the air in Bakeland was unexpectedly good. Klein subconsciously slowed down and enjoyed the rare morning. As he passed by the Jurgen house, he heard the creak of the oriel window opening. He instinctively turned his head and looked over. Standing at the window was Mrs. Doris, wearing a black plush hat and a thick grayish-blue scarf. Compared to before, her complexion was a little worse, and her figure was hunched. "Good morning, Detective Moriarty. Thank you for taking care of Brody all this time. He said that you're a good person, right, Brody?" Old Mrs. Doris bent down and picked up the black cat with green eyes. Brody used all 4 of his feet and struggled in her arms. Finally, He jumped down and landed lightly on the windowsill. However, it didn't leave. Instead, it circled around, using its head and body to rub against Mrs. Doris. It didn't even look at Klein. Did a cat give him a good guy card? Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh and said sincerely, "It's a happy thing. And what makes me even happier is that you've finally recovered and been discharged, Mrs. Doris." After exchanging a few pleasantries, he bade farewell and continued walking down the street with a smile. After taking a few steps, he heard Mrs. Doris shout from behind, "When Jurgen comes back, I'll get him to pay you." Do I look like I took on this mission for the money? The smile on Klein's face suddenly froze. He could only turn his body halfway and wave his hand, indicating that he understood. When he was far away from the Jurgen house, his expression gradually turned solemn, and he sighed faintly. He had just activated his spirit vision to look at the color of Mrs. Doris's aura and realized that her condition wasn't good. This was because of her advanced age, as well as the cold weather and terrible air in Bakeland, which had a negative effect on lung diseases. Mrs. Doris should be able to survive this late autumn and winter, but it's hard to say for the next one and the one after that. If she wants to live a few more years, I'm afraid she'll have to move south to the area around Desi Bay. Unfortunately, lawyer Jurgen probably doesn't have the means. I haven't even been to Desi Bay. Klein mumbled, found the mailbox, and stuffed the letter in. This will be the prelude to the performance. In the evening, he would go to the Harvest Church as a detective to make the remaining preparations. After buying a Desi pie for breakfast, Klein returned the way he came, feeling rather relaxed. Before he got close to his house, he saw an elegantly decorated carriage parked outside. Two ladies wearing ribbons and black hats were anxiously ringing the doorbell. Maids and bodyguards were scattered around, as if they were guarding against something. "Mrs. Stellan, Ma and Mary, they have something to entrust me with. They look very urgent." Klein held the paper bag containing the Desi pie, leaned over, and chuckled. "Ma'am, it should be breakfast time." When she turned around and saw that it was Detective Sherlock Moriarty, Ma and Mary heaved a sigh of relief. "Mr. Detective, you have to help me." In Klein's spirit vision, her anxiety, nervousness, and fear weren't fake in the slightest. Therefore, he nodded and pointed to the door. "Let's talk inside." As he spoke, he glanced at his landlady, Stellan, and found that she was in a completely different state from 2 days ago. She had become very depressed and dejected, as if she wasn't interested in anything. What did they encounter? Although the landlady likes to show off a little, she still loves life. Klein took out his key and opened the door. After entering, before he could even sit down, Mom Mary impatiently said, "Detective Moriarty, I received a threatening letter." "A threatening letter?" Klein put down the Desi pie and clasped his hands. "What's the content of the letter?" "Ma." And Mary turned her head to look at Mrs. Stellan. Seeing that she wasn't as enthusiastic as usual, she had no choice but to weigh her words. "That letter requests that I treat the factory's smoke fairly when conducting an atmospheric pollution investigation and affirm their contribution. Otherwise, I'll end up like the doll that came with the letter. The doll's head was removed, and its limbs were broken." Ma and Mary seemed to recall the feeling she had when she opened the letter. With a trembling voice, she said, "This is the first time I've encountered something like this. I don't know if it will become a reality. I didn't know that becoming a member of the investigation committee would require me to bear such a thing. I didn't know, Ma. Perhaps Roselle the Great once said that there are only two extreme forms of hatred between people. One is to murder the other party's parents, and the other is to destroy the other party's ability to earn money." Klein nodded with a serious expression. "My suggestion is to call the police." From his point of view, Ma and Mary was now a member of the kingdom's Atmospheric Pollution Investigation Committee. Her status was completely different from before, and the police definitely wouldn't take the threat she had suffered lightly. Furthermore, this involved the formulation of the kingdom's important policies, so it wasn't an ordinary matter. Therefore, the police department would probably hand the case over to the church's Beyonder organizations, hoping to solve the case as soon as possible. Due to Ma and Mary's identity as a believer of the goddess, the Nighthawks were an inevitable choice. This way, even if Klein wanted to get a share of the reward, he wouldn't be implicated. I've already done that, but it doesn't make me feel at ease. Ma, and Mary pursed her lips and said, "Do you know what they said? They said that the threatening letter was made up of newspaper words, and that the doll was the kind that could be bought anywhere. It would be difficult to find the sender in a short period of time, and they only intend to send one police officer to protect me. Goddess, is this how they treat a helpless citizen's request for help?" Ma, and Mary paused and looked earnestly at Klein. "Detective Moriarty, I believe that you can help me. It's not only because of your performance on that matter, but also because of Mike's approval, Alan's praise, and Talon's praise. And I know that you've made outstanding contributions in that serial murder case. Don't worry, I'll pay you handsomely. Your words make me happy, but something doesn't seem right. Unless the police department has been bribed, they'll likely hand the case over to the Nighthawks. And with beyonder means like divination, there's no way to avoid detection by using a letter made up of newspaper words. The sender has either been caught, or there's a way to interfere with divination. And the latter will cause the Nighthawks to officially intervene on a large scale. Regardless of the situation, it's different from how it's handled now." Klein didn't immediately answer Ma and Mary as he seriously analyzed the abnormality in this matter. The living room immediately became abnormally quiet. The silence made Ma, Mary, and Mrs. Stellan feel inexplicably uneasy. At some point in time, Klein took out a coin and made it roll between his fingers. This seemed to be a habit of his when he was focused on thinking. Suddenly, the coin flew up and landed steadily in the palm of his hand with its back facing up. Klein was surprised. He had divined if there was any danger in this matter, and it turned out that there wasn't. If there really was such a threat, even if the sender didn't have much strength, it could still cause a certain level of danger. It can't be that there's no danger at all. It's just a simple threat? Or, Klein suddenly thought of another possibility as he smiled. He smiled and said, "Mom, Mary, don't be nervous. Go back in peace. If someone comes to you in the next 2 days to discuss this matter in the newspapers, letting the people know the true colors of those factory owners and igniting the anger of the people, then nothing will happen to you." What Klein had just thought of was that the threatening letter was a trap set up by his own people to incite the people and use their anger to smoothly carry out the investigation of the air pollution, allowing the subsequent bill to be beneficial to himself. And this could explain the police department's current reaction. "Why do you say that, Ma?" and Mary asked with a frown. Klein smiled and replied, "That's my reasoning. What if nothing happens in 2 days?" Ma and Mary pressed. "What if nothing happens in 2 days?" Madame Marie asked. "Then I'll provide protection. Then I'll provide protection. It's not like there's any danger," he added inwardly. After comforting Ma and Mary, he went above the gray fog to confirm it and received the same result as before. And at that moment, his Desi pie had already turned cold. Ma and Mary returned home, feeling a little uneasy. She wondered if she should invite Stellan over to stay for a few days to accompany her. At that moment, her butler informed her that the eldest son of Earl Hall, the chief secretary of the National Atmosphere Pollution Council, Mr. Hibbert Hall, was visiting. After both parties entered the living room, before Ma and Mary could say a word, the handsome blonde gentleman spoke first. "Ma and Mary, I've heard of your encounter. Ma and Mary, I've heard of what happened to you. This is a disgrace to Backlund and even the entire kingdom. I'm deeply sorry and sympathetic for this. Don't worry. Everyone in the council will stand with you. Thank you for your concern," Ma and Mary replied gratefully. Hibbert Hall deliberated for a moment. "Madam, I want to find a reporter to cover this matter. I want to tell everyone what happened to you and your despicable actions. I want the people to see how savage the people who polluted Bakeland's air are. There was not the slightest hint of remorse. Please agree to my request." This is exactly as Detective Moriarty described. Lady Mary was speechless for a moment. After breakfast and a short rest, Klein, who had nothing to do, went above the gray fog and prepared to divine the origins of the biological poison bottle. Chapter 371. In the ancient and majestic palace, one stone pillar after another supported the high dome. Klein sat at the end of the long bronze table, holding the translucent brown bottle. He checked it several times, but he didn't sense any danger. Let's begin. He conjured a pen and paper and wrote down the divination statement. Its source. Putting down the fountain pen and mentally preparing himself for a critical hit, Klein stared at the paper and the biological poison bottle. He leaned back in his chair and began chanting in cogitation. Soon, he entered a hazy dream and saw a dark but spacious room. King cobras, black widow spiders, and other animals hung in the room. There were also many strange plants placed in a messy and terrifying manner. A stern-looking middle-aged man in a white coat stood in front of the long table in the middle. He threw snake gallbladders, spider venom glands, and other items into the black pot that hung from the ceiling. In the end, he even put in a few items that had a strong spiritual luster. For example, a lung-shaped object that would occasionally dissipate into black gas and condense into a dark green substance. Another example was a tube of clear blue liquid, and another example was a fiery red. The air around the black pot gradually became viscous. They gathered in the middle, but they were constantly pushed away, making it difficult for them to do as they wished. When a middle-aged man in the white coat saw this scene, he slowly frowned, his expression vaguely anxious. He flipped through the black notebook beside him, gritted his teeth, and used a ritual silver dagger to slit his wrist. Drops of bright blood fell into the black pot, and as if it had a life of its own, it suddenly produced a terrifying suction force, sucking in all the viscous air around it. It also sucked in all the scarlet blood that had yet to leave his wrist. That wasn't the end. No matter how the middle-aged man in the white coat struggled to resist, or how terrified he was, he couldn't help but approach the pot. His body was stretched, and his head was compressed. Amidst his tragic cries, he was eaten by the pot bit by bit. The specimens hanging around, the plants, everything that could move flew into the iron pot. The brown mist suddenly filled the room, quietly flowing and rippling. When everything was over, the entire room was empty, leaving only the translucent brown bottle lying quietly in the middle of the empty space. The scene quickly faded, and the dream quickly shattered. Klein opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "So the biological poison bottle is the product of a suicidal experiment. I thought it was a beyonder characteristic left behind by a rampager. If that's the case, I could divine the formula." To Klein, the spirituality and beyonder characteristics of a rampager, as well as the spirituality and beyonder characteristics corrupted by an evil god, could be used to divine a formula, just like the all-black I left behind by Nimblewright Master Rosago. This was because he had the gray fog to cut off the connection and this mysterious space to eliminate the negative effects. He had plenty of means to court death. Of course, there were too many additional factors mixed into a beyonder characteristic. In theory, it was possible, but the chances of failure were extremely high. Klein only felt confident after advancing to magicians. Similarly, sealed artifacts formed from similar beyonder characteristics could also be used to divine the potion formula. However, if they were to be used as the main ingredients and only become a mystical item through the creation of artisans or other beyonders or through some dangerous experiments, then Klein's current divination skills would be useless. Even with the enhancement of the mysterious space above the gray fog, it wouldn't work. Not bad. At least I don't have to worry about the hidden dangers of the biological poison bottle. Klein glanced at the fangs of the werewolf and rationally gave up his curiosity. In Queens, Earl Hall's luxurious villa, Audrey continued to study psychology. By her feet, Susie, the big golden retriever, was squatting there. Her eyes were bright and full of expression. She wagged her tail from time to time, as if she was enjoying it very much. Escalante, the psychologist, finished the introductory part and pretended to casually mention, "Actually, there's another theory. It believes that humans will inherit a certain amount of consciousness from their ancestors and past generations, thus forming the underlying logic of their own behavior. For example, although many people have never seen a venomous snake before, as long as they encounter it, they will instinctively feel fear and want to avoid it. Why is that? This is the feeling that we inherited from our ancestors, hidden in the deepest depths of our consciousness. In ancient times, people constantly fought with venomous snakes and all kinds of ferocious animals. Gradually, this memory was engraved in their consciousness and passed down. Then how is it passed down? Audrey asked with interest. Escalante, whose hair reached her waist, laughed. That's a very good question. The explanation given by some people is that everyone's consciousness is actually connected at the lowest level. It's one, and the traces and characteristics left behind here will affect one's own consciousness. For example, the lowest level of consciousness is like a boundless ocean, and each of our unique consciousnesses are islands in the ocean. This place can be divided into two parts. Hidden under the water is a larger and larger subconscious, and exposed on the surface of the ocean is a surface consciousness that can usually be detected. This is part of the theoretical foundation of the school of psychology. Audrey glanced at Susie and stroked the golden retriever on her neck. So, we can use the sea that is connected to each other to influence the consciousness of others and achieve the goal of treating certain mental illnesses. This is the mysticism, foundation, and beyonder powers of a psychiatrist. But it doesn't seem to be enough. There's still something missing. For example, the sky above us, the sky that envelopes everything. Audrey thought with a confused and curious expression. You are indeed very talented in this area. Escalante praised in pleasant surprise. But we can only influence the surrounding sea, and through it, we can influence people who approach. If we were to rashly venture deep and explore the deep sea, it's very easy to lose ourselves. She looked up at the gorgeous and complicated clock on the wall and smiled. Time's up. Today's lesson is over. Miss Audrey, if you're interested in this school of psychology, let's continue chatting next time. All right. Audrey stood up and bowed. As she watched her leave, she nodded thoughtfully. Escalante doesn't seem like a real psychiatrist. At most, she's like me, a telepathist. Was she talking about the theoretical foundation of psychological alchemy? They sure are patient. Why haven't they recruited me into the society yet? As Audrey was lost in her thoughts, Susie said happily, Audrey, I feel like she's the same kind of person as us. Audrey, I feel like she's the same kind of person as us. No, the same kind of dog. No, that's not right either, woof. Susie, who only had a basic grasp of human language, fell into chaos. She couldn't find the right words to describe her feelings. South of the bridge, Rose Street, outside the Harvest Church, Klein, who was dressed normally, looked up at the sacred emblem of life on the outer wall. He held his cane, walked up the steps, and stepped through the door. The first thing he had to do was confirm the situation. Only by doing so could he perform better, so as to cleverly rescue the vampire Emlyn White without arousing suspicion. Then, as the detective who provided the clues, he would receive the gratitude of the White family and the applause of the audience. This would be an interesting performance. The Harvest Church wasn't big, and it only had a prayer hall. Klein found a seat by the aisle, took off his hat, and looked ahead. Bishop Utravsky was preaching. His height of more than 2 meters and his loose priest robe couldn't conceal his burly physique, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. However, his expression was abnormally gentle, filled with praise and gratitude for life. In front of such a priest, no one dared to make a racket. The few believers listened quietly, occasionally making the unique prayer gestures of the Church of Earth Mother. Klein carefully observed and waited patiently, neither arrogant nor rash. With the end of the sermon, he held his cane and prepared to get up for the follow-up. At this moment, a man wearing the priest robe of the Church of Earth Mother entered the room at the back of the church. He looked to be in his late 20s. He had black hair, red eyes, a high-nosed bridge, and thin lips. He was handsome, but not masculine enough. He was none other than Emlyn White. Klein's mouth gaped open bit by bit, almost unable to close it. Isn't this fellow supposed to be locked up in the basement? Didn't he keep shouting that he had to adhere to his beliefs and not submit to Bishop Utravsky's thoughts? Emlyn White distributed the items related to Holy Communion to the believers before finally stopping in front of Klein. Klein's thoughts raced as he immediately suppressed his voice. "You're Emlyn White, right? Your parents entrusted my friend to find you. Why are you here? Did something happen to him? Do you need help?" Emlyn White's characteristic arrogance disappeared as he revealed a smile that was only slightly better than crying. "There's no need. I'll be home soon." He pursed his lips, shook his head, and forced a smile. "I'm already a believer of Earth Mother. No priest." This answer was completely out of Klein's expectations. He was momentarily at a loss for a response. All he could do was shout in his mind. "Hey, back at the Harvest Church, you firmly said that you worshiped the moon and would never change your faith to Earth Mother. How long has it been since then? Isn't this too fast? Where's your persistence? Where's your integrity?" My carefully prepared performance was forced to end before it even began. This doesn't make sense." Klein opened his mouth and suddenly realized something was amiss. "Why is Emlyn White telling me about changing my faith? I'm just a detective who happened to discover him while passing by. He wants me to pass this message to his parents? Is there another meaning hidden in this?" Just as Klein was guessing the reason, Emlyn White put away his worries and smiled smugly. "Mr. Detective, you don't need to act. Or should I call you the new owner of the Master Key?" Chapter 372. I've been recognized. Klein was alarmed and nearly entered a state of combat. Even without activating his spirit vision, he could tell from Emlyn White's tone and words that he wasn't lying. He was very confident, very certain. Just as he tensed up, Klein suddenly thought of a question. Why should I be worried about this? Immediately after, he answered his own question in his mind. It doesn't matter if I've been recognized. The situation now is different from 2 months ago. I once panicked because of Ambassador Bakerland's matter in front of the official monitors. I ran around, trying my best to grab at any straw. During this process, I came into contact with the Beyonder Circle and even became a Beyonder. It's quite possible. Therefore, even if my identity as a Beyonder is exposed, they won't think too deeply about it and dig up my past. Furthermore, Detective Eichinger Stanton is most likely a Beyonder, and he maintains a relatively good relationship with the police and the official organizations. He had vaguely guessed that I'm one of them and gently tried to rope me in. In this regard, I can barely be considered a peripheral member of the officials. If something really happens, it's not certain that I'll be arrested. More importantly, I've already made my current image deeply ingrained in people's hearts. I'm not afraid of a wanted poster in my photo. If the situation doesn't look right, I can directly give up 15, Minsk Street, and my identity as Sherlock Moriarty. So, what do I have to worry about? Yes, before I came, I did a divination, and the revelation was that there's almost no danger. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein's constricted pupils, slightly changed expression, and ready state all relaxed, as if the other party was talking about today's weather. Seeing his normal expression, Emlyn White raised his eyebrows, took a few steps to the side, squeezed past him, and slowly sat beside him. The vampire looked at Bishop Utravsky, who was leading the believers in the Holy Communion ritual, and chuckled. "Mr. Detective, aren't you afraid that I'll go to the police station and shout that you're a Beyonder?" Klein also looked ahead without turning his head. "I'll follow you and shout that it's a vampire. Come on, let's hurt each other. I'm not afraid of you." Emlyn White's expression stiffened as he raised his right index finger. "Sanguine, noble sanguine. Understand?" Without waiting for Klein to speak, seeing that Bishop Utravsky was focused on the Holy Communion ritual, Emlyn White chuckled. "No matter what, I'm finally free." I pretended to submit and told the old man that I was willing to convert to Mother Earth and deeply repent of what I had done. Although I didn't know what I had to repent for, I had no problem putting on a show. That old man actually believed me just like that and was very happy. He let me out on the spot and made me a priest here. He told me that if I could memorize the Church of Earth Mother's Holy Bible, he would let me go home. Haha, this kind of old fellow whose brain is full of muscles and who has become stupid from religious beliefs is really easy to deceive. Gullible? Klein turned his head to look at the smug vampire and said, "There's no need to worry about that. Father Utravsky used to be a pirate, and he's probably killed more people than your father has saved. Most pirates don't trust their companions, and they're full of deceit and betrayal. To be able to become a relatively successful and surviving pirate, even if Father Utravsky isn't good at using his brain, he's definitely not someone who's easy to deceive. Seeing Emlyn White's look of disbelief and about to retort, he stroked the tip of his cane and leisurely added, "The priest has a powerful sealed artifact called the mental terror candle. Father has a powerful sealed artifact called the mental terror candle. It allows the wielder to enter the deepest depths of the target's mind. There, no one can lie. Besides, this is only one of its uses. I don't know if it has any other abilities." Emlyn gradually froze as his eyes slowly lost focus. After more than 10 seconds, he muttered with a pale face, "When I said that I was willing to convert, that old man came in with a lantern. When I said I was willing to change my faith, the old man came in with a lantern. There's a candle inside the lantern, but I didn't get a good look at the candle." Klein turned his head and looked at Emlyn White with pity. "Perhaps Father Utravsky used it to plant a hint in you, making you gradually and completely believe in Mother Earth." The corners of Emlyn's mouth twitched, revealing a smile that was comparable to a zombie. "I didn't feel anything at all. It shouldn't be like what you said. Besides, aren't my parents coming soon? They can use ordinary people to accuse the priest of forcefully detaining me, making him choose between the reputation of the Church of Earth Mother or letting me go. Isn't this a great idea?" Klein maintained his sympathetic gaze as he clasped his hands and placed them in front of his mouth and nose, looking like he was seriously repenting. "If I were Father Utravsky, I'd choose to call the police and let them clarify the situation. Do you think the one who will suffer in the end will be a bishop with legal qualifications to preach, or a vampire?" Sanguine. Emlyn White's facial muscles seemed to spasm. He clenched his fist and punched the back of the chair in front of him. "I can wait. Once I memorize the Holy Bible, I'll ask the old man to let me go. He's a truly pious person. He won't go back on his word." Klein didn't turn his head as he laughed. "I've been to 48 River Bay Avenue. Your parents have already moved away. Of course, not only will they move away, but they'll also move to a place I don't know," Emlyn White replied without hesitation. Klein added in a rather relaxed tone, "They moved away in a hurry. They didn't take many things with them. For example, the things in your room." Emlyn White's expression immediately became extremely interesting. He opened his mouth, stood up abruptly, squeezed past Klein, and rushed towards Bishop Utravsky, who was in front of the sacred emblem of life. "Father, Bishop, I want to go home. I want to go home. I want to go home." Emlyn shouted loudly. Seeing that there were still believers who hadn't completed the Holy Communion ritual, Father Utravsky didn't respond. All he did was calmly look at the pitiful vampire. Emlyn suddenly shut his mouth and became quiet. He paced back and forth, looking extremely anxious. Klein smiled as he got up, picked up his cane and hat, and strolled along the aisle to the front row of the cathedral's prayer hall. After the Holy Communion ritual ended, he walked to Father Utravsky's side and said with a serious expression, "Bishop, I don't know why you let Emlyn stay here, nor do I wish to know. Bishop, I don't know why you let Emlyn stay here, nor do I wish to know. I only know one thing. His parents entrusted me to bring him back. If this giant-like priest easily agrees to my request, then I can only light some candles for Emlyn. No, from today onwards, he'll definitely hate candles. I'll have a moment of silence." Klein thought to himself. Father Utravsky looked down at them and replied with a gentle expression, "Emlyn can go home at any time." Klein glanced at Emlyn White, raised his right hand, and tapped his chest. He originally wanted to tap 4 times clockwise to form the crimson moon, but in the end, he forced himself to draw the triangular, sacred emblem. He originally wanted to tap 4 times clockwise to form the crimson moon, but in the end, he forced himself to draw the triangular sacred emblem. Emlyn felt rather uneasy under his gaze. Without a word, he rushed straight to the cathedral's entrance and successfully left. Klein followed behind him at a steady pace. He was in no hurry. After jogging forward for a while, Emlyn suddenly slowed down and said in a daze, "I feel like I'm beginning to miss the Harvest Church. I miss the feeling of reciting the Holy Bible, and I miss the sacred emblem of life." I want to do some cleaning and cleaning. I just need to do it for an hour. An hour. This hint is even more vicious than I imagined. No matter where this vampire goes, he has to report to the Harvest Church every day. Forced labor for an hour? Actually, it's still all right. At the very least, I didn't forcefully use a hint to change Emlyn's faith. It's still a form of respect for him. Why did I use the word respect? That candle's name is Mental Nightmare. It's said to come from a dragon. The spectator pathway is quite terrifying. Klein nodded his cane. Do you need me to remind you of anything? No need. Emlyn's expression warped as he said angrily, I'll resist this feeling. I want to move to Mid-Seashire, to Faceac. I don't believe that I'll want to return once I leave Bakeland. He gritted his teeth and suddenly exhaled. Let's take a carriage back to River Bay Avenue. All right, Klein replied indifferently. After a few steps, Emlyn stopped a rental carriage. Just as he was about to board the carriage, his back suddenly stiffened for 2 seconds. Then, he said in a very low voice, so low that even Klein almost couldn't hear him, I don't have any money with me. I do. Klein smiled. Emlyn didn't say another word as he entered the carriage. Klein sat opposite him, and after the carriage began moving, he asked in thought, what happened? Your father is a doctor? He has an outstanding pharmaceutical level. Although Emlyn was listless, he habitually raised his chin. This is the innate ability of us vampires. The most outstanding potion masters are all vampires. Is that so? Klein muttered to himself. No one knew what he was thinking. Emlyn fell silent for a moment. Remember to write to your friend and tell him I'm back on Bayou Avenue and my parents will be looking for me. Okay, Klein replied succinctly. Nearly 20 minutes later, the carriage drove into River Bay Avenue and stopped in front of the house at Unit 48. After paying the bill, Klein alighted from the carriage and saw Emlyn White looking in the direction of the bedroom with an abnormally excited expression. The vampire restrained his emotions and pressed his hand to his chest at Klein, bowing deeply. No matter what, I have to thank you. Klein immediately smiled. There's no need to thank me. I'll claim the reward for finding you, as well as the fare from before from your parents. Also, you have to concoct medicine with beyonder effects to help me treat a patient. Chapter 373. Bounty, transportation fees, medicine with beyonder effects. Emlyn White couldn't react for a moment. This was not the answer he had expected. Where's your gentlemanly demeanor? The vampire thought in a daze. As a detective, accounting is a must. Besides, you've delayed my trip to the Quelli Club. I wonder what the limited supply is for the next 2 days. Klein looked at Emlyn White and lampooned half-jokingly. After a few seconds, Emlyn forced a smile. I need to see the patient before I can formulate a suitable medicine. Judging from his tone, he sounds very confident. Klein nodded thoughtfully. He immediately thought of a question. The White family seems to be outstanding potion scholars. If I'm really injured or poisoned, I can come to them for treatment. Wouldn't the apothecary formula that I spent so much effort to obtain from Father Utravsky be useless? I don't need to train another assistant who's good at healing. Things change faster than plans. However, it wasn't considered a waste. He had already recovered the cost from Miss Magicians. As long as a formula existed, it would always be valuable. Also, the White family will definitely leave River Bay Avenue and hide their identities again. I might not be able to find them. It's not that convenient. No, before the mental terror candle's hint is resolved, I should be able to wait for Emlyn White at the Harvest Church. Thinking of this, Klein took off his hat and bowed. No problem. I'll take you there when the time comes. I won't take up any more of your time. Emlyn White's expression changed as he hesitantly said, That's right. If you can remove the influence of the mental terror candle, you will receive more rewards. And he paused, raised his chin, and said, And the friendship of the vampires. I'm a magician. I have the brooch of sun and the biological poison bottle. My usage of the body of heart and mind is limited to mediumship. What can I do? Among the people I know, only Miss Justice is close, but she's only a sequencate, a telepathist, unless you change your faith to the fool that doesn't belong to this era. Then we can study how to use the knowledge recorded in the Book of Secrets and use the corresponding ritual to help you resolve this problem. Speaking of which, Vampires seem to be worshippers of the primordial moon, very similar to the Shaman King and the rest. The ancient god recorded in the City of Silver, the vampire ancestor, Lilith, couldn't be the primordial moon, right? Klein smiled as his thoughts wandered. I'll keep an eye out for a solution. Emlyn White nodded and didn't say anything else. He eagerly turned around and rushed to the door. If it weren't for the coachman still nearby, he would have spread his black bat wings and soared to the second floor. Klein laughed and shook his head wistfully. He took the rental carriage from before to the steam subway station not far away, and after a few twists and turns, he returned to 15 Minsk Street in Sherwood Borough. Before entering, Klein, who had already formed a habit, opened the letterbox to check if there was a letter. To his surprise, there really was a letter. The letter didn't have a stamp on it, and it was addressed to Detective Sherlock Moriarty. It was signed by Jurgen Cooper. Lawyer Jurgen? Puzzled, Klein picked up the envelope and tore it open. Under the light of the street lamp, he saw a piece of paper and 2 bills inside. The 2 bills were in denominations of 1 soldi and 5 soldi, a total of 6 soldi. During this period of time, I've fed the cat 3 times. The agreement was 2 soldi each time. Enlightened, Klein opened the door and lit the gas lamp. Unfolding the letter, he found that there wasn't much content on it, and Jurgen's handwritten words were as meticulous, serious, and reserved as he was. Dear Detective Moriarty, thank you for taking care of Brody during this period of time. This is the reward you deserve. I rang the doorbell twice and found that you weren't home. I had no choice but to put the reward in an envelope and put it in your letterbox. If I hadn't done this, I might not have had the time to come again until tomorrow evening. That would have missed the verbal agreement. My grandmother promised that it would be tonight. As a lawyer, I value the validity of verbal contracts and hope that they can be strictly fulfilled. Finally, thank you again. Jurgen Cooper. Mr. Lawyer, your gratitude is really dry and meaningless. It's not as good as Brody's. Your explanation of your actions is very detailed. It's really the standard Jurgen style. Besides, what letterbox? If I were on Earth, before I transmigrated, I wouldn't have looked at the letterbox downstairs for months. Klein smiled as he folded the bills and put them in his pocket. Then, he took out the letter and wrote to Detective Stewart. After the greetings at the beginning, he carefully wrote, I found Emlyn White at the Harvest Church near Tativa Street. It's a very small church that belongs to the Church of Earth Mother. It's rare in Rouen. Emlyn White claimed that he had chosen to leave home due to certain matters. Later, he was taken in by the bishop of the Harvest Church and lived there, becoming a Klein thought for a moment and wrote down the word volunteer. Then, he said succinctly, that's right. After my persuasion, he has returned to 48 River Bay Avenue, but he might come to the Harvest Church to do some volunteer work. After he finished writing, Klein read through the letter. He then put down the pen and folded the letter neatly. He flipped through the envelope, but he didn't paste the corresponding stamp on it. He planned on hiring someone to deliver it to Stewart's house the next day. If he were to use the kingdom's postal system, even if he placed a letter in the mailbox now, it would only be picked up the next day. After that, there would still be the process of sorting and delivery. Therefore, even though they were both in the royal capital of Bakeland, Stewart would only be able to see the letter the day after tomorrow before he could inform the Whites. As for Emlyn White, he was now penniless and only had a doll. This is also to receive his remuneration as soon as possible. Klein chuckled, cleared the coffee table, and returned to the second floor to brush his teeth and take a bath. On Wednesday morning, after spending 2 soldi to hire a rental carriage driver to deliver the letter, Klein bought some of the main ingredients for Desi's seafood rice and planned on making egg fried rice that day. Thinking of the white rice, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. After spending a certain amount of time and going through all kinds of trouble in the kitchen and utensils, he finally made a pot of fragrant egg fried rice. It was paired with cured meat and black tea, and he nearly burst into tears as he ate it. What a nostalgic and touching taste. After finishing 2 large plates of egg fried rice, Klein slumped into a chair and rubbed his stomach. In the case of Emlyn White, because the other party didn't play by the rules, his performance had ended before it truly began. He didn't achieve his desired goal, so he could only find another opportunity to take the initiative to perform. In this regard, Klein didn't gain anything. Failure was also an experience. This at least made him understand one thing. Unlike ordinary magicians, my performance not only has assistants, but also enemies and participants. Their reactions and choices will also affect the development of the matter. I have to consider these factors in advance. This can also be considered a lesson. It's better to be taught a lesson on such trivial matters than to be taught a lesson on certain important matters. Klein looked at the empty plate in front of him and thought about what other performances he could take the initiative to do. After serious consideration, he realized that there wasn't one. Of course, it wasn't that there was absolutely none, but it wasn't suitable for him to do it now. For example, the evil spirit in the fourth epic's Tudor dynasty ruins. Klein had always wanted to deal with it, but even with Sharon, who had the scarlet lunar corona, and Merrick, who had obtained the remnant characteristic of a wraith who had lost control, he didn't think that they could fight a high-sequence monster. They might even die without knowing how they died. Taking the initiative to perform isn't equivalent to courting death. It's not equivalent to risking my life to perform. Klein warned himself. There was another thing he wanted to do, but he didn't think there was any chance. That matter was to find the strange child, Septon, who had brought bad luck to Surgeon Allen. Klein had always been interested in the tarot cards in Septon's hand, wanting to confirm if it was a mystical item. Unfortunately, this matter had already been taken over by the Nighthawks, and Klein didn't really want to get involved in the actions of his former colleagues. When Dr. Allen is resting, I'll go to the Quelag Club to inquire about the progress and then decide what to do. Klein's thoughts quickly took shape. As far as he knew, Dr. Allen was usually free on Friday afternoons and Sundays, and he would go to the Quelag Club to play tennis. And just now, Klein had also confirmed one thing through today's Bakelum Morning Post. There would be a Beyonder gathering convened by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom tomorrow night. For the time being, I can't sell the werewolf Beyonder characteristic or the biological poison bottle. I can't even find someone to make the former into a mystical item. The high-sequence Beyonders of Rose School are definitely still active nearby. They must be filled with anger and can't wait to find and tear apart Sharon, Merrick, and their helpers. I have to keep a low profile in this area for the time being. Klein picked up a napkin, wiped his mouth, and began clearing the table. He had originally wanted to rest today and spend the day leisurely at the Quelag Club without taking the initiative to perform. However, he remembered that Amon's avatar had discovered the gray fog and attempted to infiltrate it. He also remembered the role that the Book of Secrets had played in that crisis. Thus, Klein lit the fireplace in the activity room and brought the Book of Secrets back to the real world. Then, he focused on reading, pondering over it, and taking notes. Of course, he would burn the corresponding notes above the gray fog afterward. Before he knew it, it was already noon, and he suddenly heard the doorbell ring. After hiding the Book of Secrets, Klein entered the living room and went straight to the door. The visitor was Detective Stewart, who had a thin face and a beard. He looked at Klein with great reverence and excitement and couldn't wait to praise him. "You really are a great detective with rich resources and channels. You were able to solve such a case without any clues so quickly." Chapter 374. No, it's just good luck. It's just that God is blessing me. Klein modestly made way and invited Stewart in. What he said was actually the truth. This matter was indeed due to good luck. Long before the other party took on the mission, he had already known where Emlyn White was. As Stewart took off his tweed coat and hat, he hung them on the shelf in the foyer and said with a shiver, "This darn weather is getting colder. This damn weather, it's getting colder and colder. Maybe I should try those cotton stuff coats. You can't call this cold, right? Go north of Mid-Seashire and stay in Winter County for a day. You'll understand what true low temperatures and true winter are," Klein chuckled. Immediately after, he generously asked a question. "A cup of hot coffee? That's exactly what I'm hoping for." Stewart followed him to the activity room on the first floor. "I've been to the north of Mid-Seashire, so I know about the low temperatures and heavy snow there. It was a rather wonderful vacation, but Backlund's cold isn't bad either. It's like magic penetrating my clothes and seeping into my bones. Oh, a fireplace that makes one want to praise. Stuart stood in front of the burning charcoal fireplace for a full 20 seconds before sitting on the sofa. He looked at Klein, who was busy brewing instant coffee. I plan on going south for a New Year's holiday to Desi Bay to fish. What about you? What vacation plans do you have? We endured the air of Bakelin for a year and worked hard to save up money for such a vacation. Perhaps it's also to Desi Bay, Klein said hesitantly. He looked sideways at Stuart's face, his expression momentarily a little dazed. This was related to a promise, an agreement with his brother, Banson, and his sister, Melissa. Ha! I'll show you my sea fishing skills, Stuart chattered. We still don't have enough money. Otherwise, we would really want to go to Fasak, Intis, or even the southern continent. Klein finished brewing the coffee and handed the white porcelain cup to him. He took 2 steps back and sat opposite him. Stuart held the cup and took 2 deep breaths of the warm, fragrant air. After a few seconds, he put down the cup and said very formally, "According to our agreement, I will share the reward I received this time with you. Mr. and Mrs. White gave you 50 pounds altogether, and you obviously contributed more than I did. Sherlock, how about 30 pounds? I still have to pay my informants for their hard work." "Only 50 pounds? A vampire is only worth 50 pounds? Klein could not help but curse in his heart. However, he also knew that it wasn't that the Whites didn't want to increase the reward. They were probably worried that if they gave too much money, it would scare the detectives and make them have unnecessary associations, which would then attract the attention of the police or some official organizations. To an ordinary private detective, a 50-pound mission was tempting enough. Back when Klein hired someone to investigate all the houses with red chimneys in Tingen City and the small towns in the suburbs, he had only spent about 7 pounds. In addition, Mr. and Mrs. White also gave you an extra pound, saying that it's your fare for the next few days. Stuart took out 6 5-pound notes and 1 1-pound note with slight doubt. Klein took it and casually checked its authenticity. He didn't explain about the fare. Stuart didn't ask any further. He smiled and said, "Other than Mr. Stanton, you're the most outstanding detective I've ever met. Did you enter the profession halfway, or did you learn from a great detective in the past? Which detective did he learn from? That's a lot. What Sherlock Holmes? What Hercule Poirot? What 10,000-year primary school student? What swindler in the name of his grandfather?" Klein silently lampooned. He thought for a moment. "I'm from Mid-Seashire. I did a lot of work in the early days before I became a detective. That's why you're so knowledgeable," Stuart said in realization. "Hey, your flattery is making me a little embarrassed." Klein smiled but did not respond. Stuart took a sip of coffee and said, "Sherlock, if I encounter a difficult case that I can't solve in the future, I hope I can ask you for help. My connections in the detective world have also been established." Klein replied cautiously, "That's right. At that time, if I'm free." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Stuart tactfully bade farewell. Klein walked him all the way to the lobby. After putting on his coat and hat, Stuart was about to open the door when he suddenly turned around and said sincerely, "Sherlock, you're too simple. Your talent deserves better coffee." "Ah." Klein was taken aback at first before he felt a little awkward. He laughed dryly. "I can't tell the difference between good and bad coffee. It's all the same to me." After sending Stuart off, Klein went out and bought a few beef bones and some beef from a butcher's shop. He also went to a vegetable shop to buy radishes and other ingredients, as well as the corresponding seasonings. He wanted to prepare beef bone radish soup for dinner to accompany the remaining rice. As for lunch, he found a random restaurant on the street and had a lamb chop. In the leisurely afternoon, Klein continued studying the Book of Secrets. The more he read, the more he felt that he knew too little about mysticism. Thankfully, he had a solid foundation, and he could quickly grasp many things the moment he came into contact with it. In the evening, he caught a whiff of the alluring fragrance of the beef bone radish soup. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down twice. He heard the doorbell again, and it was like a bugle call for dinner. Gulping a mouthful of saliva, Klein walked to the back of the door and reached out to grab the handle. The visitor's appearance naturally appeared in his mind. It was none other than the handsome, but not masculine red-eyed vampire, Emlyn White. "There's no need to rush me. He's a guy who keeps his word." Klein opened the door and smiled. "Good evening, Mr. White." Emlyn lifted his chin, letting his impatience show. Just as he was about to speak, Klein sized up the brown priest robe he was wearing and revealed a knowing smile. "You just came from the Harvest Church? Who said that he could last night?" Emlyn immediately couldn't maintain his gentlemanly demeanor. He gritted his teeth and said, that old man. Damn it, how do I get rid of that darn hint?" Without waiting for Klein's reply, he patted the clothes on his chest and pulled a long face. "Take me to the patient. A sumptuous dinner is waiting for me." As he spoke, he sniffed indiscernibly, as if he had smelled something. Klein didn't say anything else as he took his coat and hat. "All right, I'll take you there now." After closing the door and taking a few steps, he cautiously asked, "Do you have a medical license?" How else could he convince Lawyer Jurgen to allow Mrs. Doris to take the medicine? Emlyn looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle. "I don't need that kind of document to prove my ability." Before Klein frowned, he nonchalantly added, "You're right. It's too simple. I just had to deal with it, and I got it." "You sound like you're quite proud of your medical license." Klein smiled but didn't say anything. Emlyn looked at the wet ground in front of him and casually said, "That's right. Do you know what I like most about Bakeland?" "What?" Klein asked curiously. Emlyn chuckled. "The sky is gloomy for a long period of time, and the fog that obscures the sun. So even if I go out during the day, I won't feel too uncomfortable. This is great, except for the bad air." In other words, vampires would really be harmed by sunlight? Thankfully, I considered this yesterday and deliberately didn't bring the sun brooch. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to communicate with Emlyn. Klein seemed to understand something. As they spoke, they arrived outside Jurgen's house. Klein stepped forward and rang the doorbell. After a while, the door opened, and Mrs. Doris, who was also dressed thickly at home, said in surprise, "Detective, are you here as a guest?" The black cat, Brody, silently squatted by the side as he warily looked at Emlyn, as though he felt that something was amiss. Klein pointed at the vampire beside him. "I got to know a new doctor who's good at treating lung diseases, so I specially invited him to take a look at you. This is Dr. Emlyn White." "Is that so? You still remember this matter? What good children you are." Doris cheerfully invited them to come in. "Child." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched, but he didn't say a word in the end. On the way into the living room, Emlyn lowered his voice and said to him, "This patient's problem is irreversible. This patient's problem is irreversible. She is very old, and her body is quite weak. Even if I give her the medicine, she'll only be able to survive this winter at best. She'll pass away in 3 to 5 years. Unless there's the legendary immortality potion or something similar, this is the only way. Or turn her into a sanguine. But at her age, she can no longer withstand the changes a beyonder characteristic will bring to her body. Besides, my parents and I don't have any additional characteristics." "Irreversible?" Klein was taken aback as he sighed silently. He said to Emlyn, "Concoct the medicine for her first. Let's concoct the medicine for her first. We'll talk about it after this winter." "All right, I have a finished medicine that's suitable for this situation." Emlyn sat down on the sofa without standing on ceremony. At this moment, Jurgen took off his apron and came out of the kitchen. He asked Klein the reason for his visit. "Dr. White, what do you think of my grandmother's lung disease?" Jurgen asked solemnly. Emlyn was clearly very good at such situations. He first explained his understanding of lung diseases, and, after making Jurgen dizzy, he said, "What she needs the most is warm and healthy air. What she needs most is warm and healthy air. This is my most sincere advice. In addition, I have a special medicine that you can try for free." As he spoke, he took out his physician's license and a small metal bottle. "Will there be any side effects?" Jurgen asked cautiously. "No. The only problem is that it can't cure the problem at all. It's only a temporary cure," Emlyn replied in a very professional manner. "If it weren't for Detective Moriarty, I wouldn't have let anyone try it out. Perhaps we can give it a try?" "Ahem," Mrs. Doris interrupted. Jurgen glanced at Klein, and the latter, who had done a divination beforehand, gave an affirmative nod. "All right." Jurgen finally made his decision. He watched warily as Mrs. Doris drank the bottle of medicine, carefully observing her reaction. Mrs. Doris didn't change at first, but she gradually felt that her breathing was becoming easier. She stood up, bent down to hug the cat, and said happily, "I feel much better." Seeing this scene, the corners of Jurgen's mouth curled up slightly. Seeing this scene, the corners of Jurgen's usually solemn and unsmiling face actually curled up slightly. But what Klein thought was 3 to 5 years. He smiled and sighed inwardly. This can also be considered a kind of magic show, using beyond her powers to create a false outcome to make the audience happy. Chapter 375. After waiting for more than half an hour and confirming that there were no accidents, Klein and Emlyn White left Lawyer Jurgen's house. They silently walked forward with their own thoughts on their minds, and soon they arrived outside 15 Minsk Street. Vampire Emlyn held his fist to his mouth and coughed lightly. "The payment has been made. I hope we won't have the chance to meet again." That was a nice sentence, but Mr. White, did you forget something important? Klein smiled politely. "I'll visit Bishop Utravsky occasionally. I hope you won't be at the Harvest Church. Also, I don't have to help you find a solution to the hypnosis." Emlyn White's expression immediately turned odd. After 2 seconds of silence, he raised his chin. "There are many powerful occultists in our race. I will write to them for help." With that, he placed his hand on his chest, bowed, and left. After taking a few steps, he suddenly slowed down, turned his head, and asked hesitantly, "What are you cooking?" "Beef bone radish soup. It needs to be paired with rice and chili that's a specialty of the Fainapotter Highlands," Klein said with anticipation as he breathed in the fragrance wafting out of the house. Emlyn frowned and shook his head. "Chili doesn't belong to the vampire race. Frankly speaking, it's hard for me to imagine a vampire eating chili. Of course, I occasionally fantasize about a vampire eating a steamed bun and eating garlic and green onions." Klein criticized in his heart and pointed at the door, indicating that he was about to enjoy his dinner. Emlyn White considered for a second and lowered his voice. "I thought about it for a long time last night and realized that you didn't actually do anything. Why did you ask for payment? The old man will let me go at any time." Klein chuckled. "No, that's not how it works. Your parents entrusted me with the task of finding you, not saving you. In the end, I was the one who found you. According to the agreement, the reward should belong to me. Also, if I didn't remind you, you might have to stay in the Harvest Church for a few weeks or even a few months before you realize that you can leave freely, and you won't even realize that you've been hypnotized. Are you implying my intelligence?" Emlyn's face contorted. "No, I'm saying it explicitly." Klein smiled and didn't say anything else. He opened the door and went straight to the kitchen. His mind was filled with the clear and alluring soup, white rice, soft but chewy beef, marrow hidden deep in the bones, sweet carrots with the fragrance of meat, and chopped Fainapotter Highland chili. Pink rose salt and green coriander leaves of balsam were sprinkled among the fiery fragments. On Thursday morning, as promised, Klein arrived at the cheap cafe in the East Borough. Old Kohler, who was still wearing the thick jacket from before, was sitting in a corner, drinking tea that barely tasted like tea with a loaf of black bread. Klein walked in front of him, took out something he had prepared, and pushed it to him. It was made up of 2 5-soldi notes for 1 soldi notes and a handful of copper pennies to enhance the effect. Old Kohler stared straight at them for a while before he reached out with his right hand and took them with trembling hands. He scrutinized them repeatedly, raised his hand to wipe his eyes, and squeezed out a smile. "At the dock, we move heavy goods and do some troublesome cleaning in the cold, dirty water. It only costs about 1 soldi a day. And here, there was a total of 15 soldi." Klein listened in silence. After a few seconds, he said, "That's right." After a few seconds, he said, "Have you heard anything recently? What did you notice?" Old Kohler put away the funds, drank another mouthful of tea, and pinched the corner of his eyes. "I got to know a lot of dock workers and re-established contact with my friends from when I was a vagrant. Some of them have entered the factory, and some are still constantly going back and forth between the workhouse and the corner of the park. Just like me in the past. Recently, there's a saying that since we believe in one of the 7 deities, why don't we directly pray to the creator of the source? It's said that he is in everyone's body, in all things, and hasn't truly passed away. Praying to him will allow us to be redeemed. Not only will we be able to enter his kingdom after death, but we will also have a better life while alive. For example, we don't need to work so hard, and we can have butter and oily meat every day. This is the theory of the mutated creator spread by the Aurora Order. After the incident with Lenivus, they began to place importance on the poor of the East Borough, the dock area, and the East Borough, hoping to use them to achieve certain goals. I wonder if the three major churches have noticed this phenomenon. They should have. Klein placed the butter between two pieces of toast and took a bite without tasting it. Old Kohler rambled on for a while. Mr. Detective, according to your instructions, I paid attention to the female textile workers. In the end, with the participation of the police, their resistance was defeated. But, the leaders became the factory supervisors, and 1/3 of them lost their jobs. Some of them are actively looking for new jobs, some have become street girls, and some have disappeared. The whole East Side is in chaos. If Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings were in such a situation when he came to Bakeland, then no one would notice him coming to East Borough to secretly kill 1 or 2 people every day. Klein sighed inwardly. Old Kohler continued to talk about his daily experiences. By the way, Liv's youngest daughter has gone missing. Liv? Klein confirmed that he had never heard of the name before. Only then did Old Kohler come to a realization. It's the one you and Mr. Reporter saw quarreling with someone last time. She's been doing the laundry at home with her eldest and youngest daughters, but yesterday, one of her 2 daughters went missing on the way back from delivering the clothes. The younger one is really pitiful. She's been a widow for many years and has always been counting on her 2 daughters, but in the end, the police in East Borough definitely won't put too much effort into looking for her. Unfortunate people often have even greater misfortune because they don't have the ability to resist risks and change the environment they're in. This sentence suddenly flashed through Klein's mind. He was silent for a few seconds like a stone statue. Take me to see them. I'm a detective, so I might be able to help them find them. They don't have money, Old Kohler reminded him. Klein picked up his hat and cane. I do volunteer work occasionally. Sherwood Borough, in the house the 2 ladies originally rented. Zio began her life as a bounty hunter again, while Furs sped up the progress of her new book, hoping to save enough money for the Beyonder ingredients needed for Trickmaster as soon as possible. However, writing a book wasn't something that could be written just because one wanted to. Furs scratched her hair in frustration and decided to go out for a walk to find inspiration. As she walked, she found herself unknowingly returning to a familiar place. Diagonally in front of her was the Yosef Clinic where she had first worked, a rather large private clinic. After staring for a while, Furs recalled the old lady who had led her into the Beyonder world, so she turned into an alley on the right and took a shortcut to a nearby street. On both sides of the street were parasol trees with fluttering leaves. It was a relatively quiet place. Furs remembered that the old lady lived in House 39. Back then, she would occasionally drop by to deliver medicine or injections, and even help with some of the daily chores. It's been almost 3 years. That place should have been rented out again. Perhaps there have been several tenants. I still remember that when I came to sort out her belongings, I found a lot of notes that recorded mysticism insights. Furs walked under the leafless parasol tree and slowly approached House 39. As she recalled her past experiences, she gradually gained some inspiration for her writing. At that moment, she saw an old man wearing a heavy coat and a half-top hat standing at the door of House 39. He rang the doorbell 3 times. After a few minutes, no one opened the door. The old man with blue eyes shook his head and turned around. He muttered in puzzlement. Still no one. He suddenly noticed Furs, who had stopped not far away and was looking over. He hurriedly strode over and smiled warmly and eagerly. "Beautiful lady, do you live on this block? Do you know Labero and Elisa?" "Elisa? Isn't that the old lady's name? This building hasn't had a tenant recently?" Furs deliberated and said, "I don't know if the Mrs. Elisa I know is the one you're looking for. She lived here for a long time, but she passed away 3 years ago." "He passed away 3 years ago? Where's Labero?" The old man, with some wrinkles at the corner of his eyes, hurriedly asked. Her husband passed away before she did, Furs answered honestly. The old man was stunned for a moment before revealing a sorrowful expression. He was silent for a moment. Thank you, kind lady. I'm Libero's elder brother. I've been living in mid-seashore all this time. As I haven't received any letters from them in a long time, I decided to come and take a look. Can you tell me what happened to them in those years? Mrs. Alice's husband's brother. Could he be a descendant of the family she mentioned? Furs suddenly became alert and replied with a smile, No problem. She quickly thought about what she could and couldn't say. The elder pointed behind him and said, That's right. There's a nice cafe over there. In a slightly old apartment in the East District, Klein once again stepped into the humid room. He saw the tough woman who had quarreled with the street girl and disdained her occupation standing in the pile of clothes. Her wrinkled face had lost its vigor of toil, and was lifeless. Her eldest daughter, the 17 or 18-year-old girl who was squatting in front of the basin and washing clothes, sat by the bed and sobbed. It's me. It's all my fault. I didn't keep an eye on her. I shouldn't have taken her to a secluded alley. She also said that she would learn a few more words in the free school tonight. It's me. It's all my fault. Liv suddenly came back to her senses and turned to look at her eldest daughter. She put away her sad expression and said fiercely, Why are you crying? Get up and wash your clothes. Do you want to go hungry? Don't you want to go to a free school? After yelling, she saw Klein and Old Kohler by the door. Old Kohler, this is? She asked in puzzlement. Chapter 376. Old Kohler seemed a little afraid of the other party's toughness and subconsciously took a step back. Liv, this is a detective. He wants to help you find Daisy. Liv's wrinkled and peeling face turned to Klein and said coldly, We've already called the police. She may be in her 30s, but she looks closer to 50. Klein looked around the room where many wet clothes were hanging. He vaguely remembered that there was a 13 or 14-year-old girl here the last time he was here. She was carefully holding a simple and crude homemade iron, dealing with the clothes that had been dried and wrinkled. There were many burn marks on her hands. She's the lost Daisy. Klein looked back at the laundry maid, Liv, and said in an emotionless tone, That's right. Do you believe that the East Side Police will really look for Daisy? Are you sure that the people who caused Daisy to go missing won't set their sights on your house? You want to lose another daughter after losing one? The cruel but heart-wrenching words reached Liv's ears. The indifferent expression on her face crumbled bit by bit. She opened her mouth, but nothing came out. The corners of her eyes gradually turned red. She suddenly lowered her head and said to herself in pain and despair, I don't have money. The room suddenly became quiet. Even the sobbing girl didn't make a sound. Klein pursed his lips and exhaled silently. I do volunteer work occasionally, purely to help others. I haven't done it in a long time. Please give me a chance. Volunteer? Liv raised her head and chewed on the word. Klein nodded slightly. This commission is free. No, it's not completely free. Kindness will bring me great satisfaction. Since you don't have any other way, why not give it a try? Liv was silent for a moment. She raised her palm that was wrinkled and swollen from being soaked in water for a long time, wiped her eyes, and said in a deep voice, Mr. Detective, you really are a kind gentleman. Her voice suddenly choked. Here's what happened. At noon the day before yesterday, Freja led Daisy back with a batch of laundry. It was just outside East Borough, and they had to go to several streets. In order to rush back for lunch, Freja chose a secluded alley, but when she wasn't paying attention, she realized that Daisy, who was behind her, had disappeared. She went back the way she had come, but never found it, and Daisy never came back. Freya, where were you? The girl called Freya had already stood up, her eyes red and swollen. She sobbed and said, Right here in Hatchet Lane, Detective. Is Daisy going to be all right? Probably, Klein replied without any expression. He looked around, then asked, What's the matter? Anything that Daisy always carried. I can borrow a police dog. It has an excellent sense of smell and can find the target by following the smell they left behind. No. Liv, the laundry maid, thought for a moment and said with a sad expression. Freja shed tears again, feeling that things seemed to have reached a dead end again. Suddenly, she blinked and said, "Yes, there is one thing. Daisy's vocabulary book." "Vocabulary book?" Old Kohler asked from his side. Liv sniffed and said, "I got Freya and Daisy to go to the free school at night. I let Freya and Daisy go to the free school at night. I can keep washing clothes, but they can't keep doing this. This lady is such a good mother." Klein couldn't help but sigh. Free schools were night schools established by the three churches or certain charitable organizations. Classes were held from 8 to 10 in the evening, and they didn't charge any fees at all. They would even provide writing tools and a certain amount of paper for free. It was considered an education aimed at illiteracy and, at most, it involved some religious knowledge. Old Neil had once been a teacher at the Evernight Goddesses free school for a few years, and Klein had heard him mention some things. As there were very few people who volunteered to be a teacher at a free school, a unique teaching model was formed. The teacher would arrive early, gather the students with the best learning progress, and instill the content of the day into them. Then, they would be in charge of teaching the different classes, and the teacher would patrol back and forth to correct any mistakes. This was known as the tutoring system. Corresponding to the free schools were free organizations, such as technical workers' workshops. They were the few channels that the poor could come into contact with to escape their social class. Unfortunately, there were too few such organizations. They were like a drop in the bucket, and it was difficult for them to play any substantial role. At this moment, Freya added while sobbing, "Daisy loves to learn. She's already been confirmed by the teacher to be her class's tutor. She'll put the pieces of paper with the words she copied together, and every day she'll sleep with them as her pillow. Then, she'll wake up early and go out to the streets to recite under the morning light. She's always regretted that there aren't any street lights nearby." As she spoke, Freya rushed back to the bunk bed and took out a stack of crumpled paper from under the tattered pillow. Due to being in a humid environment for a long period of time, the words copied on it were a little blurry. The edges of the paper were also worn, as if it had been flipped around for a long period of time. "Mr. Detective, is this okay?" Freya handed the so-called vocabulary book, which wasn't bound at all, to Klein with both hands and asked eagerly. "Yes," Klein answered very succinctly. He wasn't trying to comfort Freya. Although such items weren't the kind that could be carried around, they would accompany the target for a long period of time and project a strong belief in them. They were excellent materials for using dowsing to find people. He casually flipped through the vocabulary book and said, "Then I'll start taking action. Then I'll start moving. The sooner I find Daisy, the better." Liv and Freya couldn't find the words to describe their feelings. They could only watch as Klein and Old Kohler left, repeatedly saying thank you, Mr. Detective, and thank you, kind gentleman. After leaving the apartment, Klein turned his head to Old Kohler. "Pay attention to the female textile workers who have lost their jobs, especially those who haven't found a new job or become a street girl. Pay special attention to those who have gone off to who knows where. Pay attention to your own safety. Ask less and listen more. If you do this well, you'll get a bonus." "All right." Old Kohler nodded heavily. He didn't leave immediately. After hesitating for a moment, he asked in an expectant tone. "Mr. Detective, you'll definitely be able to find Daisy, right?" "I can only say that I'll do my best." Klein didn't make any guarantees. Old Kohler sighed and smiled bitterly. "I lost my own child, so this is the last thing I want to see." He waved his hand and walked toward another street. As for Klein, he left at an unhurried pace. On the way, he used Daisy's vocabulary book to wrap the tip of his cane. Without attracting any attention, he completed a dowsing rod search. There's a result. Northwest. I can't confirm if there's any interference or misdirection for the time being. He looked down at the direction where the cane was about to fall and reached out to support it. Following the revelation, Klein left East Borough and hired a rental carriage. More than half an hour later, the carriage, which occasionally adjusted its direction, stopped at Iris Street in Sherwood Borough near West Borough. It stopped in front of a house with a vast lawn, a wide garden, a small fountain square, and a marble statue. At this moment, in the carriage, Klein's cane had fallen down and was aimed straight at that direction. Through the window, Klein saw patrolling guards and vicious dogs with their tongues hanging out behind the iron gate. The security there was quite tight. More importantly, even without divination, he could sense that there was quite a bit of danger lurking within with his spiritual intuition. What is this place? How could Daisy's disappearance involve such a dangerous place? Klein pondered for a few seconds and ordered the coachman to continue forward. The coachman replied with some surprise, "Sir, are you not here to visit Mr. Capham?" Capham? Klein found the name very familiar. He smiled and asked in return, "Why do you think so? People often come out from East Borough and take my carriage here." "Ha ha, this is the home of the tycoon, Mr. Capham," the coachman replied casually. East Borough. Capham. Tycoon. Klein suddenly recalled who Capham was. In many rumors, he was the leader of a criminal organization whose hands were stained with blood, and he was involved in the disappearance of many innocent girls. And, in reality, he was a tycoon who knew many important figures. Klein didn't say anything else. He leaned back against the wall and half closed his eyes. The carriage slowly moved forward, and the luxurious villa swept backward, disappearing through the glass window. In a cubicle in a coffee shop, Furs already knew that the elder's name was Lawrence Nord. He came from Constant City in mid-Seashire and was a public school teacher. He doesn't know that Mrs. Elisa's husband is dead, nor does he know that Mrs. Elisa has inherited his inheritance and become a beyonder. He didn't expect Mrs. Elisa to leave her belongings to me. Could he also be a beyonder? Does he have the ability to divine? Furs drank a mouthful of Fermo coffee and organized her words. "I was once a doctor at the nearby Yusuf Clinic, and Mrs. Elisa often came to see me. Back then, her husband, Mr. Labero, had already passed away. I would occasionally talk to her and help her do some things, such as she eventually made a will, giving me her savings and cash, and donating her jewelry, books, furniture, and other items to charity. This was supervised by a law firm she appointed. What Furs said was the truth, but it wasn't the entire truth. Lawrence pinched his forehead and said, "What a pity. I can't understand why Elisa didn't contact me during those years. She didn't mention your name, and she was vaguely dissatisfied with Mr. Labero's relatives," Furs answered frankly. Lawrence was silent for a moment. "Thank you for telling me. It made me understand some things. By the way, where are Labero and Elisa buried?" "Grim Cemetery." Furs took out her pocket watch from her bag and glanced at it. "Mr. Lawrence, I still have matters to attend to. I should leave." Lawrence didn't stop her. He got up and sent her off. After sitting down again, he rubbed his son acupoint in distress and muttered to himself, "Labero passed away, and he didn't leave behind any children. I wonder where Elisa took his beyonder characteristic. Richard died at the hands of the Aurora Order. Sam didn't want to contact us at all. He didn't want to bear the responsibility of his family name." Chapter 377. Lawrence sat in a booth in the coffee shop and couldn't help but think of the hardships the House of Abraham had suffered over the years. Ever since they were split into small families and scattered across the country, the Elders' Council's control over the family members had fallen to the lowest point. In order to avoid the effects of the curse, a large number of Abrahams were unwilling to advance and remained at sequence 8 or 9. They didn't even attempt to become beyonders. They only wanted to be ordinary people with a certain amount of knowledge and wealth, living a peaceful and beautiful life. The Elders' Council believed that this was an act of forgetting the honor of the family, but they couldn't deal with it strictly because it was equivalent to self-annihilation. In such a situation, the upper echelons of the House of Abraham began to have thoughts of reform. They imitated the master-disciple inheritance system of the life school of thought and nurtured non-family members, hoping that after they advanced to high-sequence beyonders, they could help the Abrahams resolve the curse that had existed for 1,500 years and find their ancestor, Bethel Abraham, who had disappeared in the War of the Four Emperors. This plan went very smoothly in the beginning. The apprentices, who didn't need to worry about the curse, quickly became stronger and advanced under the careful nurturing of the House of Abraham. In just 10 years, there were several sequence 5 beyonders among them, and there wasn't a single sequence 6 among the direct beyonders of the House of Abraham. The main branch was too weak, and the branches were too strong. The seeds of tragedy were planted, and the ambitious disciples set their sights on the few powerful sealed artifacts that the House of Abraham possessed. Their plot failed, but also brought about serious repercussions. All the Sequence 6 and Sequence 5 Beyonders who weren't members of the family believed that their status in the House of Abraham didn't match their own strength. Furthermore, they weren't trusted and were unable to obtain control over certain sealed artifacts. Amidst the back-and-forth, arduous negotiations and the process of mutual compromise, an accident happened. One of the Sequence 5 traveler named Bodis was tempted by the true creator and joined the Aurora Order, causing a terrifying disaster. In this disaster, the upper echelons of the House of Abraham were nearly wiped out. More than half of the few powerful sealed artifacts were lost, leaving only 3. Lawrence's half-brother, Richard, died as a result. Bodis had received great benefits. Not only had he gathered all the Beyonder ingredients he needed, but with the help of the true creator, he had also successfully overcome all obstacles and stepped into the demigod sequence, becoming one of the 5 saints of the Aurora Order, the Saint of Secrets. After the disaster, the Elders' Council of the House of Abraham, which had been rebuilt, reflected on their actions over the past years, but they could not find a solution to the problem. Negative, depressed, and desperate emotions shrouded the hearts of the few remaining family members. Lawrence didn't want to be in such an environment, and he didn't want to face the size and depressing atmosphere every day. He found an excuse to leave the Elder Council and come to Bakeland to find his other half-brother, Labero, and half-brother Sam. Now, he suddenly realized that he was the only one left from his father's branch. He himself was nearly 80 years old, and all of his children had died in the disaster brought about by Bodis. Just thinking about this made him feel an indescribable sense of sorrow. What pained him the most was that he couldn't see any hope of revenge, nor could he see the dawn of his family's glory returning. I'm already very old, and I was previously injured. I don't dare to use Beyonder powers unless it's absolutely necessary. It will cause me to lose control or cause a curse to descend. What's the future of the House of Abraham? Lawrence took a sip of Fermo coffee and fell into a long silence. After returning to her rented apartment, Furs immediately entered her bedroom and locked the wooden door. She sat on the edge of the bed, adjusted her state, and softly recited the honorific name that represented hope and future. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I wish to pray to you and tell you what happened to me today. I met the elder brother of the husband of the old lady who made me an apprentice. He's suspected to be a member of a certain family. I hid the matters related to mysticism, but I'm worried that he has extremely powerful divination abilities and can find out the complete truth. At this moment, Klein happened to be above the gray fog. He saw the crimson star, representing magicians, expand outwards, causing ripples. He heard layers of pleas constantly spread out. After figuring out the details, Klein tapped the edge of the long, ancient table with his finger and muttered to himself, very cautious. You know to seek help from the fool. Furthermore, your guess is correct. The corresponding Sequence 7 of Apprentice is astrologer. Recently, he had been studying the Book of Secrets and quickly came up with a plan that could help the other party interfere with divination through a ritual. I have to say, after advancing to Sequence 7 and obtaining the Book of Secrets, I'm becoming more and more like a true deity above the gray fog. Of course, it's still an empty shell for now. Speaking of which, I performed in front of Miss Justice and Mr. the Hanging Man many times, perfectly fooling them. Why didn't I receive the corresponding spirituality feedback? The progress of the potion didn't speed up either. Does it have to be in the real world? It could also be that the cheers of the audience are blocked by the gray fog, preventing them from directly affecting me. It's just like how the eternal blazing sun and the true creator are unable to penetrate the gray fog and find this mysterious space. From the looks of it, the reaction of the gray fog and this mysterious space is very mechanical. It's not agile enough and lacks intelligence. However, to me, this is actually a good thing. Amidst his thoughts, Klein conjured the corresponding knowledge into an ancient goatskin parchment and threw it into the crimson star representing magicians. Suddenly, an endless grayish-white fog appeared in front of Furs, and an illusory yellowish-brown goatskin descended from the sky. She saw the knowledge written on it, and her heart calmed down. With Mr. Fool taking action, that Mr. Lawrence definitely wouldn't be able to obtain the correct revelation from his divination. Furs sincerely expressed her gratitude and busied herself preparing for the ritual. She had seen many evil spirits harm people, so she didn't really trust the fool that much. However, the curse of the full moon made her rely on him. At worst, I'll just lose my life. Without Mr. Fool's help, I would have already lost control and become a monster during the last blood moon. Every day I live is one more day of gain. This is all bestowed by Mr. Fool. He can take it back whenever he wants. It's best not to take it back. First took a deep breath and lit the 2 candles that symbolized the fool. The initial steps of the ritual were no different from what she had previously mastered. When the candles were lit, essential oils, extract, herbal powder, and other items were thrown into the fire. When a clear and ethereal fragrance filled the room and a thin, illusory fog enveloped the entire altar, Furs quickly adjusted her body and mind according to the contents recorded on the goatskin. She entered cogitation and silently chanted the corresponding honorific name of the fool over and over again. Such monotonous and repetitive actions made Furs, who had already calmed down from her visualization, slowly enter a state of deep sleep and spirituality. She was in a daze, but she also maintained a strange lucidity. She felt that her mind was drifting and constantly rising. This was somewhat similar to the process of using external objects to form a secret deed, but there were many differences. This was a technique of mediumship, used to communicate with spirits of a higher level. At its peak, it could even allow beyonders to roam the spirit world while maintaining a strange lucidity. Some beyonders who were good at influencing the mind called it artificial sleepwalking. They could use hypnosis and other techniques to make ordinary people enter such a state. That way, ordinary people would appear to be asleep, but they would be able to answer questions. They would appear to have their eyes and mouth closed, but they would be able to discover the various spirit bodies around them and complete a certain level of communication. The reason why Klein didn't allow Furs to use the secret deed ritual was that it could only give knowledge, direct effects such as purification or erosion, allowing the other party's mind to obtain a wondrous experience. It couldn't interfere with another person's divination or other matters. To put it simply, the secret deed ritual directly affected the target's soul body, astral projection, body of heart and mind, and ether body. Any positive or negative states related to them would be eliminated. The ritual under artificial sleepwalking could allow Klein to do some indirect things to deal with the intrusions from the outside world. In a daze, Furs felt that she had drifted back to the towering ancient palace above the gray fog. She saw Mr. Fool sitting high above, looking down at everything. Klein looked at the magician's illusory figure outlined by the crimson starlight and calmly picked up a paper figurine that he had found in the junk pile in the corner. As a seer who had advanced twice, he had many ways to interfere with the divination of others without the help of mystical items. At that moment, due to the ritual's influence, the mysterious space above the gray fog trembled slightly, and some of its power flowed, due to it being pried open. Klein pressed his left hand on the dark emperor card on the surface of the long bronze table, allowing it to connect with his spirit body and raise his level. It was just like how he had used the flaring sun charm and Aztec's copper whistle to strengthen his spirit body and raise his level. Right on the heels of that, with a flick of his right wrist, he threw the paper figurine out. The paper figurine suddenly enlarged, and 12 pairs of black angel wings that were cut out of paper grew out of its back. The feathers were lifelike. The paper angel quickly pierced through the crimson light and overlapped with the illusory figure of the magicians. Without a sound, it began to burn and completely disappeared. The half-awake Furs seemed to see a dignified and solemn angel. She saw the other party using many pairs of pitch-black wings to wrap around her. After an unknown period of time, Furs suddenly woke up from her artificial sleepwalking state. In front of her were the 3 candles burning quietly on the altar and the fog that permeated the entire room. Her nose was filled with the familiar fragrance of tranquility and ethereal. Angel. Furs fell into a daze and momentarily forgot to end the ritual. Chapter 378. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It looks like it has 12 pairs of wings. According to the descriptions in the books of the various churches, this is the highest level angel. Furs tried her best to recall the scene she had seen in her half-awake state. She was shocked, but at the same time, it wasn't that shocking. It was as though she had encountered something shocking that she had never encountered before. It's not surprising that Mr. Fool has an angel serving him. From the fact that Miss Justice and Mr. the Hanging Man occasionally refer to him, it's conceivable. From the fact that he can isolate the influence of the full moon's ravings, it's possible to infer. However, my request is just to interfere with Mr. Lawrence's divination, and he actually got an angel to protect me. Isn't this too extravagant? Or is this a routine operation for him? There's another question. Why are the feathers on the angel's wings black? Does this indicate degeneration or death? What's Mr. Fool's true identity? Which great existence is he? The death that was rumored to have perished in the Pale Era? He wants to resurrect himself through the tarot gathering? Furs suddenly took a deep breath. She was no longer worried that the gentleman named Lawrence would use divination to discover that there was a problem with her. Thinking that she had already joined the tarot, she smiled bitterly and muttered silently. I can only do as Roselle the Great said. I'll take it one step at a time. Reining in her thoughts, Furs once again humbly thanked Mr. Fool. Then, according to the normal procedures of the ritual, she extinguished the flames of the 3 candles and dealt with the altar that was filled with all sorts of items. Above the gray fog, Klein temporarily threw the matter regarding the house of Abraham to the back of his mind. According to his original plan, he conjured a pen and paper and wrote the next divination statement, Daisy's current situation. Putting down the pen, Klein stacked Daisy's vocabulary book and the piece of paper with the divination statement together and held them in his left hand. Then he leaned back in his chair and entered a cogitation state. He silently recited Daisy's current situation over and over again. After a total of 7 times, Klein fell asleep. His vision was first pitch black with a hint of red before it turned gray. A series of images flashed before his eyes. Some were coherent, some were jumpy, and some were illogical. Klein saw Liv's youngest daughter, a 13-year-old girl who was repeatedly scalded by the steam but still insisted on ironing clothes. A man wearing a heavy jacket and a grayish-black cap covered her mouth with a handkerchief from behind and dragged her into a fork in the alley. Another man in the same attire grabbed her legs and lifted her up with his companion. They walked quickly. Their target was the carriage parked outside the alley. The whole process ended in less than 2 minutes, and by the time Daisy's sister, Freja, returned to find them, the carriage had already left. In the carriage, a cold and sharp dagger was pressed against the muddle-headed Daisy's face, and filthy, threatening words rang in her ears. The carriage drove into Capham's luxurious villa. Daisy was in a small, dark room, and the cries, screams, and curses of women echoed from time to time outside. Daisy woke up and shouted for help, but someone opened the door and kicked her. She was in so much pain that she couldn't stand up. Tears streamed down her face as she kept softly shouting the words Mom and Freja. Klein opened his eyes and realized that the paper in his left hand had crumpled into a ball at some point in time. He had already confirmed that Capham was the mastermind behind the disappearance of many young girls and that he was the boss of a criminal organization. But the problem was that such cases shouldn't and couldn't involve beyonder powers that were too powerful. At most, there would be a few money-grubbing sequence 7s, 8s, or 9s to help. It wouldn't make Klein feel a strong sense of danger through his spiritual intuition the moment he approached the villa. Could it be that Capham himself is a sequence 6 or even a sequence 5 beyonder? However, it's not difficult for a Beyonder at this level to earn money. There's no need for him to do such dirty and complicated things. He could just find the various gangs and collect protection fees from them. It's easier than this, and he won't dirty his hands. Could it be that Capim's human trafficking has some hidden agenda? As Klein pondered, he used the power of the gray fog to restore Daisy's vocabulary book to its original state. After a few seconds of silence, he conjured another piece of goat skin and wrote a new divination statement. Saving Daisy is a dangerous matter. After reading it carefully twice, Klein removed the spirit pendulum from his left wrist and let the topaz pendant fall onto the paper, nearly touching the line of words. After calming himself down for a few seconds, he closed his eyes and silently recited the divination statement he had just written. When the voice stopped, Klein opened his eyes and looked at the spirit pendulum in his left hand. The topaz pendant was spinning clockwise at a high speed and a high amplitude. It was an affirmation that saving Daisy was a rather dangerous thing. But it's not completely hopeless. There's still a small possibility and opportunity. As long as I can grasp it. Klein interpreted the revelation given by the spirit pendulum. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and gave a self-deprecating laugh. Wasn't I looking for an opportunity to perform? That's right. As a magician, I still have to challenge some difficult matters. Otherwise, I should be called a trick master and not a magician. Completing the seemingly impossible, even if the outcome is false, is the image of a magician in my heart. As for whether it's one of the rules, it still needs to be confirmed. Klein tapped the edge of the long, ancient table and quickly made a decision. The most difficult thing for him to save Daisy and deal with Capim was that he didn't understand him at all. He didn't know how many Beyonders were in the villa, or which pathway or sequence they belonged to. This made it impossible for Klein to make any targeted preparations. And to a magician, the first rule was don't perform unprepared. Many of the seemingly impromptu performances actually required a certain amount of preparation. For example, long periods of practice or a deep understanding of how to divert attention. In the name of a blessed, should I get Miss Justice to help me investigate Capim's background? Klein seriously considered the solution to the problem, but he quickly rejected this line of thought. No, I won't be able to obtain detailed information. Although Capim is a tycoon who has connections with many important figures, he's ultimately not someone who can be brought to the surface. At most, Miss Justice can find out which nobles, members of parliament, and government employees he has close ties with, but she won't be able to figure out how many Beyonders are in his villa, what traps he has set up, or what the setup is like. By following these connections and clues, Miss Justice might be able to find out what I want to know in a few weeks, but it's too slow. Saving someone is like putting out a fire. Any delay will result in a tragedy. Klein's gaze swept across the surface of the long bronze table and the corner where the junk was piled up. An idea gradually formed in his mind. On the one hand, I'll get Miss Magicians and her friend, Miss Zio, to investigate Capim's background and figure out which Beyonders he has connections with. They have good connections in East Borough, in many gangs, and in many Beyonder circles. On the other hand, I'll do it myself. I'll get the information I want from the servants or bodyguards who come out of Capim's villa using mediumship. After finalizing the plan, Klein wasn't in a hurry to get Miss Magicians' help. He decided to give a try himself first. Only then could he get her to inquire about certain matters. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared from the towering palace above the gray fog. After lunch, a man wearing a grayish-black cap and a thick cotton coat carefully left through the back door of Capim's villa. He walked all the way to a crossroads and got into a rental carriage. East Borough. He touched the dark red birthmark on his face and instructed the carriage driver. The carriage began to move, and the man looked out the window in boredom, admiring the beautiful ladies and young ladies on the street. If only I could kidnap them. The man let his imagination run wild as he revealed a regretful expression. After leaving Ira Street, he suddenly shuddered, and his eyes became slightly dazed. He knocked on the carriage wall and said to the coachman, "Stop, stop. I forgot something. That's all." The coachman didn't dare to reprimand the ferocious man. He didn't even grumble as he stopped the carriage by the side of the street and let him alight. After paying 6 pence, the man backed off a few dozen meters and entered a cheap hotel. Without the need for identification, he paid for a room. After entering, he only left the door ajar and did not lock it. Then, the man sat on the edge of the bed expressionlessly. Suddenly, a transparent and illusory figure separated from his body. It was Klein dressed as a worker. He used the method of summoning himself to transform into a spirit body and possess the man's body, allowing him to walk to a convenient place for channeling. After knocking the man unconscious, the spirit body Klein disappeared from the room. Not long after, the door was pushed open, and his corporeal body walked in again. Using a wall of spirituality to seal off the area, Klein quickly set up a spirit channeling ritual, allowing the alluring scent of a mantha extract and eye of the spirit medicine to permeate the surroundings. After finishing his preparations, he was about to begin channeling when he suddenly exclaimed and stopped. He discovered that the spirit body of the unconscious man on the bed was under a mysterious and unknown restriction. If he were to forcefully channel his spirit, although there was a high chance of success, it would trigger the mark and alert a certain beyonder. This would alert the enemy. What strange beyonder power. Very cautious, very careful. The matters that Capum is involved in aren't simple. Klein paced a few steps and frowned slightly. He glanced at the unconscious man and suddenly chuckled. "Do you think this will stump me?" He quickly interrupted the spirit channeling ritual and once again summoned himself and responded to himself. A few seconds later, his spirit body flew out of the candlelight and floated in the room once again. Without any hesitation, Klein, in his spirit body form, suddenly went forward and possessed the unconscious man. The man suddenly sat up and opened his eyes, looking rather dazed. He stood up and walked to the front of the altar. Then he chanted softly, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You're the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Chapter 379. In a room filled with the ethereal fragrance of a mantha extract and eye of the spirit potion, Capum's subordinate was controlled by the possessed Klein to constantly chant the fool's honorific name. Amidst the monotonous but rhythmic murmurs and the fragrance that made it difficult to focus, the man's soul body gradually dispersed. His entire being became muddle-headed, but he maintained a certain degree of strange lucidity, as if he was hypnotizing himself. With the help of Klein in his spirit body form and the feedback from chanting the fool's honorific name, he slowly entered an artificial, sleepwalking state. His astral projection approached the gray fog at an infinite height. Approaching the mysterious place above the gray fog, Klein seized this opportunity to end the summoning, return to the towering ancient palace, and sit in the seat belonging to the fool. He saw a bright and clear light ripple out beside him, outlining the illusory figure of Capum's subordinate. And this mysterious space was affected by the ritual, and there was a slight tremor. Some of the power had been stirred and was slowly flowing. Klein picked up the Dark Emperor card and made a paper figurine appear in his palm. With a flick of his wrist, the paper figurine flew out and absorbed the bit of power that had been stirred above the gray fog. It transformed into a man wearing a grayish-black cap and a thick cotton coat. He looked identical to Capum's subordinate. Even his aura and feeling were identical. The paper figurine overlapped with the target's illusory figure, helping him withstand the mysterious and unknown restrictions in his spirit body. At the same time, Klein held the Dark Emperor card in his hand and emanated his spirituality, touching the illusory figure of Capum's subordinate that was outlined by the bright and clear light. This was an application of the secret deed element. Weak humans and great existences had a bit of synergy, sensing the corresponding knowledge and obtaining a wonderful spiritual experience. What was different from normal was that here, Klein was playing the role of the great existence. And in this state of close synergy, the interaction was reciprocal. Humans could obtain the knowledge of the great existence, and the great existence could naturally read the desired scene by asking questions. If it wasn't for the fact that Klein didn't have the beyonder powers of the mind domain, He could have used this as a cue. Who are the powerful figures in Capham's villa? Klein asked through the spirituality of the interaction. The shadow transmitted the memory without any resistance, making Klein feel like he was watching a holographic movie. The man in the cap stood in the room with fear and respect. In front of him was a middle-aged gentleman wearing a black tuxedo and a white wig. This gentleman had a long, thin, and serious face. His lips were naturally pursed, giving off an unusually cold feeling. He took out a pocket watch of the same color along the golden chain, opened it, and glanced at it. "Look at me." The man in the cap didn't dare disobey as he raised his head and looked forward. "Yes, Mr. Horace." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a pair of eyes shining with a strange light and heard a commanding voice. "Keep the secret. I can't reveal anything I see or hear in this villa to anyone outside." The man in the cap shuddered inexplicably, feeling that he had to do as the other party said. He lowered his head again and said, "Yes, Mr. Horace." The man in the cap carried an unconscious girl down the stairs to the entrance of the underground area. Over there was a small room that had been partitioned off. Inside sat a bearded man whose age could not be determined. The bearded man had a pair of cold and intimidating blue eyes. He held a fine flannelette in his hand and was carefully wiping a grayish-white rifle on the table. The rifle was thick and long, and it was connected to a large mechanical box of the same color through a pipe. This was a high-pressure steam rifle. This was a military-controlled item. "Mr. Belize." The man in the cap was already prepared and bowed his head in greeting. The man in the cap entered the neatly arranged underground building that resembled a prison and locked the unconscious girl in one of the small rooms. He locked the door, returned to the corridor, and picked up the lantern he had been assigned. At that moment, he saw a figure slowly walking out from the depths of the corridor on the other end. The figure's eyes seemed to be able to see through the darkness and didn't carry any lighting devices. With the help of the lantern's light, the man in the cap discovered that it was a woman in her 30s. The woman wore a brown bonnet that was tilted up in the middle, a thin white shirt and suspender pants, and a pair of leather boots that reached her knees. There were a few old scars on her face, and the corners of her mouth always held a cruel smile. The man in the cap lowered his head in shock and fear and stammered, "I'm sorry." "Madame Katie," the woman ignored him. Step by step, she walked past him as if he was nothing but air. After the lady called Katie left, the man in the cap curled his lips. "Bitch, you'll definitely be more dissolute than a prostitute in bed." He straightened his crotch, picked up the lantern, and left the underground area. The man with the peaked cap met the two men in the magnificent hall that shone with golden light. One of them was about 165 meters tall and a little plump. He didn't have any special features, but his gaze always left one shuddering in fear. The other was about 170 meters tall and looked rather old. He had some wrinkles on his forehead, a high-nosed bridge, and his brown eyes were spirited. He didn't look intimidating. "Mr. Capham." The man in the cap first greeted the plump middle-aged man before saying to the other man, "Mr. Parker." The faint light of dawn shone in as the man in the cap met the cold, middle-aged gentleman known as Mr. Horace at the entrance of the underground area. Horace, who was wearing a white wig, glanced at him, who was standing respectfully beside him. He nonchalantly stretched out his right palm and aimed it at the entrance of the underground area. Confinement. Silently, the feeling around him changed subtly. There are a total of 4 Beyonders, at least 4. The strongest should be that Mr. Horace. He's at least a sequence 6, maybe even a sequence 5. I wonder what pathway it is, but it's somewhat similar to the Black Emperor pathway, relying on order to issue decrees. Based on the scene just now, I can roughly determine that the lockdown is only aimed at the underground area, not the entire villa. That's right. There are people coming and going during the day. Once it's sealed, it'll be too troublesome to get in and out. I wonder if it's the same at night. Klein analyzed the information he had just obtained and asked again, "What's the overall layout of the villa like?" He quickly received feedback and saw a resplendent hall, an elegant and spacious dining room, a corridor that ran through the first floor, as well as a washroom in an underground area. Through them, Klein pieced together the general layout of Capham's villa in his mind. Sensing the depletion of his spirituality, he asked one last question. Which important figures does Capham have close ties with? The scene in front of him was the resplendent hall from before. Half-naked girls were either prostrating themselves to serve alcohol to the guests, allowing them to scold and play with them, or being pulled to a secluded spot to be ravaged. They were all young, and their expressions were pained and numb. If they were slightly slow or not enthusiastic enough, Capham's attendants or maids would whip them. These servants witnessed the sinful scene, but they didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy. They fought to be the first to express themselves in an attempt to gain praise. Among the guests, Klein saw Capham, the cold Mr. Horace, a member of Parliament of the House of Commons who often appeared in the newspapers, and a fat man who was addressed as Deputy Inspector General. That's a Deputy Inspector General of the Bakelin Police Department. That's one of the higher-ups of the police department. None of those servants are good. That's right, the people in the villa must have been screened and trusted. Klein rubbed his forehead and stopped the intimate state. The man in the cap was only a minor leader, so that was all he could know or participate in. And up to this point, the mysterious and unknown restriction still hadn't been touched. Klein ended the ritual and made the man's figure disappear above the gray fog. He then returned to the real world. In the ethereal and illusory room, he sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the man in the cap who was unconscious on the ground. Based on the information he had just obtained, he analyzed the feasibility of the performance and thought of one plan after another. Finally, Klein came up with a certain idea and muttered to himself, "Perhaps I don't need any help. Helpers will only drag me down, making it inconvenient for me to escape when I'm in danger. I have to choose the timing well. It's very important." Nearly 50 minutes later, the man in the black and gray cap appeared in Eastborough and headed straight for the streets controlled by the Zemanger gang. Just as he saw a few dark-skinned, thin, and fierce-looking Highlanders, he immediately approached them and pretended not to look where he was going. He bumped into one of them. "Damn it, you bunch of trash." The man in the cap cursed loudly and threw a punch at the other party. The Highlanders, who loved to fight to begin with, didn't back down and engage him in a brawl. During this process, the man in the cap pulled out his dagger, and the Highlanders also drew their weapons. Splat! In the midst of the battle, a dagger stabbed into the man's neck in time, hitting his artery. The man in the cap collapsed, bright red blood splattering around his head. He quickly lost his life, and the illusory, transparent figure in his body disappeared. Klein returned above the gray fog and used it as a springboard to re-enter his body. He opened his eyes in a cheap hotel in Sherwood Borough. He cleaned up the remaining traces and checked out of the room at the front desk. On the way back to Minsk Street, Klein once again went above the gray fog. He wanted to divine a simple but crucial piece of information. He picked up a pen and wrote a line of words. Chapter 380. Putting down the dark red fountain pen, Klein picked up the piece of paper with the divination statement on it and leaned back in his chair. His lips quivered as he softly chanted, "Capham's dinner time today," over and over again. These words reverberated above the silent and empty gray fog. Klein's eyes quickly darkened as he slowly lowered his eyelids. In the fragmented dream, he saw the spacious and elegant dining room. He saw the gold-inlaid porcelain cutlery, caviar, roasted chicken, stewed lamb, fried ox-eye meat, deep-fried dragon-bone fish, cream soup, and other food. The food was placed in front of the diners in a certain order and according to a certain requirement. Among them were the slightly plump Capham, the middle-aged gentleman wearing a white headgear, Horace, Katie, who was only wearing a thin shirt, and Parker, who looked rather old and didn't look intimidating. And looking out from the end of the dining table, one could see a beautifully decorated glass window. The clouds outside were sparse, and the crimson moon could be vaguely seen in the sky. Klein opened his eyes and marked the location of the moon in the dream. Then, based on his knowledge of astrology, he quickly calculated the corresponding approximate time. Looks like it's 7:30 to 7:45. Considering that Capham and the others are already halfway through their meal, I can set it back another 15 minutes. This way, 7:30 is a better choice. Klein muttered to himself as he interpreted the revelation given by dream divination. It wasn't rare to have dinner at 7:30. This was even the norm in the Kingdom of Rouen and even in the northern continent. This was because many middle-class people lived in the suburbs, either due to environmental concerns or because of the cheap rent. They had to take the short-distance steam locomotive to and from the city to work every day, and by the time they returned home, it would often be after 7 in the evening. Therefore, 7:30 to 8 o'clock was the normal time for dinner. Klein had such an experience when he was in Tianjin City, but that was because he didn't have servants or a full-time wife. When the three siblings returned home, they had to busy themselves for a while before they could enjoy hot food. It wasn't because of the distance to work. This was the reason why commoners and the poor often had dinner from 7:30 to 8 o'clock. And due to the distance between lunch and dinner, afternoon tea, which belonged to the upper class, gradually became popular among the middle class and commoners. After interpreting it, Klein recalled the revelation he had just received and keenly noticed a problem. Where were Capim's wife and children? They didn't appear in the dining room. Could it be that Capim is an extreme believer of the Lord of Storms, and women and children have to eat in the living room? Or was there another reason? Or was Capim not married and had no children? He's already a middle-aged man. Klein attempted a divination but failed to obtain any effective revelations, so he could only give up. 7:30. He repeated the time and then returned to the real world. In the evening, Capim, who wore a formal bow tie even at home, narrowed his eyes and looked at his subordinate in front of him. Fabian is dead. Yes, boss. Even though he had been Capim's accomplice for many years, the subordinate was still a little afraid and terrified. Odysseus, sir, in a few years, sir. Capim tugged at his bow tie and pretended to handle the thick cigar leisurely. When did Fabian die? How'd he die? This afternoon. I sent him to East Borough to do something, but he got into a conflict with his manger gang and was stabbed in the neck. Odysseus described with a trembling voice. Capim roasted his cigar and said in an unperturbed tone, "That's right. Fabian is such an idiot. But how could this manger gang not know that he's an idiot working for me? Sir, as you know, there are often Highlanders coming to the East Sector to join this manger gang. They are barbaric and reckless, and they don't care who is who. I was quickly explained. Capim snorted. Have they forgotten that this is not a plateau? Or have you forgotten me? Capim? Odysseus, I want the body of the leader of his manger gang. Can you do it? If you can't, I'll sink your wife and children with you into the Tussock River. Sir, there's no problem. Audis immediately raised his voice. Then he asked in a low voice, Who can I mobilize? Capim was about to answer when the door was suddenly pushed open, and Horace, a middle-aged gentleman wearing a white wig, walked in. He coldly glanced at Odysseus before shifting his gaze to Capim. I heard that one of your men had a conflict with a gang in East Borough and died? Yes, Mr. Horace. Capim stood up with a cigar in hand. Horace stared into Capim's eyes. You want to take revenge on them? Capim's forehead suddenly beaded with sweat. No, Mr. Horace. You misunderstand. Horace nodded slightly and said, You have to remember that during critical periods, we should try not to cause trouble unless necessary. He paused for a second and observed Capim's reaction. You're not the only human trafficker in Bakeland. We can support you, but we can also support others. You have to remember this. Back then, I chose you because you were vicious, shameless, and abnormally cautious. It's not because you're already the biggest human trafficker. Listening to the conversation between the two, Odysseus wished he was just a mass of air. That way, he wouldn't be able to see Boss Capim's lowly appearance. Capim didn't show any signs of anger on his face as he smiled obsequiously. Mr. Horace, I'm mainly worried that Fabian's death isn't that simple. It might disrupt your plans. No, there's nothing wrong with his death, Horace said in a firm tone. I didn't receive any feedback. Is that so? Capim pretended to be relieved. Then I'm relieved. He glanced at Odysseus and gestured for him to leave. Then he lowered his voice and said, Mr. Horace, the goods this time have the type you like. Seeing that Horace's expression had relaxed, but he didn't say anything, Capim hurriedly added, Everything that was sent over has been gathered. Horace nodded slowly. Have her come to my room at night. Yes, Mr. Horace, Capum said with a face full of smiles. After watching Horace leave, his face turned gloomy. He took a deep breath and whispered, Don't worry. He took a deep breath and whispered, I hope you can keep your promise this time. I don't want to be involved in such matters again. He clearly remembered that during the harvest festival that year, someone had approached him, hoping to obtain a batch of naive girls. From that day onwards, the trajectory of his life changed drastically, and he even bought a fifth of the slave trade that had gone underground due to the law's prohibition. He quickly became one of the more famous tycoons in Bakeland, got to know many important figures, and pulled them into the abyss of depravity. At this point, he desperately wanted to cover up his past sins, wanting to baptize Capum once again and become a true member of high society. However, he was temporarily unable to do so. Looking at the cigar in his hand, Capum picked up the photo frame on the table. Inside was a photo of him with a beautiful woman and 2 children. Stroking the surface of the photo frame with his thumb, Capum narrowed his eyes and whispered to himself, After this, you should be able to return. At dinner time, Capum walked out of the study with a warm smile on his face once again. Ma, Katie, there's caviar you like tonight, as well as roasted chicken specially prepared for you, he said to the lady in a thin shirt. Katie touched the old scars on her face and didn't say a word. All she did was nod gently. Capum knew that she had a silent and fierce personality, so he didn't waste his breath and watched her take her seat. Right on the heels of that, Horace, wearing a white wig, entered the dining room and nodded slightly at every diner. The older-looking Parker took a sip of his aperitif and smiled as he gestured for Capum to sit down. White napkins were spread out, and the food was served one by one. Capum raised his glass and chuckled. Holy Lord of Storms, let us toast to a beautiful future. Cheers to a beautiful future, Parker replied. Horace didn't say a word. All he did was pinch the stem of his glass and raise it. Katie completely ignored them. At this moment, the classical clock hanging in the hall had just reached 7:23. In a cheap hotel in the Bakeland Bridge area, the disguised Klein took out his golden pocket watch and checked the time. Then, he took out holy night powder and sealed the room with a wall of spirituality. After doing all this, he quickly set up the altar and began the ritual. In my name, I summon the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. After the ritual was completed, Klein immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog, ready to respond to himself. In the towering and solemn palace, he saw the door of summoning condensed from ripples of light. It was an illusory door covered in mysterious symbols. Klein wasn't in a hurry to be summoned. Instead, he followed the plan and stored the mystical items like the brooch of the sun into his spirit body. Finally, he picked up the Dark Emperor card and let his spirit body envelop it. Suddenly, Klein felt his spirit body materialize as though it had flesh and blood. It was as though he could pick up a pistol and move tables and chairs. A dark, illusory fog emanated around him, and the fog stuck to his surface, forming a dignified armor. A pitch-black crown appeared on his head, and a cloak of the same color appeared on his back. At this moment, Klein was like an emperor about to embark on a journey. Dark Emperor. He took one last look at the purifying bullets, revolver, and other items that he didn't bring with him. With a step, he entered the crack in the illusory door. After leaping out of the candlelight, he immediately flew quickly under the cover of the night towards Capum's villa on Irish Street in Sherwood Borough. Not long after, he floated in front of the artificial fountain and approached the villa's entrance at an unhurried speed. The patrolling guards passed by him, but they didn't react at all. As it wasn't truly night yet, there were no Beyonders guarding outside. In addition, Klein wasn't afraid that the powerful Beyonders inside would notice him in advance and have a premonition. Chapter 381. Wearing a pitch-black crown and covered in dense armor, Klein stood at the door, adjusted himself for a few seconds, and took a step forward. His seemingly corporeal body silently passed through the door and entered Capum's villa. The first thing that appeared in front of him was a spacious foyer with many chairs and coat racks. Behind it was a magnificent hall with a golden theme. There was no ceiling, and one could directly see the dome that reached 3 stories high. A huge crystal chandelier hung down, and on each petal stood a white candle. To the left of the hall, through a heavy door, was an elegant and tasteful dining room. The aroma of roasted meat was the strongest inside, masking the smell of alcohol and other food. Klein wasn't in a hurry to sneak into the dining room. He first circled around the outside, occasionally reaching out to pull the grayish-white gas pipe. It was as if he was experimenting with the strength of his spirit body with the Dark Emperor card, as well as how strong the interference it had on real matter. During his seer and clown period, apart from divination and intuition, Klein's spirit body state only had 2 spell-like abilities. They were a direct attack on the soul and a freezing effect on the target through contact. After advancing to a magician, he didn't rely on his physical body's beyonder powers, and he could also use them in his spirit body state, such as paper figurine substitutes and air bullets. In addition, he began to possess others and complete preliminary control. And with the augmentation of the Dark Emperor card, his spirit body's strength increased, and he could carry more matter. The spell-like ability that directly attacked the soul evolved into Wraith's Shriek. With sound waves that humans couldn't hear, he could damage the souls of all living beings within a certain range, which was also a soul body. Similarly, the freezing effect brought about by contact was significantly enhanced. After confirming it, he found the wall in the corner, passed through it, and entered the dining room. Then he suppressed all his thoughts and swept his gaze across the long table without any emotion. Horace, who was wearing a white wig, Katie, who was wearing a thin shirt, Parker, who looked old and was drinking red wine, as well as the slightly plump Capum, who was cutting the beef-eye meat, entered his line of sight. Klein didn't dare to look any further, afraid that the Beyonders would discover him through their spiritual perception. With the help of the spiritual brilliance of the male and female servants standing at the side, which was the color of the aura, he carefully circled the dining room and figured out the specific layout. For example, the size of the dining room was equivalent to the living room, dining room, and living room of his residence. For example, there was a fireplace that was burning with charcoal, and it spread warmth throughout the entire room through pipes. For example, there were 16 elegant gas lamps in the surroundings. Their light intertwined, bringing the feeling of daytime. For example, on the wall beside the fireplace, there were picture frames hanging. There were sketches and oil paintings, all of which are the works of famous artists. That bearded Belize isn't here. He should be taking turns guarding the entrance to the underground area. For a Beyonder to be willing to do such a chore, Capum's involvement definitely isn't as simple as human trafficking. Klein thought for a few seconds and leaned against an oil painting of a sunset. He reached into his body and unscrewed the lid of the brown, translucent bottle. This was a biological poison bottle. The reason why he paid attention to the timing and chose dinner time to come was because at this moment, the main characters were the most gathered and it was the most orderly. It was the best time to use the biological poison bottle, and the tightly shut doors and windows in early winter would allow the biological poison bottle to take effect faster and more effectively. In addition, Klein hadn't used the biological poison bottle to soak it in water to make a preventative before coming. He was now in his spirit body state, so he wasn't afraid of biological poison at all. With the help of his spirit body's concealment, he stood there quietly, patiently admiring the elegant wall lamps that were connected to the grayish-white gas pipes. As the colorless and odorless poison quickly spread out, Horace, who was wearing a white wig, cut a piece of fried dragon bone fish that only had a main bone, dipped it in black pepper juice, and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing and swallowing, he picked up the light golden champagne that was bubbling like a string of beads and took a sip in a good mood. He couldn't help but fantasize about the evening's entertainment program, the joy of a stubborn girl being conquered by him. This reduced his appetite and made it impossible for him to focus. Katie didn't get her servant to help her cut the roasted chicken. She had her head buried, holding a knife and fork. With a precise dissection style, she quickly divided the food into many pieces, all of which were about the same size. Parker tasted the red wine and ate the lamb stew. From time to time, he would chat with Capum, who was sitting at the head of the table. He could be considered the most competent guest here. Dinner proceeded in an orderly manner, and Capum placed the last piece of ox-eye meat into his mouth. He smiled at the three beyonders. "Mr. Horace, I am Katie, Mr. Parker. Tonight's dessert comes from the head chef of Lepore Restaurant. There are a total of 3 desserts: fruit caramel pudding, butter shortcake, and carrot cake." Horace, who was always cold, nodded gently. "Our country loves desserts so much." Just as he finished sighing with emotion, he saw Capum raise his hand to scratch his cheek before scratching it again. "It's a little itchy." Capum smiled apologetically. Before he could finish his sentence, he couldn't help but scratch again, leaving behind an obvious bloody mark. The bloody mark quickly swelled up, and the skin turned translucent. One could vaguely see the pale, yellow liquid inside. "It's really a little itchy." Capum smiled again. He scratched the same spot again, and due to using too much force, the swollen, translucent skin split open, and pus with a fishy smell spewed out. Horace narrowed his eyes, stood up abruptly, and looked around warily. "Ha ha! Ha ha ha!" At this moment, he heard exaggerated laughter, and his body suddenly tensed up. He saw a man and a woman holding their bellies and laughing so hard that they couldn't straighten their backs. They laughed so hard that tears flowed out of their eyes, and the room fell silent. As if it was a chain reaction, some of the other servants fainted, while others kept vomiting, spitting out a yellowish-green liquid. They couldn't stop vomiting. None of them were spared. Bang! Katie flipped the dining table, causing the gold-inlaid cutlery and the remaining food and wine to spill all over the floor. A revolver and a black whip appeared in her hands. Parker stood up as well, but his mind was a little absent-minded. He looked at Capum, who was screaming for help while constantly clawing at him, tearing off a few strips of flesh. For some reason, he felt that Capum's ugly and disgusting appearance was now somewhat handsome. At this moment, Horace realized that he couldn't breathe, and he instantly realized that the entire room was probably filled with poison. He growled in a low voice, "Hold your breath." Parker, open the door. "Katie, follow me to find the intruder." At this moment, Horace was extremely glad that he was having dinner with Capum, and that there were many waiters around. These ordinary people's resistance to poison was far inferior to that of Beyonders. They had shown signs in advance, allowing him and the others to notice that something was wrong before the poison had even spread too deep. Parker, who's the lowest of the sequences, should be the one with the most severe symptoms among us. This thought suddenly flashed through Horace's mind. Creak! As Parker opened the door, the dining room was no longer sealed off. Using his spirit vision, Horace discovered an illusory figure that was quietly wandering around. The figure wore thick and dignified black armor, a pitch-black crown on its head, and a mask of the same color that covered its face. It looked like a king from the spirit world. It was none other than Klein. Horace raised his right hand and pointed at the black figure that couldn't be seen by ordinary people. He chanted a word in ancient Hermes. Imprison. Suddenly, the black figure's surroundings turned sticky, as though it had formed a gigantic amber or a sealed, transparent wall. The figure froze there, unable to move at all. As for Katie, she had already aimed and pulled the trigger. Their cooperation was rather tacit. With 2 bangs, a pale gold bullet painted with strange patterns pierced through the sticky air and hit the black figure. The bullet drilled through and hit the opposite wall. The black figure spontaneously combusted. It was a crudely cut paper figurine. In the pale, golden flames, the paper figurine quickly turned into ashes. "Ha!" A strange, crisp sound erupted. The light from the 16 elegant gas wall lamps and the quietly burning fire in the fireplace suddenly brightened, illuminating Horace, Katie, and Parker's eyes for a brief moment with a fiery red. Following that, all the flames were extinguished, leaving only the street lamps outside the window that were as tall as a person and the crimson moonlight that pierced through the clouds, silently illuminating the dining room, making it appear abnormally dark. Once again, Horace and company relied on their spirit vision and spiritual perception to search for the ghost-like intruder. At the same time, he realized that the poison wasn't taking effect very quickly. It didn't seem like it would really take effect before finishing off the enemy. Therefore, as he paid attention to the movements at the entrance of the underground area, he pointed at the door again and said in a deep voice in ancient Hermes, "Imprison." The entire dining room suddenly froze, as though there was an invisible wall that even spirit bodies couldn't penetrate. Horace wanted the intruder to not be able to escape. "Found you." Katie held a revolver in one hand and a whip in the other when she discovered the black figure floating in midair. A strange glint flashed in her eyes, but before she could attack, her mind buzzed, as though someone had struck her in the head with a wooden stick. She felt like she had encountered an indescribable scream, and a few drops of sticky blood slowly dripped down from the tip of her nose. Horace only felt a little dizzy, and the symptoms of his shortness of breath worsened. Parker, who was the weakest, was seeing stars, and his footsteps became unsteady. Suddenly, Parker's shoulder was patted by someone. A cold feeling surged over him, and he immediately froze on the spot, as though he was completely covered in frost. The low temperature seeped into his bones, and a familiar, deep voice sounded in his ears. "Imprison." Parker was instantly trapped by the transparent wall by the door, but Klein didn't possess him. He directly passed through it and avoided the effects of Horace's spell in time. Horace narrowed his eyes and flicked his right hand. Chapter 382. The invisible prison around Parker immediately collapsed, leaving not a trace of it behind. However, he didn't regain his ability to move. Instead, he slumped to the ground, constantly shivering as if he was still frozen. This wasn't only the aftereffect of the ghost's touch, but also the effects of Klein directly penetrating his body and damaging his soul. Parker, who was only a sequence 8, naturally wasn't able to recover in a short period of time. He couldn't even control his breathing, and he once again inhaled large amounts of the same biological poison as the one in his body. In his weakened state, the effects of the poison accelerated, and his eyes went blank as he instinctively turned in another direction. He saw Capim, who was also rolling on the ground, constantly scratching his face and body. He saw the strands of flesh hanging beside the bloodstains and the white color of his bones. Parker panted heavily as he struggled to crawl over. Capim, who was itching to tear off his outer layer of skin, suddenly realized that Parker was crawling over with bloodshot eyes. An ominous feeling flashed in his heart, but he, who couldn't stop scratching, had no way to dodge. He didn't even have the strength to shout no. All he could do was scream in place of it. At this moment, Klein, who had escaped the imprisonment, shouted the word holy in ancient Hermes. Then, he rubbed his fingers, and, as the dark golden sun brooch shimmered, he shot out an air bullet. As soon as the air bullet took shape, it was dyed with a holy luster as it headed straight for Horace's face. This was the holy oath provided by the sun brooch, and Klein had added holy damage. Horace had long changed his position, and his movements were abnormally agile. He didn't look like a mage, but more like a combat expert. As he dodged Klein's air bullet, he gestured for Katie to brandish her whip and entangle him. When Klein's attacks were interrupted and no longer continued, he took out an iron-black metal glove from his pocket and attempted to put it on his left hand. In his spirit body state, even though Klein was facing Horace from his side, he didn't need to use the corner of his eye to see this scene. He immediately flew up, avoided Katie's whip, flew over the chandelier, and lunged at Horace. When Horace saw this scene, he held the iron-black metal glove and pointed diagonally upwards. Exile. Klein immediately encountered a majestic and invisible force. His entire spirit body was sent flying and slammed into the wall. He slammed into the invisible wall created by confinement, but he didn't penetrate it. Seizing this opportunity, Horace put on the iron-black metal glove. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have grown a little taller. He was so dignified that he seemed like a great person who could control the lives of others. The moment Klein was freed from the state of exile, he was overwhelmed by an unreasonable fear. He couldn't help but want to lower his head and crouch on the ground. He wanted to listen to the guy's every word and obey his every command. His movements became rather sluggish. His pupils were filled with Lady Katie, who was approaching at high speed. "Pa!" Katie lashed out with her black whip and accurately struck Klein. The whip passed through his spirit body, but brought Klein considerable pain to his mind. It was as if someone had pressed a red-hot iron on his weakest spot. He suddenly raised his head and let out a miserable scream. Katie pulled the revolver in her other hand. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets with a pale golden glow shot out one after another, hitting Klein's body. A bright and clear light soared, and the black-armored figure quickly became thin, turning into a paper man. Then it was quickly burned to ashes. Klein appeared in a dark corner as the brooch of sun in his spirit body suffused a dark golden glow. A warm power instantly filled his body, and the extreme fear that Horus brought him quickly disappeared. One of the effects of the brooch of sun, fear immunity. In just a few dozen seconds of battle, Klein had been forced to use paper figurine substitutes twice. Although he had done it on purpose, it was enough to show the combined strength of Horus and Katie. It confirmed the results of Klein's divination. This operation was rather dangerous. If Parker hadn't been temporarily crippled by the effects of the biological poison bottle and his initial surprise attack, the situation would have been even more dangerous. And his plan was to rationally give up if the 4 paper figurines he had prepared were used up, but the opportunity didn't appear. It wasn't that Klein didn't want to prepare more substitutes, but that his spirituality could only support him 4 times outside of battle. As for the confinement effect created by Horus, Klein wasn't worried at all. He was now a spirit body that had been summoned. As long as he ended this summoning, he could immediately return above the gray fog. Unless it was the interference of a deity-level power, or some special Grade 0 or Grade 1 sealed artifact, there was no way to interrupt this process. Previously, when Klein went to the Royal Museum to steal the Dark Emperor card, the woman who was suspected to be a high-sequence Beyonder had failed to stop him from leaving. This was also the main reason why Klein dared to attempt to help despite knowing the danger, and why he dared to challenge the impossible. It was also his greatest reliance. Seeing that the enemy was no longer afraid, Horus, who was wearing an iron-black glove, gestured for Katie to stop Klein again. He pointed ahead and solemnly said, "Specters and wraiths are forbidden here." Klein's body, which was covered in black armor, immediately swayed as he was forcefully repelled by an invisible force. However, the Dark Emperor card's level was extremely high, allowing the spirit body's level to be relatively high as well. This direct effect on existences was quickly suppressed. Horus narrowed his eyes, finding the attacking specter very odd. He saw that Klein had easily escaped Katie's entanglement by flying, so he pushed his palm forward again and announced in ancient Hermes, "Flying and floating are forbidden here." Suddenly, Klein felt his body turn heavy as he plummeted to the ground from midair. Katie took a few steps forward and rushed over. With a shake of her wrist, she pulled out the whip that interrogated the mind and soul. She still had quite a number of Beyonder bullets on her, but there were less than 3 that could be used against specters and wraiths. Therefore, she temporarily gave up on using her revolver and only relied on her offhand weapon. Klein skillfully curled his body and rolled on the ground, nimbly dodging Katie's whip. He heard the crisp sound of the whip striking the ground. Just as Katie was about to sweep her whip, her throat suddenly itched. She coughed twice and missed the opportunity to attack continuously. This was a sign of the poison she had been inflicted with. Horus took a deep breath and held his breath again. He turned his wrist back and pointed at himself. Punishment targets, wraiths, and specters. The surface of his body immediately emitted a radiance that resembled the first rays of dawn. Even his fists flickered with a clear luster. Thud! The marble beneath Horus's feet silently cracked. His tall and thin body pounced forward quickly and fiercely, instantly appearing in front of Klein. At this moment, he was even more like a knight than Katie. Bang! He threw a punch forward, causing the air to explode. However, Klein retreated ahead of time and dodged it with the wind. Pa! Katie assisted from the side, brandishing her whip and lashing it at the spot where the enemy was dodging. This forced Klein to roll again and adopt a guerrilla fighting stance. He was also constantly paying attention to avoid Horace's imprisonment spell. Bang! 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 Horace continuously attacked, while Katie assisted from the side. In less than 2 minutes, he forced Klein into a situation where he had nowhere to hide. Even rolling was of no use. Pa! Katie's black whip came lashing at him. Klein only had time to take a diagonal step before he was struck in the arm. The pain that pierced his mind attacked his soul once again, causing him to stiffen on the spot. Even his spirit body thinned. Seizing this opportunity, Horace clenched his left fist and solemnly declared, "Die." His body immediately fused with some strange power, leaving behind an obvious afterimage as he slammed into Klein. Rip! The figure covered in black armor instantly shattered, turning into pieces of paper that fluttered like butterflies. Klein had used the third paper figurine. Horace swept his gaze and quickly locked onto the enemy that had appeared in the corner. He sneered and said, "I see that you still have a few body doubles." In the process of searching for the enemy, he had already discovered that Parker was squirming on Capham's body. The scene was bloody and disgusting. It was unbearable to look at, cruel, and horrifying. However, Horace couldn't be bothered to save his subordinate. He knew very well that the poisoning would only worsen. He had to kill the enemy as soon as possible, so he couldn't afford to be distracted. If he didn't do this, he might leave the restaurant first and ease the poison, allowing the enemy to escape successfully without obtaining any useful information. He gestured for Katie to step forward again to hold back Klein, who couldn't fly or float, while he took a deep breath and calmed down. There's a strange smell in the air. This should be a sign that the poison is increasing. A thought flashed through Horace's mind, but he didn't think too much about it. He raised his left palm and solemnly declared, "Trespassing into another's home is a crime." Trespassing. When he repeated it a second time, Horace found it harder to breathe. For a moment, he couldn't catch his breath, so he had no choice but to stop. He took another deep breath, adjusted his state of mind, and said again, "Don't worry. Trespassing into another's home is a crime." He repeated it 3 times in a row, and Klein, who was unable to escape Katie's entanglement, felt an inexplicable chill. Cough, cough, cough. Katie coughed again, and her whiplashing slowed down. Klein took the opportunity to escape her entanglement, but he didn't attack her. Instead, he raised his head, opened his mouth, and let out a sharp whistle that humans couldn't hear. Hum! Katie raised her head and swayed her body, feeling the ground undulate. Horace only felt a slight dizziness before he returned to normal. He looked coldly at Klein and said in a dignified voice, "The sinner shall be restrained." Klein, who was about to pounce at him, suddenly realized that his feet seemed to be shackled by invisible shackles. His movements turned stiff. Katie, who had just recovered, opened a revolver and quickly removed the used and unused bullets from the gun. Following that, she took out a quick loader and stuffed 6 bullets, including the remaining purified bullets, into the magazine. Horace clenched his left fist and began to prepare an attack. He wanted to form an echelon with Katie's shooting in order to completely finish off the enemy or exhaust his double. At this moment, Klein, who was covered in black armor, smiled. This was because the opportunity he had been waiting for had arrived. He knew that it would take a certain amount of time for the biological poison bottle to have a good effect, and Beyonders would be able to sense that something was amiss the moment there were any signs and take the corresponding actions. They could either search for hidden enemies or escape from the poison-filled environment. It was very difficult to heavily injure them or even finish them off. Therefore, he had 2 other reasons for using the biological poison bottle. First, to weaken the enemy. Second, to conceal some of the scents so that Horace and the others would attribute all the abnormal smells to the poison that permeated the air, allowing them to focus their attention on this aspect. This was the most important part of the magic show, and it was also the key to success or failure. That abnormal smell was the smell of gas. It was the smell of gas. The reason why Klein wanted to instantly light up the gas lamp and the fire in the fireplace and extinguish them was not only to interfere with Horace and the others' line of sight, but also to attract their attention so that he could destroy a few hidden gas pipes. He had deliberately put himself in danger in the beginning to trick Katie into shooting at the Wraiths and Spectres, so that she wouldn't shoot blindly in the future and wouldn't trigger the corresponding changes. He had been entangled with her all this while not making any other attempts, just to wait for the air to be filled with gas. Therefore, he had been holding back and not using flaming jump or flame controlling. As for Horace's act of confining the room, he had expected it, but he didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Therefore, before he entered the dining hall, he had kindly checked to see if the doors and windows were closed and destroyed the gas pipes in a hidden spot in the hall, forming a huge bomb inside and outside. Even without confinement, it wouldn't affect anything in the end. And as a Spectre, there was no doubt that Klein wasn't afraid of explosions. Low-level ghosts would be incinerated by the flames, but Spectres would at most be injured. This was the reason why Klein had bought purifying bullets and the Brooch of Sun, even though he could control flames. Seeing Katie raise her revolver and about to shoot, and seeing Horace about to pronounce him dead, Klein smiled and snapped his fingers. Horace suddenly had a premonition of danger. But at this moment, he saw a flame light up in the fireplace to the side and suddenly ignite the surrounding air. Boom! With a loud bang, Horace's eyes were completely occupied by the flames that filled the room, as though he was watching a grand fireworks display. Chapter 383. Capcom lay flat on the ground, itching and in pain. He wished he could tear himself apart on the spot to escape this hellish pain. Then he saw the scarlet waves of flames instantly spread over and heard a deafening explosion. He thought that this last moment would be long, and that he would recall all the beautiful scenes when his wife and children were by his side. He thought that he would feel relieved because he wouldn't have to endure this inhuman torture anymore. But at that moment, extreme fear still surged out from the bottom of his heart, and a strong desire to live surged out. Moreover, the so-called memories didn't even have the time to flash before his mind was already filled with intense pain, and then he fell into a deep darkness. Boom! The windows of the dining room were shattered and sent flying, accompanied by countless bricks and rubble and flames that were clearly rolling out of the room. The guards who happened to be patrolling this area were instantly knocked over. Those who were lucky enough not to be hit had their ears ringing as their bodies swayed and fell. They saw that most of the dining hall's outer walls had collapsed, and the flames seemed to be floating in midair. The citizens of the entire street and the police officers in charge of the surrounding area heard the loud bang at the same time, and they were momentarily puzzled and terrified. Inside the dining hall, Klein, who was covered in black armor and a pitch-black crown, stood there, bathing in the scarlet flames and enjoying the powerful shockwaves. He remained unmoved. Much of the black gas around him had melted, and his spirit body had also suffered some damage, but it wasn't serious. Beside the overturned dining table, Parker and Capcom had been knocked into a corner. Their heads were dented and cracked, and their bodies were char-black. Flames were still burning quietly on their surfaces, similar to the rest of the servants. In the area opposite the fireplace, Katie, who hadn't been able to dodge in time, was thrown heavily against the wall before sliding to the ground. Her body was a bloody mess, mixed with a large number of charred marks. There wasn't a single patch of skin that was intact. She wasn't dead yet, but she was seriously injured and unconscious. But even so, she was still convulsing and coughing as she inhaled large amounts of the floating flames. The black whip had also suffered damage. Many cracks had appeared on it, and some of it had been ignited. As for the Beyonder bullets she had, none of them were spared from the explosion. Katie no longer had any combat strength. Horace rolled in time to protect his vitals, but his body was still covered in blood and charred black. He staggered to his feet, his back, hair cover, and legs burning with scarlet flames. His breathing became more and more difficult. His body had suffered serious injuries. However, This was enough to prove the sturdiness of his body and the strength of his physique. In other words, after wearing the black iron glove, his body was sturdy enough and his physique was strong enough. However, this was also within Klein's expectations. In a situation where he was unable to estimate how much damage his target could take, he would overestimate his target's constitution when he came up with a plan. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Klein was almost unscathed. His pupils constricted as he hurriedly extended his left palm and pointed in that direction. Exile. Once again, Klein could not bear it and was pushed away. Like a piece of paper in a hurricane, he was thrown out of the dining room. The hall outside had been set ablaze for a moment, and the fire was much smaller. Another wave of disaster was brewing from the wooden stairs. However, because the main body of the explosion was confined in the dining room, the damage here was not serious. Seizing this opportunity, Horace suddenly turned around and ran outside without looking back. Even though the flames covering his body were still burning, he didn't waste any time dealing with them. He knew that his condition was extremely bad and that he was in danger of losing control. The effects of the poison would soon reach its peak, and with the two added together, he didn't believe that he had any chance of defeating the intruder. Even if he had the help of Sequence 7 Belize at the entrance to the underground area, it would still be the same. If he continued fighting like this, Horace believed that he would only end up with the poison acting up or losing control due to serious injuries. Once he decided to escape, he didn't care about Katie, who was still alive. When Klein, who had just stabilized his body under the effects of exile, saw this scene, he immediately raised his head slightly, opened his mouth, and let out a shrill scream that humans could not hear. Horace felt dizzy, and his footsteps came to a halt. Dense, transparent blisters grew on the surface of his body, which was a sign that he was about to lose control. However, he quickly recovered and continued running, escaping the lawn that belonged to the villa. How difficult to kill. To avoid any accidents, Klein didn't chase after him. He remembered that his goal was to save people, not to clean up these fallen beyonders. More importantly, he had expended a lot of energy and he had suffered considerable injuries. If he were to chase after him, he might not be able to withstand Horace's crazy counterattack. Klein snapped his fingers and shot out an air bullet. The bullet entered Katie's head, ending all her suffering. Immediately after, Klein turned around and flew towards the entrance to the underground area. The bearded Belize had been paying attention to the commotion outside, but he didn't dare to leave his post, afraid that the intruder's accomplices would take the opportunity to break into the dungeon. At that moment, he, who was holding a high-pressure steam rifle and had his spirit vision activated, was frightened by the loud bang, and he became abnormally tense. Then he saw the majestic ghost flying over, and without hesitation, he raised his rifle and pulled the trigger. Bang! White smoke spewed out from the barrel, and a sharp pale gold bullet shot forward at an astonishing speed. Klein was already prepared and had an intuition. Before Belize fired, he had already made a small arc. The bullet passed through the hall, pierced through the main door, and flew outside. At the same time, Belize rushed out of the duty room, holding a high-pressure steam rifle and assuming a threatening posture as he quickly moved towards the door. He believed that the intruder, who could deal with the combined forces of Horace, Katie, and Parker, would definitely be able to easily kill him. Furthermore, the huge commotion just now would definitely attract attention. Perhaps the mandated punishers would come to investigate, so the only choice was run. Klein let out another invisible scream, making the other party feel as if he had been struck by a hammer. Countless stars danced in front of his eyes, and a few drops of blood flowed from his nose. However, this didn't stop Belize from escaping. After shooting at Klein, he had already run into the hall and tumbled towards the door. After some deliberation, Klein gave up on chasing and fighting. He turned off the main valve, went to the entrance to the underground area, and snapped his fingers. Bang! 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 Air bullets hit the invisible wall, gradually disintegrating the confinement. This was also one of the reasons why Klein dared to cause a gas explosion and use the biological poison bottle. With Horace's confinement effect on the underground prison, He didn't have to worry about accidentally injuring the pitiful girls as long as he didn't attack them head-on. He destroyed the door lock and flew into the dungeon. Based on the revelation given by the divination scene, he found the cell where Daisy was imprisoned. He then confirmed that she hadn't suffered any serious injuries and still had the ability to move. Then, his body turned incorporeal and melted into the metal door. Clang! 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 The metal doors on one side opened rapidly, as if invisible ghosts were running to unlock them. Clang! 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 After one side was done, it was the other side's turn. Daisy and the other girls were first alarmed by the explosion outside. After a while, they were surprised to find that the cell door had opened for some reason, but no one had entered. It was as if they could leave at any time. Some of the girls, who had just been kidnapped and hadn't received any training, mustered up their courage and went out. They ran all the way to the exit of the underground area. They passed through the hall that had been slightly damaged by the explosion, left the villa that was burning up, and ran in the direction of freedom with increasing urgency. Only when they reached the street did Daisy and the other girls remember to look back. As they looked back, they could vaguely see a dignified figure dressed in black armor and wearing a black crown standing at the top of the evil house. Whoosh! The cloak on the figure's back fluttered silently. They memorized this scene and searched for the nearby cathedral in distrust of the police. Klein returned to the dining room that was filled with flames and smoke. He discovered that Parker and Katie's beyonder characteristics were showing signs of seeping out. He checked the items they carried and confirmed that most of them had been destroyed. Even the banknotes were char black and brittle. Klein suddenly jumped up and went to the second and third floors. He quickly patrolled the area, hoping to find the corresponding clues. He didn't attempt to mediate the spirit because there wasn't enough time, and bringing it above the gray fog didn't meet the requirements for his curtain call. Even a minor leader is required to keep it a secret, so these important figures definitely have the corresponding restrictions. They can't be mediated just because they want to, and the previous operation was too complicated and troublesome. It's not suitable for now. Klein ended his investigation. He didn't find anything, but he casually picked up a deck of tarot cards. After returning to the tattered and charred dining room, he took out all the main cards in the tarot cards and walked to the side of Capham's corpse. Then, he took out 2 of them and sprinkled the rest on Capham's body. After doing this, he covered Capham's eyes with the 2 tarot cards he had specially pulled out, face up. At this point, Parker and Katie's beyonder characteristics had already been determined. Dozens of seconds later, an illusory door suddenly tore open in midair outside the villa. It was covered in complicated symbols. The door opened silently, and a handsome man in a well-ironed suit walked out. He was in his 40s, mature and elegant. He had a pair of golden eyes, and with a sweep, he locked onto the dining room that looked like a scene of a fire. At this moment, a gust of wind blew, and a figure flew over at high speed. It was an elder wearing a black bonnet and an abnormally stern look in his silver eyes. He wore a black robe embroidered with the symbol of the storm. He was none other than the cardinal of the Church of the Storm, the archbishop of the Bakelin Diocese, Spellsinger of God Ace Snake. "Why are you here?" Ace asked in a deep voice. Beyonder matters in Sherwood Borough were managed by the Holy Wind Cathedral, so he had the right to ask. The handsome man replied with an ugly expression. "I live nearby." This place was close to Westborough. Without another word, the 2 descended to the ground at the same time and entered the scene of the explosion. A violent hurricane stirred up, sweeping away the flames and sending them to the artificial fountain outside. The wind seemed to have a life and intelligence of its own. The 2 demigod powerhouses then saw Katie, who had been shot in the head and had her flesh charred black. They saw Parker, who was entangled with someone, his head caved in and cracked. They also saw Capham, whose body was covered with tarot cards. They saw the 2 main cards on the human trafficker's face. They were the Judgment card with an angel blowing a horn, and the Emperor card with a crown and armor on his head. Almost at the same time, Cardinal Snake and the handsome man sensed something and suddenly turned their heads to look outside. They discovered a dignified figure covered in black armor and a pitch-black crown on the roof of the house on the side of the villa. The figure nodded slightly, and his cloak fluttered. Then, he disappeared without any warning, right under the noses of the two high-sequence Beyonders. Chapter 384. With a swoosh, a silver bolt of lightning in the shape of a tree lit up the early winter night. It didn't strike down, but instead pierced through the air, illuminating the area around where Klein had been standing as if it was daytime. Spellsinger of God, a snake, retracted his gaze and whispered with a dark expression, "Rose School." Not a wraith, nor a true undead creature. A mature, middle-aged man with golden eyes turned his head to look at Capham's corpse. A mature, middle-aged man with a pair of golden eyes turned his head to look at Capham's corpse. This is the second such case in the past 2 months. What was the first time? Cardinal Snake asked in a deep voice. The mature, middle-aged man in a well-ironed suit coughed lightly. The time when the true creator attempted to descend with the help of a swindler. The time when the true creator attempted to descend with the help of a swindler. Then it's not the Rose School of Thought. Cardinal Snake made an affirmative judgment. Although those organizations that believed in evil gods didn't like each other, they wouldn't deliberately destroy such matters. Instead, they were happy to see it happen, waiting for the other party to mess up the situation first. I think so too. Perhaps it's a newly emerged secret organization. Their characteristic is to cover their target with tarot cards. The mature and handsome middle-aged man smiled, and the different ways in which the tarot cards are presented seem to express different meanings. There are only 2 cards on this corpse's face. One is Judgment, and the other is the Emperor. Judgment is the motive and goal, and the Emperor is the codename of that person's organization. Of course, this could also be a ritual. Cardinal Snake didn't answer. He looked around and said, "Let's see what exactly happened here." It was only then that the first batch of mandated punishers arrived at Capham's villa. Above the gray fog, Klein, who had only used paper figurine substitutes 3 times and had yet to reach his limit, was using divination to confirm Daisy's subsequent safety. Daisy will be able to return home safely. He held the spirit pendulum in his left hand, closed his eyes, and silently recited the sentence. After 7 times, Klein opened his eyes and saw that the topaz pendant was spinning counterclockwise, but the amplitude was extremely small and the speed was very slow. This means that Daisy's journey home will have some twists and turns, but it's almost negligible. After reading the revelation, Klein let go of his last worry. He then looked at the 2 items in front of him, both of which were emitting a strong spiritual glow. One of them was a light blue, translucent hexagonal prism. Wisps of light streaked across it from time to time, like lightning that came from the depths of one's consciousness. This was the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Lady Katie. The other belonged to Parker, who hadn't been of much use in the previous battle. His Beyonder characteristic had condensed into a ball, like a child's fist. This fist was composed of 3 colors, iron black, dark red, and a large area of silver white. Without any hesitation, Klein conjured a pen and paper, prepared to use the 2 Beyonder characteristics to divine the corresponding potion formula. Before he advanced to Sequence 7, the Beyonder characteristic he left behind had too many additional influences, so it was almost impossible for him to divine the formula. Even with this mysterious space eliminating the interference and increasing his divination abilities to a certain extent, it was still impossible. Therefore, in the past, Klein only had one method, mediumship. Only after he became a magician did he possess the ability to divine using the Beyonder characteristic he left behind above the gray fog. However, there was a high chance that he wouldn't succeed. This time, without exception, Klein shamefully failed. However, he also gained something. He figured out the corresponding sequence names of the 2 Beyonder characteristics. Parker is a Sequence 8 sheriff, and Katie is a Sequence 7 interrogator. Isn't this the Arbiter pathway? This pathway is in the hands of the royal family, the military, and a small number of ancient noble families in Rouen. And they have strict control over the leaking of formulas and Beyonder ingredients. Could it be that a portion of the girls Capim kidnapped will be sent to a noble's manor? But there's no need for them to send 4 Beyonders to help Capim just to enjoy themselves. This is clearly unfair. Horace is much stronger than Katie. Perhaps he's a sequence 6 of this pathway, and after wearing that glove, he might even reach sequence 5. Could it be that some bloody and evil sacrifices are involved, and the target they seek can't be exposed? Apart from the kingdom, the Fanapotter Castilla family also has this Beyonder pathway in their hands, and they've passed it on to their army and intelligence system. Is it another spy case that involves some unknown matter? Klein tried to divine a few of his guesses, but he failed once again. He temporarily threw the matter to the back of his mind and tapped the edge of the long bronze table. As long as there's the formula and the corresponding supplementary ingredients, these 2 Beyonder characteristics can respectively make a person a Sequence 8 sheriff and a Sequence 7 interrogator. Miss Magician's friend, named Zio, seems to be lacking the Beyonder ingredients for sheriff. Next time, I can sell Parker's portion to Miss Magician's through World. I can quickly accumulate the materials needed for my subsequent faceless sequence. It doesn't seem appropriate to always go through World. This time, I've deliberately left the tarot cards. If Miss Justice were to hear of this matter, she would definitely think that it was done by my adorer. I'll get Mr. Fool to help him sell it. Klein quickly finalized his plan and made the sheriff and interrogator Beyonder characteristics fly to a corner and hide in the junk pile. I wonder what the sequence 6 and 5 of the Arbiter pathway are called. It feels like I'm using order and law. Judge? Klein reined in his thoughts, half closed his eyes, and carefully examined his condition. He once again felt his spirituality become lively. The potion was being pried open, and his digestion was speeding up. This time, he intuitively believed that he had summarized most of the magician's code of conduct. The remaining details were better, but it didn't matter if he didn't. It wouldn't affect his digestion too much. Conjuring a fountain pen and goat skin, Klein wrote as though he had strengthened his memory. Magician's code of conduct. 1. Don't perform unprepared. 2. Challenge the impossible, even if the final outcome is fake. Klein believed that the above were the 2 core principles of the magician's code of conduct. Grasping them meant grasping the crux of the matter. The remaining ones were supplementary and perfected. 3. Take the initiative to perform. 4. Try your best to get the audience's applause. 5. Control the target's attention. Putting down the dark red fountain pen, Klein browsed through it from beginning to end and made a judgment. Daily acting combined with 3 to 4 active performances is enough for me to digest the magician's potion before the new year. If I were to challenge the impossible again in the middle, the progress would be even faster. This is about the speed I hope to achieve. There was still about 2 months to the 1st of January 1350. After doing all of this, Klein rubbed his temples and prepared to return to the real world. After putting away the Dark Emperor card, biological poison bottle, and other items, he suddenly laughed and said in a self-deprecating manner, "Challenge the impossible. Isn't this equivalent to courting death?" As his voice echoed, Klein's figure disappeared above the gray fog. In a cheap hotel in the Bakelin Bridge area, he suddenly opened his eyes and saw the candlelight for his summoning ritual. After quickly dealing with the loose ends, Klein put on the thick worker's jacket that he had just bought for 4 soli and walked to the window. He picked up the sweet iced tea he had bought before and looked at his blurry figure reflected in the window. He revealed a heartfelt smile and whispered to himself. He revealed a heartfelt smile and muttered to himself, "Cheers." Just as he said that, he touched the glass in his hand, raised his chin, and drank it all in one gulp. Following that, he leisurely left the hotel. The nearby gas lamps were all lit up, and the pedestrians and carriages were busy, oblivious to the explosion at the border of Sherwood Borough and West Borough. Klein strolled around the Bravehearts bar and paced around for a while. At 7:58, he knocked on the door of old Mr. I of Wisdom's Beyonder Gathering. He put on the iron mask and the hooded robe. He behaved like an ordinary person. At the same time, Zio, who would go to different places every night to check some contact marks, saw a symbol that had never appeared before. It belonged to the golden masked man who had sold the sheriff formula to her under the guise of someone else at the gathering Mr. A had convened. It was the symbol of an emergency meeting. He didn't look for me before, and I pretended that nothing had happened. Why did he suddenly? Zio thought for a moment and decided to take a look. The golden masked man had promised to give her some missions so that she could save up enough money to exchange for the corresponding Beyonder ingredients. Thus, Zio changed locations and marked the time and place of the meeting. Half an hour later, in a remote but well-connected alley, Zio, who had been secretly observing for a while, walked out of her hiding place and walked towards the golden masked man. The man was still wearing a black tuxedo, and his light brown eyes swept over Zio's head. "I have a mission for you." "Difficulty and reward?" Zio asked familiarly. The man nudged his mask that seemed to be forged from gold. "It's not dangerous, but it might be very dangerous. It all depends on what you do. The initial reward is 30 pounds. If you can obtain any useful information, I can even directly give you a Beyonder ingredient corresponding to Sheriff." "What mission?" Zio frowned slightly. The golden masked man's gaze darkened. "Through your channels, find out who has been asking about Capum recently." "Capum? That human trafficker?" Zio asked in surprise. The golden masked man nodded. "Yes, I refuse this mission. I hate him very much." Zio immediately rejected him. The man opposite her scoffed. "I'm not working for Capum, because he's already dead." "Dead?" Zio was momentarily stunned. He died in his own home. His body was covered in tarot cards, and there were two of them on his face. One was Judgment, and the other was the Emperor. By the way, take note of any incidents involving tarot cards that haven't been reported to the police department in recent years, the golden masked man added.